If you let me hear you say my name, my name. If you let me hear you, babe. 'Cause I wonder if you feel the same, same. Or just tell me if you feel the same. You don't need to hesitate, oh babe. No, it's never too late. I think we're soulmates. Let's find a way to start again, oh yeah. 'Cause I wanna work things out, yeah. I just wanna fall into your arms. Come on and fall in love with me, with me. I can be the one to turn your life around and never let you down. So please, let me hear you say my name, name. You say my name, name. You say, let me hear you say my name, name. You say even though it's dark some days, I know blue skies are coming our way. Yeah, yeah. Everything will be okay. 'Cause no one else can make me feel this way. Yeah. I'm completely satisfied, right? As long as you're by my side. So if you let me hear you say my name, my name. If you let me hear you, babe. Alright. I just wanna fall into your arms. Come on and fall in love with me, with me. I can be the one to turn your life around and never let you down. So please, let me hear you say my name, name. You say name, name. You say, let me hear you say my name, name. You say, let me hear you say my name, name. You say name, name. You say, let me hear you say my name, name. You say, let me hear you say my name.
Cutting the power lines, we're done talking about it. A spark turns into fire, and we're not sorry about it. If you're not sleeping tight, you know we're onto something. You hear the streets are crying, ocean turns into fighting. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead. Warning's been spread wide, you can't do none to stop it. Posing is bound to fight, but you're only causing riots. Words move from mouth to mouth. Justice is also troubling, all the way from north to south. It's been a long time coming. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead. sleeping with someone new. And I'm in New York for the first time. I hate this weather, but I like the view. It makes me think of new beginnings. Here's to new beginnings. I can't sleep alone, 'cause if I do, I'll think of you. The nights are so long, wondering if you miss me too. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. For a while I'm fine, but as soon as it gets quiet, I know I'm screwed. Oh, I can hear my own heart breaking. nights to stay alive. But if I'm with you, I'll survive. So hold me close into the night, 'cause I need you to stay. You take me to paradise, that's why it's hard to wait. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Life is hard the way it is, but with you it's easier. Follow me into the night, without you I'm falling deeper. Stay a bit longer, yeah, I just need you to, I just need you to. Stay a bit longer, I just need you to. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Protect me from you, my thief. It's getting later and it's harder to leave. I'm trying to heal, I'm trying to mend. Someone please come to my defense. Or will you sweeten upon your return? Silly baby, will I ever learn? I come down for you from heaven above. Take me back, I can't get enough. Send a signal. just now. There's a party downtown, someone said that you're coming by. Let me know when you're here, meet me up for a smoke outside. I regret what I said, didn't mean it. Yeah, believe me, I guess I'll take it back. There's a party downtown, someone said that you're coming by. I know that summer was a big mistake. I just hope that we're still okay. You always pick me up and let me down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in to what we want. And I always pick you up and let you down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in to what we want, to what we want. There's a party downtown, we are drunk and the music's loud. I forget that we're done, that you're back with your girlfriend now. For a minute, I'm back where we started, in that hallway. We couldn't keep our hands away from each other. Did you ever tell her I have to sleep in the bed I made? I don't sleep much at all these days, 'cause you always pick me up and let me down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in to what we want. And I always pick you up and let you down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in to what we want, to what we want, to what we want, to what we want. There's a party downtown, really hope that you're coming by. But you always pick me up and let me down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned
skin. No, it's bad, it's bad. Don't care if the walls are caving in right now. I need you to kill off my lonely nights. Otherwise, I'll just be dead inside. I can't keep pretending you don't exist. Hate the lies, you know I can't resist, yeah. Baby, I don't mind you calling. I'm still awake in my bed. Say the things you shouldn't be saying. I don't want you to act like you still have that halo. Halo, got the halo. Like you still have that halo. Halo, you should let it go. Don't you wanna have fun? Fool around someone? 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Yeah, his baby said that they don't got a future. Future like that. It burns, so give him something worse to kill his head with. Make him forget somehow. Might be that another day she would have wished he stayed, but they're done. Sorry's won't be enough this time. Yeah, he's calling all his friends to get some action and distract him right now. He's fine, got Lucy on the line, let's get this started. Where's the party tonight? I feel good, nothing weighs me down. I can't believe my luck right now. Red eyes while he said, don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart, it needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Ooh, who needs a job to pay the rent? Is busy. Gotta feel free sometimes, right? What doesn't make you will only make you stronger if you believe what they say. Might be that another day she would have wished he stayed, but they're done. Red eyes while he said, don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart, it needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Just make it go away. Can't take another day. Yeah, his baby said that they don't got a future. Future like that. It hurts, so give him something worse to pass the time. Don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart, it needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Don't you wanna have some fun?
You got that something, baby, that I can go without. Just like a poison in me. You're all that I'm about. Loving the highs, don't mind the lows. It's
And welcome once again to the Huntress Trials. It is day 2 of this tournament here on Rick's GG. My name is Joker, and I've got Shoop here with me once again to cover the action for today. And Shoop, we had a lot of great fun yesterday.
We did.
With this tournament. Now let's take a look here quickly at the schedule for today as we get ourselves ready to continue on through the Huntress Trials. Obviously, yesterday, you see, we had our first round and the quarterfinal matchup. And then today here, we're going to start off with a best of 3 semifinals leading up to the best of 5 grand finals to determine our first League of Legends Huntress Trials champions.
Yeah, and honestly, what a yesterday was, right? Like that round 1 between Purple Token and also Confused was absolutely amazing. And then we saw a true glimpse of Galaxy Racer's power in the quarterfinals, finishing both games in under 25 minutes.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal showing from the side of Galaxy Racer against Confused. As we take a look here at the bracket for today, obviously Galaxy Racer moving on. We do see that Absolved, their female roster, took down KNF Loshki to move on here to the semifinals. And then in our streamed matchup here for today, we are going to see Resolve Blue, who took down XPG Invicta, take on Movistar Riders Blue, who defeated Gucci Gang. And this is definitely going to be probably one of the closest matchups that we'll have seen here in this tournament so far. The winners will face off against the winners of Galaxy Racer and the Absolved female roster.
Yeah, and remember, semifinals, so this game we're streaming and the game we're not streaming are best of 3, but the grand finals will be a best of 5 format. So we will have a lot of content to give to you guys from this tournament, and it will also have that kind of endurance factor in there as well that you're not so used to seeing in other tournaments.
Yeah, just to think about it here, today we could have a total of 8 games back and forth, really all depending on how the brackets shake out, how these 4 teams will play against each other. And I'm honestly really excited to get into this because, you know, yesterday we saw some great actions, some great tournaments, some great matches here in the tournament. As we will take a look here at the Movistar Riders roster. Taking a look here, we've got Rain in the top lane, Araya in the jungle, Irina in the mid lane, Nenris as the AD carry, and Gofrillos there in support. Looks it's a strong roster, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so too. I think the green eye synergy between mid and bot is something that gets overlooked a lot of the time. I like that. You know, green eyes are actually less than 2% of the global population.
I do know because I do have green eyes and I feel very, very special to have them.
As do I. And apparently production has green eyes as well, we're hearing. How crazy is that? It's fate.
It's the Green Eye Gang. Let's take a look at the Resolve Blue roster, the Blue Gang here on the other side. We've got Nyx in the top lane, Hunter at jungle, Escape in the mid lane, Stratus Panda in the AD carry role, and Rensha down at support. And yeah, it is the Blue-Eyed Gang here for the Resolve Blue roster, with 3 of their members having those blue eyes. And blue eyes are very, very beautiful, don't get me wrong, but you know, I'm kind of partial to the Green Eye Gang myself.
They still have Hunter, and they've got name synergy here because their name, you know, they've got blue in the name, and they also have blue eyes, so that there is, like, you know, that there is a little bit more synergy there than maybe in the previous team. So it'll be interesting to see how these strategies play out.
Yeah, that is true. That is something that we did not really completely think about here as we get ourselves ready to load it up. And I have another special guest here with me. Once again, say hi to the audience, Minnie.
The true host. The true host.
The true host of Huntress Trials. Kind of becoming the mini mascot of Huntress Trials here.
The mini mascot.
The mini mascot of Huntress Trials.
Yeah, no, it's good. And she's a female cat, and yes. What are cats if not huntresses?
Yeah, exactly. And she is probably one of the best mini huntresses that I've ever met. She loves chasing around, especially her brother Malcolm, and hunting him down here in my tiny apartment. It's kind of... it's fun, but also very, very interesting to wake up at, 3 or 4 in the morning with them chasing each other around, as cats are wont to do. But We are just about getting ready to get ourselves into Champ Select here. They are finishing up the Pro Draft for the first matchup, and I'm actually kind of excited to see what we're going to see from these two teams because we saw some meta play come in yesterday from from all of our teams. But we did see some off-meta play, especially there in game number 2 of Galaxy Racer and Confused. We saw some role swaps. We saw a Xerath. We saw an Ari. We saw the Senna Tom Kench bot lane as well, which is not... It's not the worst bottom lane, but
it worked.
Yeah.
It worked well as well.
You know, it's like I said, it's not the worst bottom lane. I've seen worse. It's not the most exciting or the most interactive, but it can be fun. If it works out, and it seemed like it worked out fairly well, obviously, for them yesterday, as they were able to come up with the victory, as we do get ourselves loaded up here on to at least not quite the Rift, but into Champion Select here for game number 1. As we take a look and see, we do see that Senna is taken away from Movistar Riders Blue right off the bat, so I am appreciative of that, as it looks like we're not going to get that Senna Tom Kench bottom lane again.
Precisely. And another, two more very common bans that we saw yesterday, Hecarim and Tristana. One absolutely dominates the jungle, the other is insane in the bot lane. Yeah, as is Jinx.
Yeah, that is, taking away again the hyper carries is going to be one of the big plays here. Stratus Panda, is one of the stronger bottom lane roles, and then that is a quote unquote Smurf account here for Movistar Riders. Actually, most of them are on alternate accounts, and we'll make sure we get those updated for you, or at least have the right names as we're getting into the games. But taking away the Jinx, gonna be very good, and then the Seraphine and the Bard being taken away as well. So a couple of target bans here. Now again, these are going to be just directly in pick order because we did have Pro Draft. First things I want to point out here, we've got the Xerath coming back in.
Yeah, I see that.
By Movistar Riders. But the big one I want to talk about, the one that I'm excited for, is the Morgana jungle picked up here for Resolve.
I knew you'd want to talk about it. You were talking about it yesterday. I could tell that you were excited to see it come into draft, and Resolve have done just that. So this will be an interesting one.
It is one of the buffs that was hit here in this patch that I think is going to completely shift the meta of jungle as we continue on. Morgana is a stronger version of like a Nidalee jungle. You still have an amazing clear. You have a lot of utility, so you don't technically get outscaled because you are able to be vital and be important at every single point in the game. You literally just walk in, hit a binding, hit your ultimate, and whoever you hit is dead. So you are able to provide that magic damage and that utility throughout the rest of the game, and especially against Movistar Riders Blue so far, when they have the Misfortune, who's kind of immobile, and the very immobile Xerath. This Morgana should be able to go off here in game number 1.
Oh yeah, no, and sometimes you don't even need to ult. Sometimes a Dark Binding is all it takes to confirm a kill, which is not something which a lot of other junglers have. Like, most junglers have to commit their ults when they gank, or it's better if they do. Look,
it's
Morgana, very 3-week root.
Yeah, it's a very scary prospect to just see a Morgana walk into your lane and know that if you don't have a minion, if you don't have a way to block it, you're just probably dead. Yeah, and it can be tilting.
It's a little reminiscent of pre-rework Fiddlesticks jungle, right? Like, you don't have CC per se, you just have the very long target fear, and that's your thing that you can go in and do. So but obviously this probably won't get completely reworked because a skill shot is not a point target, and it's dodgeable. There's counterplay. So while it is very strong, like you say, there are things that you can do to avoid it. You can use a mobility spell, you can get a creep in front of you. It will still be very fun though, definitely, especially against what seems to be a relatively low mobility bot lane and mid lane. Braum's only mobility being the jump to MF, and MF only has a movement speed increase, and Zerath has no mobility whatsoever, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, against the Ari. That was a very, very rough matchup, and now going up against the Silas, so Silas will have a bit more mobility and a bit more of a way to work around the map, and that's going to be, again, a little bit troubling for Zerath. But not only that, I do want to touch on the fact that we have a Vayne 80 carry as well.
Yeah.
So just a lot going on here for Resolve Blue in game number 1. They've kind of pulled out all the stops so far.
I do like Vayne Thresh as a lane. You have a lot of force movement, and you can position those condemns really, really nicely with Thresh, both with obviously with the pull from the hook and also with Flay. That, and also you can take decent trades with Thresh using that empowered auto attack to bring them low. You can use Tumble to trade and then just kind of either continue the trade or back away. You've got a lot of harass. Not necessarily poke, but harass. Like, if you get in range of these two champions, then you are probably not getting away with as much health as you walked in with. And sometimes you might even get away with 0 health and you'll get a free recall to the base.
Yeah. That's not exactly the situation you want to find yourself in.
No, it is not.
However, you know, you can't always take away the free recalls and being able to just walk back with ease and go back and spend your gold. We'll have to see what happens here in this game. I'm excited for this game. This is not a necessarily massive meta picks, but picks that we may see coming back in the meta here soon.
Yeah, Misfortune was meta for a decent amount of time last year. One thing I do just want to mention is, if I'm not mistaken, blue side has first pick, right?
Yes, they
Which
did.
means that red side has last pick.
Yes.
Which
so it was.
Yeah. So this Zerath was picked into the Silas.
It was, and
I quite like that, right? Because this is the thing. They picked the right caster to analyze the Zerath matchups. Silas, outside of the chains, has no way to get into Zerath's range. And Zerath will always position himself outside of the range of the chains, because all of his abilities outrange the chains. So the moment he sees you walking forward, to try and get on him or, even harass him, he can just turn tail and walk away. And then when you walk away, he can turn tail and throw something at you, and you can't do anything in response because he has more range than you. So I actually quite like this matchup in a skill sense. The only problem is that if Silas gets to the point where he doesn't care about your poke and is willing to tank it in order to get a hit on you, and then can kill you from that hit, there's nothing you can do to come back. You need to maintain an early game advantage and deny farm as much as you can on Zerath here.
Yeah, and it's going to be, how well can this Zerath really keep the Silas at arm's length? Make sure that he doesn't get the opportunity to dive in and make it a very, very difficult, life for the Zerath in lane. We are getting ourselves ready to load up onto the Rift here for game number 1 of today's Huntress trials between Resolve Blue and Movistar Riders. I'm excited. This is gonna be a blast. I've been waiting for this. I woke up again at 5 o'clock here Eastern in the US just to make sure that I am pumped up and ready to go.
I feel you on that. I woke up at 6 a.m., but it was 6 a.m. in UK time.
Yeah. So that was
not as impressive.
I was already asleep. I had been asleep for more than a few hours at that point, making sure that I was ready for today. Standard 5-point starts coming out from both sides.
I like the dance off in the mid lane.
Yeah. Typically, we'll see some fun in the mid lane and nothing too crazy happening. We do get some defensive vision here on the red buff side of Resolve Blue, as that control ward did go down, so they will be able to clear that away. But there's another control ward dropped just to make sure that nobody gets that extra bit of gold. Nice little smart play. But we're going to see standard starts, red buff starts here for both junglers.
Pretty standard stuff. Gives you the sustain that you need in order to clear the lane, and also, surprisingly, Morgana is not actually that mana hungry. You only really need to cast one spell. A lot of people think that Morgana is a mana hungry champion, but that's because in a support role, which is where you would typically play her before this patch, you would be casting your Q basically whenever you wanted to get something started, and then you'd be casting the rest of your abilities as well to either follow up or make the carry safe. But when you're only casting that W in the jungle, your mana sustain actually isn't that bad, just on its own if you have just basic jungle items. So starting red actually gives you more health, which is what you actually need to clear the camps early on.
Yeah, and not only that, but you do get the bonus passive of being able to have the mana regen while you're in the jungle or in the river with your jungle items. So, as you said, the clear for Morgana, not going to be too much of an issue. We'll have a lot of mana in store as well. And just going to be able to quickly power farm. Already has the bottom side of their map cleared out and is starting up on the Wolves. Meanwhile, Araya, she's just now making her way over to the Wolves on the red side.
Yeah, and she's cleared the Wolves already.
Yeah, so that is the power clear of the Morgana, as well as you can see
look at
here,
this! Double clear!
the leashing. A lot of junglers nowadays can do this kind of double clear where they leash over the Gromp and leash the blue buff together. The patience will just be long enough that you're able to get both of those done and really be able to get yourself on the right foot. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't look like she'll be able to head to the top side to try to gank this Malphite and try to keep him down early on. But there is a Scuttlecrab here on the top side river, as well as the potential to roam down to the bottom side through the mid lane. Maybe make a visit to the mid lane and try to take down the Xerath if possible.
Yeah, Xerath's a nice easy gank that Silas has an absolute joyful time setting up and actually killing with as well, because all you need is a little bit of CC so that Silas can actually get in, and he has absolutely no problem in doing the rest. Morgana literally just needs to press 2 buttons and then Silas can pick up the kill there. So I can definitely see why she'd want to, but maybe she's instead, the way she's moving right now, focusing on getting this bot lane ahead instead.
Not a terrible
that's a nice
idea.
hook from Thresh.
Good hook from Rensha is just going to at least keep the Braum away for the time being. And like you were saying, yeah, not a terrible idea to go ahead and push in and try to gank this bottom lane. You do have the Vayne, who is going to be that hyper scaler against a very aggressive early game champion like the Misfortune. So wanting to make sure that your AD carry, who does again have exhaust, this is not the first time we've seen exhaust AD carry coming in this tournament. Making sure that the Vayne can stay ahead and stay healthy is a good look, in making sure that Vayne will be able to carry into the mid to late game. But surprisingly enough, we've not had a lot of action here in the early game as we did yesterday. Not even a lot of trades coming in from either side. Everybody just farming up. We do have a bit of a CS advantage in the top lane though, which has led to about a 500 gold lead here 5 minutes in.
Speaking of top lane and that matchup specifically, I've seen a fair amount of Gnar Malphite recently, and I have to say, what usually happens is that Gnar will win on farm, but Malphite will just keep harassing Gnar, and it's kind of a challenge on Gnar to not push too hard while also keeping up your method of sustain, which is obviously transforming into Mega Gnar, because you get that bonus health and it stays when you transform out of it as well. And then if you're on low enough health when Malphite hits 6 and he has the mana, you get all in and you die. So Mental Boomerang will have to play this relatively carefully in order to keep this CS lead, because 15 CS up at 5 minutes, sorry, at nearly 6 minutes, you're thinking, oh, okay, well that lane is very squarely in Mental Boomerang's corner, but actually it can all flip in just a blink of an eye. So it'll be an interesting one once they actually hit 6 and maybe go for their first back, so that Malphite has the mana to sustain that they need in order to make that happen.
Yeah, that's going to be the key here. As you can see, they do hit 6, but Hell the Best, having basically no mana at this point, going to be very, very difficult to try to turn any kind of fight back around. And like you said, Mental Boomerang has had this push for the entire game, and making sure that it's going to be difficult for Hell the Best to try to recall, as Stratus Panda did recall, try to get a reset here in the bottom lane, has the Noon Quiver available. Little bit of harass damage coming in just to help clear out the waves and make sure that the bottom lane here of Movistar Riders don't really get the opportunity to completely reset properly, they might end up losing out. As the nice little snipe onto the Scuttle Crab
That was good.
came in
yeah.
from over the wall. Another
respect that.
advantage of the Morgana is that you can do something like that and just steal away camps. You can steal away buffs and such very, very easily with a Dark Binding or even the Tormented Soil.
Yeah, just because the amount of Tormented Soil, as any Morgana player will know, does missing health damage, so it's very easy to snipe camps and buffs, so minor objectives, but it's not quite enough to get a decent steal off on something, say Dragon, Rift Herald, or Baron, without precise timing or a missed smite on the other side.
Well, here we
that's a
go. A
nice one.
flash in from the Braum Q is going to leave Godfrey stunned up. Gonna get shocked up in this 4-player dive. First blood goes over to Wrench there on the Thresh as that stolen bullet time came in as well to secure first blood here for Resolve Blue. And they may be looking towards the Dragons. Should be very free as they have all 4 members here.
Yeah, and what a fantastic bullet time steal there as well. Really good ultimate to have on Silas. Now, for those of you who don't know how Silas works, his ultimate, any ultimates he steals get their scalings adjusted so that he can do damage with them, even though bullet time has AD scaling. So if you come in here, you can see that the Dark Binding hits. Sorry, the Dark Binding hits a creep. Doesn't actually hit the Morgana. Sorry, the Braum, but it's still enough just from the damage and the way in which Braum is forced to position in order to dodge the Dark Binding that does it there. And now we've got a little bit of a trade happening here on top lane. The Gnar ult is used. He's stunning.
Yeah, Nyx
throwing the Q.
Nyx actually should be able to pick this up if she wanted to continue on. Decided not to, as Mini-Nart did come through, but like
Now,
you
see-
said, a lot of CC, a lot of damage came in. A good trade, though, from Nyx.
Yeah, see, now there's the thing. The reason why she didn't is because of the level 7. Malphite has the mana to ult, Q, and E. So when you reach a certain health threshold, you are just dead. You need to think of your max health as lower than it is. She could have very easily kited. She could have very easily used that Grasp of the Undying in order to make it so that she could pick up that kill, but she just decided, hey, I'm 12 CS ahead, I'm winning this lane, there is no point taking the risk to throw it, I know that Malphite used more than I did, I can just reset this. It's that classic trigger discipline that we were talking about before. You don't need to go for the risky plays. Sure, maybe it looks flashy, maybe it establishes dominance, but at this level of League of Legends, you are just focused on the W, and that is the play that you take all the time in order to make it, in order to guarantee the safe win there. I think it's really smart stuff.
Good plays, good trades here. Still only that 1 kill in the 4-player dive that we saw early on. Surprisingly enough, these teams are still in this mode of trying to feel each other out, figure out exactly what is going to be the best for them, as Ren should just throw that hook in and landing a little bit of damage, but no follow-up for the moment here on the side of Resolve Blue. Meanwhile, here we do have a gank coming in into the top lane. Teleport comes through as well from Escape to try to match this up. And now with the stolen Malphite ultimate, that means that Escape is going to pick up that kill. Now, can Araya try to get one in trade? Escape takes a couple turret shots, will be able to survive.
Oh my goodness, there was absolutely no escape from Escape there. Immediately picking up that unstoppable force in order to secure the kill. That is the sign of an experienced Silas player. They've made that gank on a Malphite before, and they know what to do, but hold on a second, there's a fight on bot lane.
Yeah, Braum ultimate did come out as Stratus Panda is going to try to pick up a kill. Aetherin is actually going to get that snipe here and pick up 1 kill. Stratus Panda going to try to find 2. Cannot do so as the teleport and Malphite ultimate secures the kill there. For Held the Best. So getting the 2 trade kills in the bottom lane works out here for Movie Star Riders.
And this is a really interesting fight. I want to see this on replay very quickly. So if we just pull that up, I'll show you something which I think is very funny. So here we are on bot lane. It all starts off of Wrench's hooks, which have been absolutely phenomenal this game, by the way. Don't know if people have been watching. Stratos Panda manages to get a decent amount of damage. Wrencher tanks the knockup for them from the Braum ult, but in comes the bullet time and they're forced to maneuver away. Godfredos manages to get out of there, and then Zerath picks it up with the ultimate. But Stratos Panda is chasing, doesn't have vision in that brush, and Malphite absolutely jump scares her. Like, just randomly, there is a massive rock monster flying out at you from the brush when you thought you would be getting a free kill on the MF. So that's really, really cool stuff.
There is the paranoia popped in the bottom lane. Stratus Panda just barely able to survive with the flash and the flay coming in from Wrenchup, but that is, again, this bottom lane going to be targeted by Movistar Riders. The Rift Herald will be dropped as well there in the bottom side, as Nyx is going back in on Hell the Best, trying to find some damage, and will be able to really pop a lot of damage there. The Hyperprox doing a little bit of work, getting a plate there to help out, but plates are taken in the bottom lane to help even out the gold a little bit further here in this game.
Yeah, smart play there from Meta Boomerang again. That is how you play that matchup if you know the Malphite doesn't have ult. Malphite committed the ult in order to save the AD carry on bot lane. You know that they don't have the Unstoppable Force. You can harass them as if they're any other melee top laner at this point, which is what Gnar is best at. You know, you can outrange people, you can slow them, kite them, and they have nothing to do about it. Malphite's only answer is the Unstoppable Force, and it's such a fantastic answer that you need to play around it. If you know that it's not a hazard, you can go absolutely crazy.
Rensha working with True Hunter to try to get some more vision control here, or at least try to defend that control ward. The binding is just going to miss, and so will that hook. So they won't be able to engage on it any further, but trying to get control of vision for this dragon. It is an Ocean Drake, so we will not have Ocean Soul here in game number 1. True Hunter waiting around, trying to find any kind of ganks onto Ethereum. Won't be able to find anything, but that does still give them clearance to take this dragon fairly easily with no contestation. Araya going to try to get a trade here for the blue buff. Looks like we're just going to get buffs traded by both teams. Now, we do have the Cloud Drake coming in. Something to keep in mind.
That's a very interesting one. I think both teams are very ult-centric. I can definitely see it being very good on the side of RSVB. Just because the more ults you have, the more ultimate haste you have available, the better. Gnar really likes the ultimate haste on Cloud Soul. Morgana absolutely adores it because it means you can chase people harder with Dark Binding. Ooh.
Oh yeah, here comes the double ultimate coming in from the side of Movistar Riders. Triple ultimate as well. And that will be the snipe from Ethereum, finding the last shot on the Xerath. This is definitely a better Xerath game than what we saw yesterday. However, yesterday did have, you know, the Ahri to deal with and a little bit more of a struggle against the Xerath. As we take a look at that replay, let's try to break this down.
Okay, no problem. So here we have Gnar. They had vision on the Gnar due to the control ward, and they knew that Nocturne was in the area. As soon as they realized they didn't have it on their own, they called out for Xerath to pop the artillery, who was already on his way up anyway, and manages to pick up that kill. And I gotta say, Ithrin has been absolutely astounding on their artillery shots this game. Between the kill that they picked up on bot lane and that kill just there, I think they're 2 for 2 on getting kills with their arcane barrages. That's really cool. It's a sign of a very skilled player, no doubt.
It's a sign of a confident player as well, being able to land those shots, because they do have quite a bit of travel time. It's not necessarily easy to be able to pick up snipes there with the barrage. So
oh no, you have to predict it. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very good stuff coming out of Ethereum here on the Xerath. Something to maybe keep an eye out for in the future, or was just this counter pick into the Sylas that maybe Ethereum felt comfortable with.
Oh, the more I look at the team, I don't even think it's a counter pick into the Sylas. Hang on a minute, there might be something evolving here on top lane. Braum landing a very nice Q.
Yeah, getting a little bit of damage in to try to get that stun proc. We do see Escape is right there to try to help turn this 4v4, but here it is. It's going to be a 5v4. Zarya dives in, but does get hooked in, get flayed back. True Hunter's going to pick up that first kill. Teleport will come in to try to help things out. Escape tried to use the ultimate from Hell the Best to get that flash in. Triple Gnar into the wall. AD carry is stunned up. Try to put in some more damage and will just be able to take down. There is another kill picked up by Ethereum, a double kill with the Arcade Barrage. Stratos Panda just barely alive being able to escape, but it is a 3 for 2, almost a 3 for 3, but it comes out in favor of Resolve Blue.
Wow, just what a fight. There was so much happening here. So already you can see that Godfrellis is communicating to the rest of the team that they need to go in. Box committed to try and disengage or dissuade the fight, turn it in their favor, and they do manage to actually get Nocturne because of it. On the backline, you've got Silas immediately stealing Unstoppable Force, flashing in and trying to get the Misfortune, but she flashes perfect timing. But it's not enough to save their team from the 3-man stun from the Gnar. The only problem is the tower is still up and the damage is too much. This gives Xerath the perfect opportunity to pop Arcane Barrage and pick up as many kills as he can because he knows that they're all clumped together. Really, really smart stuff in order to try and turn that in their favor from MRSB, but RSVB overall really happy with that fight.
You know, Nenris on the Misfortune had a great flash away from escape to continue to try to stay alive. If Nenris had fallen there earlier, that fight I think probably would have been much more turned here for Resolve. But I do gotta say, the hook from Rensha to stop the last shots of Ethereum's Arcane Barrage really was what kept Stratus Panda alive. And that's what you need right now on this Vayne, because she is going to be behind in CS. Looking fairly even in the gold, however, thanks to the kill and the assist picked up. But the further you can get and making sure that this Vayne stays alive and gets to the late game and can continue to carry and become that super hyper carry, gonna work out well here for Resolve, as it looks like they're gonna go in onto Nyx in the top lane, who did get isolated in that river, will be able to stay alive and dodge away. No flash needed to be able to stay alive, and that is going to be the Paranoia burned. And now the True Hunter has found Godfrios there, and they're going to try to turn this as the fight continues on. Hook will land onto Godfrios. That should be a fallen Braum. It will be. The Arcane Barrage coming up, but it's not going to be enough to kill the True Hunter, but that Q will be able to. So much chain CC onto Hell the Best to take her down there. It is overall a 4 for 1. Only the True Hunter falling, and only Ethereum left standing here in a scattered fight.
Yeah, very scattered, and I'll show you exactly where I think that fight went wrong. So immediately they have the True Hunter making the engage, which is always really good for the team involved. They have a lot of AoE damage, but look at the backline. Xerath has used Arcane Barrage and is not immediately using the shots because they can't guarantee the damage that they need. This is the problem with Arcane Barrage. You lock yourself into it as soon as you fire that first shot. Hell, as soon as you press the button. Because of that, Xerath couldn't land any Qs, couldn't land any slows, couldn't land any stuns over the wall. Xerath was exactly where they wanted to be, but they committed themselves to their big ultimate move too quickly, and they just weren't able to actually provide anything in that fight, which really, really bit movie stars in the backside.
And that's, they do have that lot of long range, but it's such a distant range between their backline and their front line that it's not always going to work out well in their favor. It's a very tricky composition to work together to make sure that everything is working, not only working properly, but all the pieces stay together. As that Rift Herald did have to be popped before it was lost, and you won't really find anything. That's a struggle here for Resolve. They did pick up the dragon here in the meanwhile, so we are on soul point here for Resolve Blue, and that is massive to have the extra movement speed off of the ultimates, especially for the True Hunter here on the Morgana. Gotta be very, very careful, though. That Black Shield won't save you for very long, as that's gonna be Nenris there picking up the kill. And that is much needed for the Misfortune. Just a little bit of an overstepping from the True Hunter, and it will cost.
Yeah, but here comes a big hook here, not trying to disengage the fight. All of a sudden,
Godfrey is still trying to stay in the front line, but that's another kill here picked up for Nenris with the bullet time. We'll be able to, with that 2-4-0, they should be able to push down this mid lane, take this turret, and maybe make their way towards the Baron. Godfrey is doing a great job at the beginning of that fight.
Yeah, that was some really good stuff overall from MRSB. They're recognizing that they need to take these kind of half fights in a way. They know that the last time they committed 5v5 they couldn't do anything, so they're just trying to catch people off guard with their long range and with their initiation. Bullet time, of course, a fantastic tool with which to just very quickly use and win a fight. And if you look at this replay, you'll be able to see that here. So True Hunter gets caught a little bit far forward, by Godfrelos, immediately uses the stun and gets that locked up. She's spell immune, but unfortunately, Zerath is in the area and is able to use that Arcane Barrage in order to pick her up. So they know that there's one person down, and they can push this tower. Godfrelos moves forward, wards up the jungle in order to do so. Gets hooked on the off chance, but the team fight, CC, is all here. The unstoppable force is committed. They managed to get a kill. Bullet time is there as well to provide bonus damage and also to keep the Malphite safe. You can't engage on the Malphite if there's a bullet time there because you will just take so much damage. So really smart stuff there.
Very, very good stuff there from Movistar Riders. And not only that, but the Nyx's Gnar ultimate did not hit anybody. And that was really a key turning point. Not being able to get that stun or at least knock anybody back under the turret means that it's kind of free reign here for Nenris to just fire down. And Resolve Blue, they don't have something like the Braum where they could just stop, you know, they could throw up a wind wall and just stop that bullet time. It is going to be free reign damage if Rencha cannot get back to land a flay, land a hook, or they can land any kind of displacement or CC to stop her. So
yeah, I was going to say, would Vayne Condemn interrupt it? Maybe
Vayne Condemn would interrupt it, but that means you have to.
It's very difficult, but I mean, it's something that is technically on the table. I was just wondering if it would.
Yeah, any kind of displacement will stop the bullet time, will stop the Arcane Barrage, but that requires you to get, you know, a Vayne into basically melee range or very close range when you've got, you know, 3 melee members to deal with on the side of Movistar Riders. It's not exactly going to be the position Stratus Panda wants to find herself in order
no,
to...
the slightest.
Yeah, no, to try to find that. You got to rely on either Escape to dive into the backline or Nyx to get lucky and land a few better bindings. That is a nice spell shield from Araya right at the last second to keep herself alive and unbound. Could have been disaster here, but the rest of the team is able to follow up from Movistar Riders. They are really looking to try to get this mid lane control. Obviously, you want to get that control. You want to be able to rotate over towards either the Dragon or the Baron, as the Dragon will be spawning here in 20 seconds. This is going to be crucial. Movistar Riders have the positioning to try to start up this Dragon. If you're Resolve, you might want to just go for the Dragon for Baron trade. Give up this Dragon. It's going to be Movistar Riders' first Dragon. They're not going to be able to do much with it, and you can just start up this Baron and take it in a trade.
Yeah, one thing that while the Cloud Drake is very good on the side of Movistars, it's not quite as good as it's not as impactful as a lot of the other Drake buffs that are available in the game, such as Ocean and the other ones. But the real thing here is deciding between Baron and Cloud Drake and Cloud Soul. Cloud Soul's very good on the side of Resolve, mainly because of Silas, because Silas wants to use an ultimate and then dart around the fight and kill whoever he wants to. It's good on Morgana, as we said before, but it's also absolutely astounding on Vayne, because when Vayne pops that final hour, she wants to run in and start hitting things, and that bonus movement speed on ultimate usage is just absolute gravy on top of that ability as it stands. But they recognize that it's not as important as possibly trying to set up for the Baron. They were dissuaded off the Baron by the presence that was given by Movistars, but I don't think they're too unhappy giving up just one Cloud Soul.
Yeah, they definitely would have liked to have taken the Baron on top, but a good defense from Movistar Riders meant that it was a little bit difficult for them to do so. Very glad that they are able to, you know, not be able to take that Baron and continue to stall out this game. It is going to be another 15 minutes before Movistar Riders can try to get the Cloud Soul for themselves. And if this game gets to a 41 minute mark, it's basically all over. That should be Resolve picking up the win because of the scaling that they do have on their side. So Movistar Riders, they can't rely on the Cloud Soul as a win condition. They need to try to find a team fight, try to find the picks in order to find the victory here. Lots of CC being thrown out, being missed wildly. And here's the scary thing for Resolve. They are actually just a tiny bit behind in gold. They have the extra kill advantage and the dragon advantage, but they only have the one turret, as Araya can use the spell shield to stay alive from that hook for the time being. Arai's been doing a very good job with the spell shields, but you cannot spell shield that binding at this point in time. Ultimate came out from Hunter, will be able to flash away and stay alive. Teleports coming in from both sides as the ultimate is popped from the Nocturne, just to dissuade Resolve Blue from continuing to try to push in on a fight.
Yeah, the only problem with that though is that Resolve Blue have already committed 3 ultimates. They've got Morg, Final Hour, they've got Morg ulti, Final Hour, and the box used, whereas Movie Stars have 4 of their ults up. The only thing they used there was the darkness, but hang on, what a hook!
Yeah, big hook is going to land, but Godfrias will take that Wrencha to start off the fight. Will be traded out, but here comes the Arcane Barrage. Escape will be able to dodge that out, not get hit by everything. 1-for-1 trade, support for support so far. But that is positioning to Movie Star Riders. They could clear this mid wave out and make their way over towards the Baron.
It's entirely true. They might also want to push the mid tower too, depending on what they want to do. It seems like they're splitting up. Nocturne is going back to base. I think they want to set up the vision and push out top wave here, just so that they don't need to worry about sudden teleports in. And we'll just take a look at what happened there again. So, very clearly here, fantastic hook again from Wrencha. But Misfortune was there with the follow-up in order to put so much damage across the entire team. And then in comes Malphite, landing a fantastic 2-champion unstoppable force, and they're forced to back away, mainly because the Xerath ultimate meant that it was unsafe for them to continue fighting. If you are fighting, you are very often not moving as fast as you should be, and Arcane Barrage, if you haven't noticed, does tons of damage, and you kind of don't want to get hit by it. I'm pretty sure a full 5-shot Arcane Barrage will just outright kill the Vayne, for example, and that's something you just can't let happen. Xerath's damage is something which really carries him as a pick, and if you can get that off, then you're doing something wrong in the fights.
Yeah, I am actually surprised that that Arena decided not to go for the Arcane Barrage on the multiple members that were knocked up by Rain on the Malphite. You're just trying to take that Escape, who is fairly mobile and was able to dodge around and has the bonus movement speed as well from the Cosmic Drive. Just meant that it would have been so much harder. Another hook lands out of Godfrios. There's the teleport coming in from Rain onto the minion wave. Hunter is very low, pushed away by the side of Movie Star Riders, giving them position once again over this Dragon Pit. Will be the second Cloud Drake that they'll pick up, but I like this Resolve immediately making the call to go straight towards Baron. This point, there is nothing that Movie Star Riders can do. They don't have the position to try to stop this. This Baron will be shredded thanks to all the damage that the side of Resolve will be able to bring. Araya will have the paranoia to try to make her way into this fight if she can do so. She will be able to take that, as well as you see the picture-in-picture. But here we go, onto the fight. The shutdown does go over to Escape, who's going to continue to try to focus the damage onto Godfrios, who will be able to back away. Baron is picked up. Dragon will be picked up on the side of Movie Star Riders, but if you Resolve, that is a massive victory.
Yeah, absolutely huge. One thing that I will let you know, and I'll show you when we get the replay, is try and, before the fight starts, count how many wards are around Baron. And if you look at that, you can see that there are 2 very good positioning wards. Oh, hang on a second. Here's the near sight.
Yeah, there goes the Nocturne ult in, and Araya going right back out. Black Shield's going to keep the True Hunter alive for the moment. And there's a big hook, and a stolen bullet time is going to help Escape pick up the Rampage. And now that's going to be Rain that's falling to Stratos Panda, who's on the killing spree. 3-4-0, excuse me, as Arena is still down. They will be able to continue to push in onto this mid lane and really start to open this game right back up.
Absolute disaster for Movie Star Riders there. It's completely... sorry, we'll get to that in a moment. The Baron replay's just come up. Let's take a look. So as you can see here, there are absolutely no wards and 3 control wards. They have no vision of what's happening here, so they cannot safely contest it. The only time they get vision is when Silas jumps forward to steal the Unstoppable Force for the fight that they think is coming. A lot of things are committed, but not enough. Unstoppable Force plus Nara on the backline just absolutely goes through the Xerath and almost kills the support as well. They recognize that Xerath's dead, they recognize that it's too dangerous to chase, and that they can win this fight because Nocturne isn't there. He's off doing Drake, so that they can push down this tower. They did get Drake in response, but they lost a tier 2, and now they're going to look at pushing the other towers as well. It's gonna be rough here. The building advantage and the strategic map advantage, the amount of space they have, is just so much more vast on the side of Resolve Blue here. It's they're gonna have to play this from behind on Movistar's Blue.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a bit of an issue here for Movistar Riders, because once you've kind of fallen behind this composition, it's a little bit difficult to really be able to do much, because the front line and the health coming in from the multiple members of Resolve Blue just make it so difficult to really shred through anything. Now, Stratus Panda will be able to get away for the time being. The Nocturne ult is popped just to force away from this mid there, but that's 2 ultimates popped here, the Arcane Barrage and the Paranoia. And that should mean that Resolve Blue, they can either try to force a fight if necessary, or just continue to try to whittle away at some of these turrets. Now, one of the good things here for Movistar Riders is this top lane is pushing in for them, so they will not lose the top turret just yet. That's a little bit of wave mismanagement on the side of Resolve Blue, as they seem to be a little bit too focused on trying to get this inhibitor turret or this bottom lane inner, instead of using the Baron buff that they had across the map.
I think this bottom lane turret is actually very useful here because it allows them to set up more space to go for future dragons and prevent them from actually possibly losing Cloud Soul at this point. They don't really care too much about top lane because Baron's just been taken, so I understand why they would basically put all their eggs in one basket here, but I do think the optimal play was, as you said, to push out the entire map. But I can understand the reason why they didn't. I probably feel like they felt that they should have actually gotten that bottom turret instead of just leaving it on half health. But good defensive play and harass from Movistar Riders is gonna be key here, and that's something which Xerath can do. Xerath can't realistically carry your team similar to a lot of other mid laners, similar to how a lot of other mid laners can, but what he can do is provide you with so much poke on a low cooldown. If you build ability haste and damage on him, you can be shooting Arcana Pulses out every 5 seconds. You can be throwing stuns every 7 seconds, and it's deceptive how much his W does as well. What's also deceptive is how much damage this Vayne does. I blinked and missed this Misfortune dying. I'm pretty sure that was a 1-on-1. Like the other champions on Resolve were around, but they weren't partaking in the fight, were they?
I blinked and missed it myself. Nenris just caught in a really bad position as that Misfortune, and paid for it direly, and they're gonna lose the turret off of that as well. Now, Raya is gonna be able to get away here just in time. We do have a replay of that solo kill, so we can take a look. And no, it was Escape.
Oh no, it wasn't solo. No,
in.
Malphite committed. Okay, I didn't see that, but that's fine. That is, in that case, that is a fantastic pick for the Silas. Like, wonderful stuff. You see the carry on their own. They don't know that you have Unstoppable Force. That is when you use it. Fantastic Dark Binding.
Yeah, and Escape going right back in. The knockup coming in as well to try to follow up. There's the Paranoia to just try to isolate out the rest of this fight as Araya dives in onto Rencha, who lands a really nice hook. Stratos Panda will go unstoppable. Meanwhile, Nyx isolating the backline of Movistar Riders, making sure that they cannot get in onto this fight any further. Stratus Panda will chase down Araya, picks up a double kill here in this fight. Now the shutdown just off screen coming in on the side of Nenris, going to be able to pick up Escape, and that might just stop Movistar Riders, or excuse me, might stop Resolve from continuing to push it, as we do see the replay that started off this fight.
Yeah, so that Dark Binding that we called out, absolutely instrumental to starting the fight, but then Darkness is committed and Braum just kind of uses an ult and runs away, knowing that they don't want to find that corridor with the slow on it. But unfortunately, they're still able to just completely orchestrate this fight the way they want to. Vayne chasing down this Nocturne and taking them down. Really nice tumble there to just quickly, deftly avoid the night stuff as well. And while we were in replay, I do want to make it clear that the blue team did back away and get Cloud Soul, which will be an interesting one for them, and now Elder Drake is something which will be on the table in about 5 minutes if the game continues on that long, because it looks like they're going to try and set up for the Baron here. We'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, that was very good from Resolve, even though they did end up losing Escape just at the tail end of that fight. They could back away, like you said, and take the dragon, pick up the Cloud Soul with ease. And now this soul going to be very, very useful for every member here of Resolve Blue to help reposition and get the extra ultimate ability haste in these fights. We're going to continue to see this kind of ARAM play here in the mid lane, although I do like the fact that Nyx is in the bottom lane, as here comes the Unstoppable Force to try to pick up a kill, and it looks like they might just be able to do so. Hunter is going to fall, but that's going to be the trade onto Rain. It's going to be a 1-for-1 so far, as Renter will pick that up. Jungler still alive, though, on the side of Movistar Riders, so have to be very careful. Escape is going to try to dive in, uses the stolen Braum ult to just help disengage the rest of the fight, as it did get bound up. But that is Nyx continuing to split push in the bottom lane, trying to stop the backseat of the rest of Resolve Blue to make sure that they can get this inhibitor turret in the bottom lane, and they do so. And now the pink's coming out for Dragon, or for Baron, to try to split up the rest of Movistar Riders, force them to make a decision as to which way they're gonna go. And looks like Movistar Riders, they cannot make a decision here. You've got the jungler found in the blue side as getting stopped by Nyx in a 1v1. You do have the replay coming in.
So just taking a look at this very quickly, I want you guys to watch the Xerath throughout all of this, right? Sylas comes down, look at where Xerath is, immediately tries to steal the first ult that they can, the Braum ult. Xerath, throwing out the stun the moment they think that they're going to dash, stops the Braum ult from actually doing anything and gives the Braum time to put up his shield, stopping it in his tracks. That was absolutely insane, and Xerath single-handedly allowed the team to disengage from that fight and actually take the good trade. That was very, very nice, and that's the kind of subtle play that gets missed all too often at this level of play. It's really fantastic stuff.
Good use of CC to stop the movement abilities, as Escape is going to dive right back on and steal the ultimate, and that is going to be a sniped kill here from Hunter. Two-man Gnar on the backside of the fight, though. Going to continue to keep going, as the true Hunter did fight another binding onto Araya. You're stuck for years here as the Morgana picks up a double kill. Rensha is getting bloodthirsty here on the Thresh, picking up the trade kills in some Portal combat, as Escape will find the kill onto Arena. Baron is going to be picked up. Scattered fight here for Resolve Blue, but they go 3-0.
Yeah, it's that fight was just everything that Resolve Blue wanted, and considering the skill level of the team and what they can do with this, this may just be a GG push here. They definitely get the inhibitor, but with their only real threat being Malphite, who's up in 20 seconds, I don't think they really care about this until maybe Braum comes back up, or Nocturne. They might back away at the base turrets, but no, it looks like they are going to GG push this.
Yeah, they're going to try to go for the end. The hook is gonna land lit, and that is going to be a fallen Nenris here. Next inhibitor, next Nexus turret is going to end up falling. They're going to continue to try to pad the KDAs. Araya going to try to take one down, cannot do it. Ace comes in, Resolve Blue pick up game one in a 40-minute slugfest.
That is absolutely insane. That was such a good game. Well played by Resolve and Movie Stars right there. The fountain farming at the end, just to really hammer home the dominance that they were exerting, is just you love to see it. It's classic League of Legends stuff right there. But yeah, no, what a game. I do have to say, the Sylas was very, very impactful there. Really good stuff, and also something I didn't notice when I was looking at the builds, but have noticed now, just looking at the end of game screen, Sylas had Cloud Soul and also Ionians, which I believe gives him a sub 15-second ult cooldown.
Yeah, it depends on who he snipes it from. Who he steals it from will help the cooldown of picking that back up. But yeah, being able to snipe out multiple ultimates in a fight was really... really what helped to turn a lot of those team fights, and a very, very good job here in game number one from Resolve Blue, looking strong. We talked yesterday off stream a little bit about who we thought was going to end up, moving through the semifinals between these two teams, and we were kind of like, maybe Movistar Riders can take it, Resolve Blue looking very good here in game number 1. We're going to go to a quick break and to see if Resolve Blue can prove us wrong and win in a 2-0 fashion, or if Movistar Riders are going to try to force our first game 3 of the tournament. We'll stay tuned. We'll see exactly what happens here. You're gonna not want to miss this Huntress Trials action.
Not a second of it.
They keep on telling lies. That is how we stay alive. So you know that I don't mind about what is wrong and what is right. We keep moving in different rhythms. Still I know what you feel. We keep moving in different rhythms. Two different minds telling lies. That's how we stay alive. At least we try to survive. We're not the ones who hide. Two different minds. Oh, oh, oh. Two different minds. We're not the ones who hide. Two different minds.
You know just what to say to make it all okay. 'Cause I am too blind to see when you're in front of me. We keep moving in different rhythms. Two different minds, telling lies. That's how we stay alive. At least we try to survive. We're not the ones who hide. Two different minds.
Oh, oh, oh.
Two different minds.
We're not the ones who hide. Two different minds telling lies. That's how we stay alive. At least we try to survive. We're not the ones who hide.
Two different minds.
We're not the ones who hide.
Two different minds. Telling lies.
That's how we stay alive.
Feeling really bad, got a whole lot of problems, but they're always by you. I'm trying my best, but I don't know how to solve them. I don't know what to do. I need some time on my own to figure out what I want. 'Cause baby, right now I don't know. Feels like I'm riding solo. You got me thinking about all of the problems in us. I know it's sad, but we both know. Maybe it's time that I let you go. Trying to move on, looking for someone, but I keep thinking about you, yeah, you. You got me thinking about all of the problems in us. I know it's sad, but we both know. Maybe it's time that I let you. If you let me hear you say my name, my name. If you let me hear you, babe. 'Cause I wonder if you feel the same, same. Or just tell me if you feel the same. You don't need to hesitate, oh babe. No, it's never too late. I think we're soulmates. Let's find a way to start again, oh yeah. 'Cause I wanna work things out, yeah. I just wanna fall into your arms. Come on and fall in love with me, with me. I can be the one to turn your life around and never let you down. So please, let me hear you say my name, name. You say my name, name. You say, let me hear you say my name. Say my name, name. You say my name. Even though it's dark some days, I know blue skies are coming our way. Yeah, yeah. Everything will be okay. 'Cause no one else can make me feel this way. Yeah. I'm completely satisfied, right? As long as you're by my side. So if you let me hear you say my name, my name. If you let me hear you, babe.
south. It's been a long time coming. Take it to the streets. Hit control, delete. Take it to the streets. Hit control, Take it to the streets. Hit control, delete. Take it to the streets. Hit control, delete. You're sleeping with someone new, and I'm in New York.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, non-binary friends, to the Huntress Trials here. We just finished up game number 1 between Movistar Riders and the victorious Resolve Blue. And now we're going to take a look here at the stats. So shoot, let's see if we can try to break down exactly what we've got here from the first game. And as you can see, one of the stands out to me is the fact that Movistar Riders there on the red side were unable to get and turrets here.
Yeah, sorry, it seems like we're having some technical difficulties right now. Just bear with us a moment. Production is feeling relatively... Hang on a minute. Production, can you hear? Okay. Yeah, so they're getting that sorted out now. But yeah, as you were saying, the big difference that I can see here is that many people will immediately jump to is the goal difference between the two teams. But also, Nyx and Rain on the top lane having probably the biggest kill to death, kill participation to death ratio difference between the two lanes. Really, it does kind of tell the story of what was more useful, the Gnar or the Malphite in this game. Honestly, I feel like the Malphite was almost a negative factor because it was such a consistent way for Sylas to steal an ultimate that really got him in the middle of the fight and allowed them to set up big team plays.
Yeah, if you want to pick up the Malphite, typically you're going to end up banning away the Sylas just because you don't want to give the free ultimate over, especially because Sylas will have the much better AP scaling. Outside of a Malphite actually going full AP, typically the Sylas will have the ultimate with a much higher AP scaling ratio and have the actual AP in his kit as well to really be able to utilize the damage effectively. So it's surprising to see that they went with that in game number 1. We'll see exactly what they're going to do here in game number 2. If they're going to go with the Malphite once again, or if they're going to ban away the Malphite or the Sylas. And I actually love this very first ban coming in from Movistar Riders, taking away the Morgana. You cannot let Hunter have that. That was a massive issue there for Movistar Riders in the first game, was the Morgana. Hunter being able to just run around the jungle with impunity, and nothing really being able to stop her outside of her own mispositioning, cost Movistar Riders. So I like the fact that they took it off the table.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I really think that the Morgana and the Thresh just had such a good synergy. I like banning both of them there, because Hunter was insane on the Morgana in that game. The jungle clear was fast, they were able to utilize the space so well, they just had such a good incremental advantage from how fast their jungle was being cleared, that they were able to just make really aggressive plays and be effective around the map. From a super early point. But also, something that we didn't really pick up and I saw happening a few times is Morgana can land the Dark Binding, which then sets Thresh up perfectly for a hook, as if Rencha need it, because as I mentioned in the early parts of that game and rung true throughout the rest, Rencha's Thresh hooks that game were absolutely pivotal. They were amazing. So I can see banning that combo entirely. I think that's a very smart one. But as we see here, we've got an equally scary team comp here on the side of Resolve. Irelia in top lane is against Gnar. It's not as it can be very rough, but the main thing I am looking at here is the Udyr jungle. Udyr is terrifying. He's fast. He's quick. He's speedy.
He's still a very strong jungler. Won't even get touched with nerfs until the next patch. And it does look like we will have the Xayah come in there in the bottom lane. I do love the fact, though, that Movistar Riders, here in their draft, they actually first picked the Tristana. Then flexed it into the mid lane where it will go up against that Orianna. I was a little bit baited here looking at the pro draft as it was happening, and instead of the Xayah, it was a Kiana pick, and I was thinking that Resolve were coming away with some kind of massive cheese in the bottom lane, but no, it is that Xayah pickup. Along with the Rel, we're going to actually get to see Rel for one of the first times here in the Huntress trials.
And she's disgusting.
I'm excited about that, especially with the engage abilities that Resolve Blue have, being able to dive in, pull everyone in, and you do it again with the shockwave, and that just can lead to a really massive stuns, ultimates. There's a lot of team fighting ability here on their side of Resolve Blue. We saw what they could do with team fights in game number 1, and now they've just amped it up to 11 here in game 2.
Well, this is the thing, is Rencha was insane on their team fight capabilities when they were on Thresh. Rel? They may not have the ability to go in as much as Thresh does, or rather go in safely, I should say, but I gotta say, I'm excited to see what this support player can do with this support. Rel is going to be pretty disgusting to see in this game, and as you said, can combo really well with Orianna as well. But then again, so can Udyr. I think Orianna's a really nice first pick here because they can build a team around the Orianna shockwave that really works. You put the ball on Udyr, Udyr's quick, he's speedy. I'm surprised he doesn't have a hedgehog form. He just kind of runs in and then pulls everyone in with the shockwave, and then Rel can continue on and get a massive knock-up that can then allow Kiana to use her damage, and what more do I need to say, right?
It's a good team fight composition, but here's the problem that they're going up against in the Movistar Riders composition. They're not going to want to really be grouped up. You know, even the Gnar is going to be able to jump into the front line. You've got Tristana hovering around the sides, being able to have the mobility with the rocket jump. Same thing with the Lilia. She's just going to look to skirt around the fights and try to land, a group sleep if she can. Senna and Tom Kench. Tom Kench is going to be up in the front, but you're not picking him for those team fights. You're picking him to try to save the Lilia, save the Senna, and make sure that they don't get caught by the massive CC that can come in from Resolve Blue. It's a tricky composition for Movistar Riders to execute. If they are able to do so, I think they can take down Resolve Blue. However, I'm really going to be looking at this top lane matchup throughout the game. We saw what the top lane can bring to the table in the last game and how the Gnar was able to counteract the Malphite. However, now we've got the Irelia who's going to go one-on-one against the Gnar. We saw the kind of scary Irelias yesterday, and I want to see here if it's going to be Nyx that can continue to follow up with that kind of Irelia play, or if Rain will actually be able to kind of turn the tides.
So the difficult thing about this, when it comes to the top lane, is Gnar versus Malphite is a skill matchup for Gnar, but Gnar typically wins it. It's just if you get greedy, or if Malphite is able to get ahead through jungle help, it's very difficult to come back because that's kind of top lane that Malphite is. Gnar Irelia is actually very rough for Gnar because of how you can't kite Irelia. If you have creeps in your lane, you cannot kite Irelia. And she will be able to do more damage in a trade than you will. Through Blade Surge, through the stun, through forget the name of the move, but the W. You know what I mean. You know the Irelia players in chat, you know what I'm talking about. She just has this amazing trade potential, and she can just kind of run away afterwards. She can Blade Surge out to the melee creeps. And that's something which a lot of champions can't do, and that's why I think Gnar is less favored in this matchup. And it'll be interesting to see how this goes for MRSB, because Resolve won the last game with that Gnar, right?
Yeah.
Their top laner on Irelia, Nyx, I believe, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. They know Gnar's weaknesses.
Yeah.
So they know how this matchup goes. They've gone, right, okay, they've picked Gnar, top, I'm going to pick Irelia, and I'm going to make this person cry.
Yeah, and that was the scary part. There was the Gnar was pretty effective and even helped to shut down the Malphite in lane. And now, Rain is on the flip side, having the Gnar, but Nyx, on Irelia. Irelia can obviously make Gnar's life, a problem. But not only that, Irelia can build towards the 1v1 split push, or can also build towards the team fight, just depending on what the team needs at that point in time. We could see a 1-4 composition coming in from Resolve, and there's not a whole lot to answer on the side of Movistar Riders. You don't necessarily, if the Irelia gets ahead, you don't necessarily want to send the Gnar into a side lane. You don't want to send the Tristana into a side lane. So how are you going to stop this Irelia? You have to try to force a 5v5 fight. But Resolve have so many ways to disengage the fight or to re-engage on their own terms that they could easily win a 4v5 fight if the gold is even or even slightly ahead for Resolve Blue. This is going to be a very tenuous back and forth match. It really will depend on who can get the early game ahead and who can stabilize their early game to transition into the mid game and feel very comfortable trying to move towards the objectives of the Dragon, the Baron, and try to play around the side lanes.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. I feel like movie stars do need to play the side lanes very, very hard. They have good tools to do so. Lilia can help push the advantage in the early game. I genuinely do believe that their early game is stronger than Resolve's is, just because Senna has the global presence that can help any lane. Lilia is incredibly quick and probably matches Udyr in terms of movement speed, and also is just a nice little bit of AP damage that can really help burst down and secure kills in the early game. Tristana, though, is going to want to farm and try and get as much gold as she can. And with Tahm Kench on the team, you can allow her to do that and not really commit herself to fights, because if you need her in the fights, you have a teleport basically on the Tahm Kench, right? So as long as the Tahm Kench is staying in the vicinity of the Tristana, and you're able to make the calls to say, right, we need you here now, and there is no hesitation, it's like Tristana can farm from the map away and then just TF ult in the late game when it gets more range. So that will allow them to more effectively farm the gold and possibly get further ahead in the late game. But in order to get to that point, in order to get the advantage that they need to make Tahm Kench available to do that and not have to stick with the team like a support usually would, they need the early game advantage. It is critical. And if they don't manage to secure it, then I hate to say this because I'm not a woman who believes in definites or certainty, it's looking Resolve favored here. It's a risky draft that needs the advantage, and we'll see how it goes as we head into this game 2.
Yeah, I really want to see if Movistar Riders can really utilize this flex pick, first pick Tristana, or if it will just be Resolve with the team fight that can take it here as we do get ourselves loaded up onto the Rift. I'm kind of excited, honestly, to see that flex pick Tristana. I'm a proponent of Tristana mid. I do love playing her if I get off-rolled into my mid lanes, as I am an AD carry main, so being able to take stuff like the Tristana, like a Lucian into the mid lane always does feel pretty good, and it helps me feel at least a little bit more comfortable when I'm getting off-rolled, and now seeing Tristana continue to be picked up here. We're seeing Lucians picked up across the world as well.
Definitely.
Just a lot of fun, and this is going to be a tough matchup, though. Usually you want to take a Tristana mid into a melee matchup where they can't outrun you when you rocket jump in. It's going to be very hard for Irina to get onto escape on the Orianna.
Yeah, and I do just want to make it very clear to the chat that if you or anyone you love is also an AD carry main, do be there for them. Try and get them some help, and in all fairness, just do recognize that your friends and family are there for you, and you can talk to them if you need to about being an AD carry main. And together, maybe we can help you through this terrible affliction. Make sure to be hashtag ADC aware today, you guys.
I do appreciate the outreach. You know, it's always a good thing to know that I am loved and cared for by my friends, despite the fact that I willingly choose to be an AD carry main.
It's okay. It's something that everyone has their cross to bear.
Yeah, you know, everyone you know has their own self-doubt and self-hatred every so often, and mine just kind of comes out as being an AD carry main in League of Legends. It's just a natural thing. You know, I would believe Stratos and Nenris probably are, you know, along the same pages here as being AD carry mains themselves. As now, yeah, we're going to see Nyx go ahead and jump in onto Rain just to try to push the Gnar away from the lane just a little bit, see if he can't get a level advantage. Here's that level 2, as already said, Ithrin diving right back in onto Escape with a lot of damage, but Escape being able to answer back. It looked like Arena took a little bit of minion damage, and then the follow-up from Escape did help out. So that is, again, something that Escape will have to be careful of. I'm surprised that Arena just decided to go for that level 2 all-in and was able to get away without really having to burn any summoners for it.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Tristana. You know, you can go in with your W and then just kind of get out with your W if you do the correct things and you utilize her kit in the proper way. And that is kind of a strength of her. And Orianna definitely can't respond to the early game pressure that Tristana can provide. Her right clicks are powerful in regard to a lot of other AP mages, but when it's in the case of Tristana, you just never want to be in auto attack range.
Yeah, that is not exactly the easiest thing to do and to feel comfortable with as well. So Escape gonna have to try to do a little bit of a better job of just staying alive, and especially as this lane is gonna continue to be pushed in thanks to the explosions from the Tristana E passive. We did see Rencha try to get the engage there into the bottom lane a little bit. Ended up missing just a bit. Cost her some HP. Cost her some other, you know, some sustain, but will be able to stay alive for the time being. But that is something that we will have to watch out for. Godfreya's will be fairly immobile on this Tahm Kench. And that could be a little bit of a trouble here as Hunter finds Araya. But they will just kind of be like passing ships in the night. They'll say hi, throw some abilities out, and be able to walk away. But that information will be known to Escape, who will be able to back away as Arena did burn the Ignite to try to get another all-in there at level 4. And with Araya coming right around the corner, Escape needed to make sure that she escaped and stayed alive.
Yeah, it was definitely needed right there, and that's just something that you kind of need to understand, especially when you have such high pressure junglers as Lilia and Udyr. You need to be available, you need to be around, and you need to play around that if you are at risk of getting hit by them as well. And that's something which we will definitely see from these lanes because of the experience level of these players.
You see, taking a look here. Here's the engage, though, from Rencha. Will at least land that double knockup, and there's some damage coming in from Stratus Panda. It will be traded back by Nenris, but a good trade here on the side of Resolve Blue. But that's going to be an issue here. Even if you do get the engage on a Tahm Kench, Tahm is just such a healthy champion. It's so hard to really whittle him down, especially in the early game when you don't have a lot of damage or a lot of items to be able to do so. So we've got to see if they're going to continue to try to make that engage happen, or if they're going to just wait, farm it out, and see if they can't get to the mid game where they can try to make a better engage or better fights happen.
Yeah, and I honestly do think that there is a lot of strategy in just trying to play it out to the mid game, because that's when you know you're strong. As I said in the draft, the early game is very much, in my opinion, in the favor of MRSB and MRSB, my bad, excuse me, of RSVB, and if you need to push it to the late game to the mid game to the late game, you have to. You can't really debate these kinds of things. There's no, oh, well, we can't at this level. You have to believe in the opponents as much as you believe in yourself. You can't underestimate your opponents in the slightest.
That is a very good thing to think about. You got to understand and feel like they know that they know their champions, they know their spikes as well. As Hunter's going to get caught here by Araya a little bit, but Araya's going to miss that. So Hunter can try to run in, but with the extra movement speed from the Lilia passive, we'll be able to stay alive. There's the engage, though, onto Nenris, trying to get the stun as well, but Stratus Panda is going to get exhausted out. Going to get the 3 stacks from Godfrios, has to back away, flash away. Wretched will stay alive, but the root comes in. They're trying to put the damage. Meanwhile, the first blind in the top lane happens, as Nyx will get the 1v1 against Rain, ends up falling to the turret. So we will try to see if we can't catch that in a replay in just a moment, but in the bottom lane,
nothing even happens.
Yeah, 4v4 happens, and only some summoners are burned from both sides.
Imagine baiting so well you bait the production team as well. That's incredible. That's so good. So let's take a look at that first blood that happened here.
And it might just be that typical level 6, engage, there's the ultimate, and
Yeah, immediately just come in with the stun and the Blade Storm as well. Misses the W, but doesn't even need it because of the reset. They died for that, but because of the fact that they both have TP and also the fact that that was first blood, that's completely worth it for RSVP.
Hunter's got to be very, very careful. Sitting on just over 200 HP could end up falling very quickly as Ithrin, going to use the rocket jump and then flash over the wall to try to find Hunter as she flashed over herself. That does mean that the Cloud Drake is going to go in favor of Movistar Riders. Zarya looking a little bit sketchy here. Will be able to survive just barely.
She had the healing from Senna. I respect that.
It was a little bit close, but we'll be able to stay alive. Now, Hunter knows that she baited out the flash from Arena on the Tristana, so that could mean a gank here in the mid lane could happen. Try to make something happen across the map just to continue to make sure that you can get ahead. Which is what you need to do here if you're on the side of Resolve Blue. Everything is fairly even. You're 200 gold down, but you want to try to continue to get a little bit further ahead. You don't want to stay even going into the mid game because that Tristana is going to hurt quite a lot.
Yeah, this is the problem with Tristana is, like, even if she doesn't do too well in lane, even if she doesn't get to, even if she's not super ahead, as you can see, CS and items are around about even with Orianna right here, she's still going to hurt so much, not only just in and of herself, because she has that burst potential from her, not only from her bomb, but also from the bonus damage she gets from the W and the attack speed from Q, but also she has a huge nuke in the form of Buster Shot. And she can force you into a trade by jumping on you, Buster Shotting you away from safety, and then you're forced to trade with her, and she's already got half her damage spells on you. It's very rough, and you need to play it super safe if you're Orianna here, if you want to keep this lane stagnant in the middle.
And that is going to be good for Escape to be able to do so. With the roams coming in, though, from the bottom lane, they're looking to try to make this slow rotation up towards the top side as the duo lane here from Movistar Riders has already made their way to the top side to try to get this Rift Herald. So we could see a little bit of a fight here as Nenris just finds a little bit of damage. Won't be able to find the root, and neither will Stratus Panda. But again, knowing that this Rift Herald is going to be the next objective here, with the lane swaps already coming in, these teams trying to see if they can't get control over that early game objective and continue to try to put gold in their pockets. We'll have to be very careful. But if you're Resolve Blue, you're okay with this because your lane matchup wasn't terrible. You're farming fairly even. Regia could get caught here. This could be scary. As, she's going to take a lot of damage. We'll have to dismount and get the shield to stay alive. But that does force the rest of Resolve Blue away from this Rift Herald that it looks like Movistar Riders going to be able to take. Okay. As we do have an update here from the other half of the bracket. Hold on. Redsha getting taken very low. Dawning Shadow won't be able to pick up the kill. Almost. But we do have a little bit of an update from the other side of the bracket. Galaxy Racer taking on Absolved. Galaxy Racer did win their first match 1-0, so they are up 1-0 in that series. We'll try to keep you updated on it as much as we can. Meanwhile, Resolve Blue's bottom lane, they just have to back off from the harassment.
Yeah, it would be very impressive if they managed to win their first game 2-0. That would be that would be insane. But yeah, they're gonna pop this Rift Herald on top lane. It's gonna be Is this tower?
Yeah, this should be tower with only 2 plates left.
Ooh,
Gold
yeah,
does
straight
go
away.
over. Here goes Rain, though, throwing down the Gnar ultimate. Nyx trying to return fire. Does have Hunter right there, so they could look for the dive. Not a big enough minion wave, but that will be mini Gnar here timing out. But a good Gnar Q will at least provide a little bit of safety and clear away the minions for the time being. They're looking for this dive. They want to dive the mini Gnar as soon as possible. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Nyx can't clear the wave fast enough.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah,
just
that is going to be Rain getting away scot-free.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a fantastically timed recall from the Gnar. They recalled without hesitation. They didn't stick around. They weren't, twitching around like, oh, what's going to happen? They were just like, nope, I'm going back to base. The wave's pushed. I don't want to give them any further time. And I'm pretty sure that she could tell that Nyx wanted to dive her there because, Nyx was straight up face tanking the creeps trying to push them in. So there was no reason for her to stop the recall. And yeah, that's smart. It's good knowledge. One thing I will say, though, is I think one of the reasons why she decided to recall so soon there is because she knows she can't easily trade against the Irelia. She used Mega Gnar, she used the Gnar ult, and I think Mental Boomerang went down by about 200 HP. Like, it's not like at the level of damage or harass that you need in order to actually make a trade happen and make it go favorably. So, why not just go back?
Yeah. One thing to keep in mind here is that Nyx on the Aurelia does already have the Blade of the Ruined King finished. So that will mean trades can continue to go in her favor, especially if she is able to stick on to Rain and get that Blade of the Ruined King passive. As you remember, it was changed here with the new items. No longer have the active for the slow. You have to get that 3 auto attack or the 3 on hit passive to be able to do so. As Nenris getting a little bit aggressive, knowing that she has Godfreya's right there. The True Hunter will get the stun, running in and try to stun up once again. Double stun comes in, but that's a massive sleep coming in from Marias. But there is the shockwave from Escape to help try to secure, but Hunter will actually be the first one to fall. Nyx is going to end up falling as well. That's a double kill picked up by Nenris, and now the turn on to Resolve Blue, trying to turn this fight. Stratus using the ultimate, but cannot land any kind of roots. This is such a scattered fight, but all of a sudden, Movie Star Riders come out with a triple kill here for Nenris. Rencha's gonna fall as well, and it will be eventually a delayed ace for Movie Star Riders. Looks like Rencha might actually be able to get away for the time being, forcing over the Nara hop. But yeah, it's just playing right now. It's just dragging Rain around. Rencha will eventually fall to Rain. And again, 5 kills here picked up in that scattered fight, and Movie Star Riders looking very, very good here.
What can you say about that? That was an absolute disaster for Resolve. Just look at the positioning here in the replay. They're all clumped up. This is really, really nice. This is exactly where you want to be. Udyr jumps in, manages to get a really nice stun, but the root is there from Senna, so he can't do exactly what he wants. Tahm Kench immediately swallows, pushes Senna out, allows Senna to be in the position she wants to be. She's outside of the Aurelia ult. She is just poking away at every champion she can. They're all grouped up in a really tough position that they can't get out of very quickly, and the ranged harass that eventually turns into ranged kill potential just from the sheer amount of damage is just coming out thick and fast. And that's not even mentioning the fact that they got a 3-man Drowsy from the Lilia as well. That team fight was absolutely horrendous. It started in kind of a skew-if way, and then they committed to it, and it completely backfired in their face, and now they are severely on the back foot.
Yeah, there was a great three-person shockwave there from Escape to try to turn things around. Just not enough damage, and then the Zanya's already finished by Araya just meant that you could not follow up onto the Lilia to try to take her out and turn the fight in your favor. I don't think Resolve Blue are necessarily out of it, but it's already about a 5k gold lead now after that fight here from Movie Star Riders. Resolve really need to get themselves a bit more stabilized and try to find some more damage, find these team fights. Otherwise, things are going to start to fall apart, and Movie Star Riders to take game number 2 here. Still early to talk about, but already
yeah,
two
I was
drinks.
about to,
Yeah.
I was about to say,
It's
it's
a little bit early, but with the 5K gold lead at 15 minutes, things are looking rough for Resolve.
yeah, I wouldn't count them out just yet. This is exactly the kind of step in the right direction they need in order to get on the path that allows them to take this game, though, definitely. We'll have to see how Resolve wants to counter it. They do have a very aggressive comp, and I think with the right positioning and right... and basically catching people out in the way that they want to, so that the rest of the team, like the mid and the ADC, can't then come and follow up and sort that out, would give them the opportunities that they needed to take it, to wrest control of this game back where they want it to be. But at the moment, it's looking like the Movie Star Riders show.
Yeah, it is. They do have the 2 outer turrets in the side lanes picked up as well, and looks like they could end up forcing down this mid lane turret.
I like it. Good
me.
objective control.
Yeah,
good objective control.
Very good map play, very good objective control here from Movistar Riders. Getting themselves set up in a very good position, and it looks like they're even going to be able to take this Rift Herald on spawn. They've got themselves in this position. Now Hunter and the rest of Resolve trying to turn it back around. They're going to get caught by that root. And try to get pushed away here as the Herald is going to end up getting taken. No blast cone for Hunter, no chance of a steal, and another objective taken by Movistar Riders. Looking very, very strong. After a little bit of a rough game number 1, they've started to turn things back around.
Yeah, very, very nice protection there from Tahm Kench as well, just to keep Rel out of like just completely remove the thought in her mind that she could possibly make a fight or a pick off or some kind of steal happen there. Just literally just walking there and just sticking his chest out and saying, "All right, yeah, I'm here. What you gonna do?" And Rel they can't say anything to it. They're leaving it out. They're walking away and they're going and sulking about it. But that's just that right there. The Rift Herald is now here. They can move even further with this objective control and just completely destroy a tower. I think that they are probably going to use it on mid, only because I feel like getting a really early tier 2 mid lane tower opens up so much space on the map for you to actually roam and get things done with this Gnar and this Lilia and this Tahm Kench. But I can also see them using it on top to secure the tower because it's already low, or on bottom to start a brand new push if Tristana wants to push that out.
A lot of options there for Movistar Riders, and could mean very different things depending on where they want to go. Do you want to get that Herald or Baron control here early on? Do you want to try to continue that Dragon control? Or just snuff out the jungle on the side of Resolve Blue with taking that mid lane. Lots of options that they could end up taking here. Dragon will be spawning in about 10 seconds, 10-15 seconds. And it does not look like Resolve Blue are looking to play that. They're going to try to take some standing gold here by taking down this turret. But because of Hunter showing in the top lane, that will be the Rift Herald popped here in the bottom lane. Answering across the map are Movistar Riders. They'll be able to take this turret with relative ease with the Tristana, with the Rift Herald. They're going to continue to push in.
Yeah, they now threaten the inhib turret, and maybe even the inhib as well. There needs to be mass recalls, which are just coming out now, but Herald's got the second charge off.
Big shockwave, and then pulling everybody in is Wrenchup, but it's a 2v4.
Oh, no.
That's going to be the kill for Nenris. Drowsy goes escape, Dead goes escape, as Arena will pick that one up, and they should be able to pick up the inhibitor as well. They do have the double AD carry just wailing away at the damage. And that was not the play that Resolve Blue needed to make. They got a little bit too aggressive and greedy, and it really cost them. They could even lose the mid turret. Now, looks like Rain is going to be able to escape.
No, I just want to say, I think I do agree that I think Resolve Blue made the wrong play there, but I want to focus on something else there. I want to say that MRSB made the right play more than that. That was a cry of desperation there from Movie Stars, and basically, from Resolve, and Movie Stars basically just said, right, okay, they're getting desperate. Let's make them panic even harder. Let's put the Rift Herald on the lane that they least expect it to go on, and let's just completely take this inhib because we know that they're so far away. We can use this because we know we're so far ahead. They wanted to make something happen on top lane, and in order to kind of, pressure Movie Stars into a response, but that was not the kind of response they were expecting. And honestly, I really, really like Movie Stars' decision making there to just be able to see the opportunity, immediately take it on a snap, and push down the inhibitor.
Uh-oh. Godfreya's gonna get death brushed here. Will get caught up, knocked up, rooted. Teleport will come in, but it's not gonna be enough. They're gonna answer with the teleport in response from Nyx and trying to turn things back around. A good pick here from Resolve Blue. They might be able to find more runs done. Job done. Shutdown goes over to Rensha, and now Hunter continuing to try to find some stuns in onto the back line. That is the dual lane taken down for Resolve Blue, and that is exactly what they need to get themselves back into this game. Continue to find picks, find an advantage, use those old school Fnatic death brushes to try to find something and turn this game back around.
Yeah, so let's look at this again, right? So Tom Kench is completely alone here, is putting up, trying to set up Baron Vision. It's nothing too big. He's the support. He will sometimes just die when trying to ward. Does not expect the 4-man brush strat and just gets absolutely wiped. Lilia throws a golf ball in there and manages to get something sorted. Senna now is like, oh, I can get an amazing root off here, but unfortunately, using it let them know that they could then use this advantage, knowing that they don't have the Tom Kench, to flash the wall and make the engage. So Resolve were looking for an opportunity and they just did it, and now Movistar's taking one of the cheekiest Barons I've ever seen.
Speaking of looking for opportunities, Movistar Rider's going to answer with when Resolve recalled. That is a massive Gnar catching multiple members here, but that is a scattered fight there on the backside, and Shutdown will finally go over to Nyx as rain falls. Shockwave won't hit Irina. She will be able to pick up Hunter, and with the jungler down, it will be Baron secured here for Movistar Riders. They find the advantage. They find the opportunity. They lose one, but they pick up the Baron, and now super minions pushing in onto the Nexus turrets here. Just means that Movistar Riders should be able to clean up the rest of the map.
Wow, I am absolutely astounded that only 2 champions died there, and 1 on each team as well. The ultimate synergy here was absolutely fantastic. Gnar coming in and getting 3 stuns on the wall immediately. Lilia's throwing the golf balls over and popping the Drowsy as well. Hell the Best, unfortunately, does go down, and the damage just isn't there really to pick up anyone else. Tristana managing to use her burst combo in order to get a kill as well. But it's a split fight. But if they had more presence and more ability to actually jump that Baron wall, I guarantee you you were looking at an ace there. Fantastic setup there from Movistars, and it allowed them to get the Baron as well, which in itself is a very good win and something that they need to kind of reassert just why they're ahead in this game right now.
Yeah, this Baron buff here gonna help them push in with the minions. That will be a lot of damage, and another turret taken down by Irina on this Tristana, and the Baron buff continuing to put in work, and now they're looking at this kind of 4-1 split push with the Tristana in a solo lane, and that's going to mean that Resolve Blue need to engage, need to try to make something happen. Otherwise, they're just going to lose everything across this map. Irina does have to use the rocket jump to get away, so that could mean a engage opportunity on the top side. But with all of the minions coming in with that Baron buff, they should be able to continue to siege in, take down this next inhibitor turret. It will end up falling here thanks to the Senna siege, as they should be able to pick up this inhibitor right off the back. And there's nothing that Resolve Blue can really do. They're not looking for these engages. They're just kind of letting this happen, letting their base be torn to shambles. There's not a whole lot that they can do. They can't find a good engage. They can't find the opportunities.
Yeah, it's just so rough here. They can't actually make anything happen, just because of how safe that Movistars Blue are actually playing. They can't take advantage of any mistakes because, well, they're simply not making them in this situation. It's very clear from what I can tell from this game and the previous game that Movistars Blue are very, very happy when they're playing from ahead. They hate playing from behind, and the best way to not play from behind is to just not get behind full head. So right now they're looking to get this Infernal Soul, which will only seal the deal. The additional damage is hardly necessary, but on people with such long range and such continuous sources of damage as Lilia, as Senna, as Tristana, this is looking like all she wrote.
Yeah, I want to actually take a look and ask production, ask observers if we can hover over Senna here for just a little bit. This is something we haven't been touching on. touching on this game are the Senna souls, the stacks that Senna can have. So if we can get that pulled up here, we'll let you know as soon as we find anything or get that information. But Senna, with that infinite scaling, continuing to pick up the spirits, pick up the souls, and increase her attack damage, increase the attack range, and that does mean that it's going to be easier for Movie Star Riders to continue to siege in. Baron is going to be respawning here fairly soon, about 2 minutes. That does mean that this is prime time for Movie Star Riders to try to gain vision. Hunter's going to get spotted out and get just immediately whittled down. Will have forced to use the flash and will end up falling asleep. Will be alive for the moment, but there's a big pull in from the Rel, but there's just not enough follow-up. Rain is going to end up picking up that kill there onto Nyx, or Nyx will end up falling as Rain actually finds the kill onto Rencha, and this is going to be all she wrote for Resolve here in game number 2. Shockwave will find 2. The double root does come in, but they just cannot find enough. Rain ends up falling to Stratus Panda, but meanwhile, the rest of Movie Star Riders sieging in onto these Nexus turrets. The Nexus will fall. We're going to go to a game 3.
Yeah, this is a game 3, the first game 3 of the tournament that's been streamed. I am excited. Movie Stars Blue showing signs of life, turning it around in a immense fashion. What an answer to that first game. Fantastic stuff. Really, really nice utilization of the comp, the poke, the long range, and the mid-game scaling as well. Resolves are definitely having their resolve tested.
Yeah, and it really was all around that early game fight where they basically got aced right in, about 5 minutes, 6 minutes in. And from
beginning
that
of
point,
the end. Yeah.
From that point, it really was. It just was making it very difficult for Resolve to fight back into the game with a massive gold lead that early on. We are going to take a quick break, get ourselves rested and ready for game number 3.
Sorry to cut you off here, Joker.
Oh, yeah?
You know what this means, don't you?
I know what this means.
What does it mean?
We get to hear Silver Scrapes.
Banana, 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 banana.
We'll be right back after this break for game number 3.
The actual band does it better.
Of the semifinals. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Huntress Trials.
been a long time coming. Take it to the streets. Hit control, delete. Take it to the streets. Hit control, Take it to the streets. Hit control, delete. Take it to the streets. Hit control, delete. You're sleeping with someone new, and I'm in New York for the first time. I hate this weather, but I like the view. It makes me think of new beginnings. Here's to new beginnings. I can't sleep alone, 'cause if I do, I'll think of you. The nights are so long, wondering if you miss me too. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. For a while I'm fine, but as soon as it gets quiet, I know I'm screwed. Oh, I can hear my own heart breaking. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? You said she was just a friend, and I remember thinking the worst at first, but you made me think it was in my head. Yeah, you just said that I was crazy. I thought that I was crazy. I can't sleep alone, 'cause if I do, I'll think of you. The nights are so long, wondering if you miss me too. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. For a while I'm fine, but as soon as it gets quiet, I know I'm screwed. Ooh, I can hear my own heart breaking. Hear my heart break. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? Oh, I can hear my own heart breaking.
Welcome back, guys, gals, non-binary pals, to the Huntress Trials. We're moving on to game number 3 of Movistar Riders, taking on Resolve Blue. We do have another update here from the other side of the bracket, and it looks like Galaxy Racer have moved on to the grand finals as they took down the Absolved female roster 2-0.
Yeah, they are on fire this tournament.
Absolutely.
Absolutely demolishing Confused 2-0 and now Absolve Female as well. Can anyone take down these giants, do we think?
I don't honestly know. I think
couldn't
it
tell
will
you.
be between Resolve and Movistar Riders. It will be a close series in the grand finals, but we still have yet to see game number 3 here between the two teams. And based on the last couple of games that we've seen, based on the last couple of drafts that we've had between these two games, I'm excited to see what they're going to try to pull out here in game number 3, because we've seen a lot of varying styles. We've seen a lot of varying picks, and we don't really know exactly what is the best for either team, because we've seen team fight comps work. We've seen this kind of poke composition work as well. And so now as we get ourselves into champ select here for game number 3, I want to see what the ban phases are going to look like. We're probably going to see the continual Morgana ban, the Senna ban actually coming in from Resolve Blue. Looks like they don't want to deal with Senna, as she was an issue there in game number 2.
Yeah, really, really big issue. Tristana as well was an absolute thorn in their side. I can definitely... I like how we had the meta bans in the first game, and then, we'll ban out these guys as good champions, and now we've got almost completely personalized bans, give or take, your standard Jinx, Seraphine, and a few others. I wonder if they'll let Rel through again now that they've lost on it. Or if they might move to ban Thresh. It'll be interesting, you know?
That would be an interesting choice. Looks like they're going to take the Thresh away. So Resolve Blue, if they want to go with that Rel, they absolutely could. Obviously, we've taken a look here at... We do have the pro draft, so we can at least let you know the draft order. The Camille did come in here as the counter pick into the Gnar. Movie Star Writers actually pick their top side and jungle in their first couple of rotations, so they want the Gnar again. For Nyx, but they want the Gnar, they want the Lilia as well. Two pieces that worked out very well for them in game number 2.
Yeah, it's very surprising because I believe in this series we've had a 100% pick rate on Gnar blind. Like, it's not just 100% picked, it's 100% blind picked on the Gnar. And the funny thing is that he's won every game.
Yeah, Gnar
I was honestly expecting Gnar to get dumpstered by Irelia in the top lane. It's not an easy matchup for Gnar at all, but honestly, they've been playing out of their minds on him, both teams. It's really, really good, because keep in mind, it's not just one player who's doing it. Both teams have picked Gnar, and both teams have won on it. The top laners, Nyx and
Rain.
Hell the Best, their actual name is Rain, that's it, of course. Sorry. Love it when players have different usernames than their actual names. But yeah, it's a really interesting. One thing that is something I'm going to note is Hecarim first pick, not banned in the first phase this time. First time that Hecarim will be allowed in this draft, and it's going to be on the side of Resolve Blue. Ooh, there's a carry you don't see all too often.
Yeah, it's going to be actually interesting for Resolve Blue with the Ashe, a little bit of the extra arrows and the engages, and then the Braum coming in
for that bot lane. Yeah.
Yep, that Freljordi at bot lane. That's a lot of crowd control, a lot of slows. But when you have a Camille in the top lane that was picked again in counter to the Gnar, you don't necessarily need to go with a hyper carry as your AD carry. You don't need to go with a super strong pick, like a Tristana, a Jinx, or anything else. You could go with something that's a little bit more utility based, like the Ashe. Provide the bit of CC, the bit of slows and damage, and a little bit of damage to allow the Camille and Orianna to try to get those scaling and the damage in the mid-late game fights.
I do just want to make this very clear. This Galio was last picked. This Galio was the last pick counter to the Orianna on Movie Star Blue. And I'm just kind of amazed by it. Like, wow, I don't think I've ever seen Galio at this level before. Maybe that's a testament to how little of this high-level League of Legends I've seen and casted, but honestly, I'm very excited to see what they can do. And I do have a prediction in regards to something that may happen on the side of Resolve Blue. Okay. And you're gonna think I'm crazy, but if you didn't think I'm crazy by now, I don't know what to tell you. Hextech Ultimatum is Camille's ultimate, and it puts them in a box, right? They cannot move out of that area, which means that theoretically it's a perfect setup for Ashe to land a global arrow. Ashe fires the arrow at top lane, they see the angle and where it's going to land, they move them into it, Hextech Ultimatum onto it, they will never see the global stun coming, and that's a guaranteed kill.
Potentially, we could see that coming in. Usually, we actually
I'm predicting it right now. I would put my life on it.
We'll keep an eye on that, see if that prediction does come true. But I honestly would have liked to have seen the Galio on the side of Resolve Blue. simply because it creates that bounce house composition. Like you said, Hexstep
Yeah,
Ultimatum,
yeah.
keeping that target in place, and then you throw the Galio on top of the Camille. It's a guaranteed knockup. And if Oriana is close by, that's another massive team fight AoE ultimate that you can use. But I'm actually surprised that Resolve went with the Braum instead of the Galio for kind of that global double knockup. Now the Braum, if Braum is hovering Camille or is close to it, still can function very similarly. You jump in onto the Camille and you use the ultimate, you get the AoE line knockup. But we'll have to see how this works out here for Resolve Blue. Camille, not as strong of a team fighter as the Aurelia was previously. So we'll be looking more towards the solo lane, the 1-4 composition style. It didn't quite work out for them in game number 2, but Camille being a stronger solo lane threat or 1v1 threat than the Aurelia, maybe looking to play that split push kind of game.
Yeah, and also she's very good at getting rid of high priority targets. If the MF gets fed, or if the Victor gets fed, or if the Lilia gets fed, there's Lilia especially, but there's not too much that one can do if they get jumped on by Camille on either of these heroes. MF doesn't really want you in her face, as many AD carries don't. Victor, the best he can do is put a W at your feet, but you still have a few seconds of action that you can use to basically just shred him on Camille. And then if we look at the other high priority target, Lilia, if you're inside the Hextech Ultimatum, Camille is on you. You don't want someone on you. You want them to be in that kind of golden range around you so that you can get them bonus damage on all your spells. You can't melee range the golf ball. You can't melee range the Darius Q, the circle. And you also, the only thing you really can do is the watch out, Eep. And that can be dodged by Camille just by basically moving out of the way. So I think that it is actually a pretty decent pick here from an assassin perspective, similar to how one would pick a Fiora in maybe a less high skill game. It kind of relies on there being high priority targets to actually kill, and if they're ahead, then all of a sudden it's like, I don't know, it's a bit of a mismatch. But all in all, it also sets up well for the Oriana as well. Well, it sets up decently for the Oriana. I think most of the time Oriana Hecarim, right? That's who you want the ball on.
Yeah, it's an easy ball delivery system. Hecarim throws the unstoppable onslaught over the top, and
straight
then you just
to
have
your
the
door,
shockwave
30 minutes
as
or
it's
less.
Yep, and that's exactly what Resolve are going to be looking at to try to win this game. Is they're going to have to dive over the top to get the Misfortune to get the Victor, who should be able to provide the damage at range and be fairly safe. You have the Galio for safety, for the peel to try to keep a Hecarim off with the taunt, keep the Camille off. Try to help out if you can. So we'll have to keep that in mind looking forward here into the mid to late game and see exactly what's going to happen. There's a lot of moving pieces on both sides here that can really determine whether or not which team is going to move on to the finals here. We're finally getting
exciting. Yeah,
it's going to be exciting, and I'm excited because we're getting ourselves loaded up onto the Rift here for Game 3. Who's going to move on to take on Galaxy Racer in our best of 5 grand finals? Will it be Movie Star Riders on the red side? Will it be Resolve Blue on the blue side of this match? Just have to wait and see as we do get that standard 5-point start with a little bit of vision from both sides.
Yeah, just all standing to attention, waiting. Victor doing a little bit of dancing, taking some damage from the ball, but honestly, ball is life. And sometimes you just gotta respect that you'll take the damage and just keep on dancing. Honestly, I think that's actually such a Chad move.
This is the level 1 coming in from Resolve Blue is actually really strong at Godfrios. If she steps out just a little bit, that's a Braum Q, that's an Ashe slow from her auto attacks. That'd be a dead support here. Typically, you want to see those kind of level 1s coming in, or late invades coming in with a Braum team. Godfrios is going to be able to get away. They're not going to be able to see her either. But here comes the late invade. This is exactly what I thought we were going to end up seeing here. Frios is going to stick around and fake leash this blue. There's the slow. There's the Braum Q. And there could be the dead Galio. The stun will come in. Ignite will be thrown down as well. The auto attack comes in. But the shield is not enough. First blood will go over to Rensha with the Ignite. And the blue buff stolen away by Hunter. What a level 1 play from Resolve Blue.
Yeah, like, oh my goodness. The Braum is just so good for the level 1 invades because of that stun passive. It's really, really strong, and literally it was the reason why Galio died there. Let's just take another look. So as you can see, perfect positioning here to get all 3 over the wall. And then immediately Godfrelos is in severe danger. The Braum Q comes out, doesn't even get another auto attack. It's all Ash's auto attacks that stun him. The last auto attack seals the deal, and then boom, Ignite, taking that first blood. Really, really nice, and that's something that will very much help this bot lane get ahead.
Yeah, and we're looking at now actually the vertical jungling coming in as Araya realizes that she does not have a blue side jungle right now because of the invade, so will actually move over to steal the blue side jungle for Resolve Blue. So vertical jungling, we used to see this back in previous seasons where where the junglers would kind of just isolate, take half of the map, and just kind of play through there. Haven't seen a lot of it here in Season 11, so it's interesting to go back and see exactly, see that come back into play. This could mean that Nyx could get dove here by Rain and Araya in the top lane. The level 3 dive, not exactly the greatest, especially with no Mega Gnar, as that's just Nyx gonna go right back in and take a massive chunk out of Rain in that trade.
That's not the trade you want. That's not the trade you want at all. Something I do find quite funny is the term for it is vertical jungling, right? I always found that very, very strange considering that they're going parallel to the lanes, so surely it would be like horizontal jungling and regular jungling would be vertical? Maybe that's my brain just... I don't know. You know what I mean?
It's the vertical in the sense that, we have the top lane is called the top lane, even though it is kind of parallel with the bottom lane when you're going away from base.
Well, exactly. You're going from top side. You're going from top side of Riv to top side of Riv instead of top side to bot side. So that's like horizontal, no?
I mean, I guess you're.
Yeah, because you don't cross the horizon.
I guess you could call it that.
League professionals need to get their geometry right, like SMH, A equals S equals M plus H.
Rensha, though, going to get stopped on that recall. Might be able to survive. Will have the flash if needed. Should be able to flash away. Exhaust came through, but it's not enough. Godfreos can't pick up that kill, but that was very, very sketchy and scary coming in from Rensha, having to burn the flash, but will stay alive.
Yeah, right there. The flash for our life is a trade that you're always willing to make. Like that's completely fine. Just very good aggression there in order to make them waste that resource from bot lane there, and we'll see how they can use that when Braum actually does recall.
Yeah, and it looks like just going to work towards the ninja, or not the ninja tabby anymore, the plated steel caps, which in this game it's going to be a little bit of an interesting idea to go for the steel caps instead of going from something like Merc Treads, as there are quite a bit of crowd control abilities and magic damage on the side of Movistar Riders. So Rensha just maybe looking to just make sure that this Misfortune can't provide as much damage in these fights or in the laning phase. But with this rotation and with the recall, the reset coming in from the dual lane of Movistar Riders, even though Araya is right there, could look for the steal or could look to try to turn something back around. Bottom lane is finally making their way back up, but the dragon is going very low. This could be a very sketchy play once again. Rensha should be able to stay alive for now. Who's going to get the smite? It will be Godfreos, who's actually going to take down Hunter, and that's going to be Red Team securing. But a nice three-person shockwave. Rensha still ends up falling in the dragon pit. And just as things looked good here for Resolve Blue, Movistar Riders, with the late play, make their way into the dragon pit and pick up that first dragon.
Yeah, see, this is the thing here. The dragon fight was pretty decent, and that three-person shockwave was insane. But let's just take a look at why it wasn't actually that effective. So you've got Blue starting the dragon, getting it really low. Lilia coming in with that amazing amount of group CC, and now they managed to pick up Hecarim, and the Drake is already dead as they get the shockwave off. And at that point, not only have you lost Hecarim, you've lost you've lost a lot of your damage because they've either backed off or have gotten killed. So Shockwave doesn't actually set up for much.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Godfrios,
you go.
though, with the engage and the taunt, will end up taking that Stratus Panda. Rensha is going to end up falling. Hunter is going to try to come in and at least pick up 1 kill in the trade, but that is going to be the trade kill here for Nenris. 2 for 1 off of that gank for Movie Star Riders. We'll make sure that we get the graphics updated here, but that was a Mountain Drake taken, not an Infernal Drake, as we do have Infernal Drake spawning in about 3.5 minutes. Hold
Yes,
on,
that is
Nyx
true.
looking for the 1v1, does have the level 6, available, could go for the Hextech Ultimatum, will end up using it, should be able to get that 1v1 trade. Things looking good there in the top lane now.
Yeah,
for Resolve Blue.
there is no way you ever take that trade if you notice the Camille is 6. The moment you drop below 50%, it's just over. Hextech Ultimatum, of course, for those of you who've not played Camille or don't know what she does, not only is it a damage nuke that she can use on you that also stops you from moving out of the area, it also gives her I believe it's a scaling shield based on the kind of damage that you do, so it's basically her gaining a massive shield as well.
Yeah, the passive shield, the shield is from her passive, and it's based off of the majority damage of the championship auto attacks. And her ultimate itself doesn't do any damage, but it does make her unstoppable, stops any dashes or roots, and stops any dashes or blinks, and leaves you in that lockdown position for a short amount of time.
Yeah, precisely. And now I want to see how she can use this. Advantage. The lane swap's already coming out. They've said, you know what? Let's just make this Camille's life hell. Make her have to switch the lane, and Gnar can much more easily take the pressure that's applied by the bot lane of Braum and Ashe than he can the Camille pressure that will be coming at him. Especially considering that he has 6 and also has pretty easy ways to get into Mega Gnar mode, which can just be very difficult to actually get a good fight off with.
And it looks like Resolve, they're just going to give up this Rift Herald for the time being. They can get the push in. They did get some at least one plate here on the bottom side of the map. They might be looking to dive Gnar, as Gnar is mini form, but will be very close to having Mega. But that is a smart play from Rain to just go ahead and back off, knowing the dive is going to come in. This Rift Herald should be dropped top lane as well, with the push coming in from the duo of Nenris and Godfrios.
Yeah, nice symmetrical
Nyx,
plays here.
Yeah, Nyx has to be very, very careful, realizes that Rift Herald is going to be dropped. Turret might fall, but they'll get at least 3 plates for this, if not more, with the Rift Herald being dropped. They're going to try to trade and take down this bottom turret in response, but I think my money is on the team with the Rift Herald to take the first turret of the game.
Oh yeah, well I mean, standard, right? You've literally got the objective that means that you can take turrets very easily. Herald getting dropped a little bit late there, but I actually quite like it because you want to drop. Oh, hang on a second.
Oh, that was beautiful though. Nyx is going to be able to avoid the sleep with the unstoppable from the ultimate. The Ashe arrow comes in, the global arrow, not from the ultimate from Nyx, but the global arrow does come in to stun up Godfrios. Not enough damage though to take them down. The turret will still end up falling, but Nyx, somehow through it all, does not fall herself, stays alive, and that is the crucial part there, at least in that top lane dive.
I mean, I did say the Hextech Ultimatum would be used to position an Ashe arrow. I never said that it would land during the Hextech Ultimatum, so I'm going to take that as a dub and put that on my resume. That was really good stuff. Fantastic positional awareness from Ashe to just kind of use the spell, and if it hits, then fantastic. If it doesn't, then whatever, it was never meant to be. Just fantastic stuff overall. Managed to make it so that they got the tower and got it. Wasn't able to defend the tower, but did manage to make it so that they didn't possibly lose anyone at the same time.
And Movie Stars now actually looking to push in this mid lane as the dragon is spawning here. Hunter is on that side of the map, does have the unstoppable onslaught as well to be able to dive in if need be to try to steal this dragon away. They will have the vision down. Dragon's going about 2k, and now Hunter's just going to kind of let it go. Not going to get the snipe in, not going to try to fight it. Discretion's the better part of Valor here, understanding, hey, that dragon, not completely necessary, don't need to give up our lives for it at this point in time. It will be Ocean Drake that will spawn, so we will have the Ocean Soul for either team. But that is for Resolve Blue. That is 20 minutes away. That is a long time. As the Asher does come out onto Arena, who has to flash away as the Braum was right there to try to apply the concussive blows passive and get the further stun. But a flash for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that is definitely worth on the side of Resolve Blue.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's completely fine there, and also the flash is really nice, and also you just get space now, like because she's gonna back away, and she's and they're just not gonna want to be around. You know, like it's not just getting a flash; it's also pushing them on the back foot because they don't have the flash anymore. You know, you can't. You can then not even get in range. Oh, here we go.
Escape stepped up in a very bad position. That's going to be a lot of damage over the top, and the kill goes in onto Nenris. Meanwhile, that is a flash away from Rain, who will land the double Gnar and might end up picking up Hunter. Does pick up Hunter to the turret. Shots the Gnar, not stunning into the wall, but still enough to pick up the kill with the turret shots. A little bit of a failed dive onto that play.
I hate to give the replay here because I don't like I don't like putting people on blast, but if you look here, True Hunter trying really hard to get a good engage and manages to push them back, but just not really paying attention, or rather misjudging how fast that Mega Gnar actually builds up, and takes a little bit too much damage from being stunned into the wall and also the tower in order to give the Gnar that kill. That is that's an F from me, but from the team, it's probably closer to a yellow question mark.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate play, and it just seems like after game 2, and things started to fall apart there in that early game, Resolve Blue have been kind of, not necessarily on tilt, but they've been making some aggressive plays and making some questionable plays. They are a better team than they've been showing. They just need to, looks like, slow things down, take a little bit more of the stock in these games, and try to play towards the abilities that they have and how they can play this game out. They're continuing to try to push and try to make plays where they don't necessarily need to. That top lane matchup is fully in favor of Nyx, with a massive CS lead, had the solo kill advantage as well, now has the Trinity Force finished up. Just leave Nyx to her own against Rain and make it very difficult for Rain to try to play across the rest of the map, and see if you can't move around and try to help out this mid lane, help out your bottom lane. Yes, typically, at least in solo queue, you want to play towards your winning lanes if you're a jungler, but here in a competitive 5v5 setting, helping out a losing lane is sometimes better than end up feeding over a kill to a losing opposing lane.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree with you there, but something I do just have to kind of mention when it comes to possibly Resolve's decision making here, which was mentioned a little bit earlier. This is a stressful situation. This is, you know, they're falling a little bit behind. Not so much that they can say that they are behind, but they're teetering on the edge of falling very far behind, and it can be very difficult to kind of think rationally and clearly, and the stress can really get to you. So I don't think that I think that the skill is definitely all there. They just need to kind of, you know, chill, take a deep breath, regather themselves, and then make it happen, because we know that they can do this, definitely. They don't have to make this easy for Movie Stars Blue at all.
No, in Resolve, being wise enough there, the dual lane of Stratos Panda and Rensha staying away from the top side of the map. They did not have vision, and their strong side was that bottom half of the lane, so making sure they avoided the Death Brush to stay alive. Looks like the Rift Herald again will go over to the side of Movie Riders, as that is actually going to be a whipped Shockwave, unfortunately, by Escape, but it does not matter, as Escape will secure the kill onto Rain in the bottom lane. This Rift Herald should end up falling, or should end up being placed down here in the mid lane. Stratos Panda trying to get away, will not be able to do so. Araya will end up taking up that kill, as there goes Nyx trying to dive in onto Araya. Rift Herald will be dropped just to provide a little bit of distraction, see if they can't get a charge in and continue to whittle down this mid lane inner turret.
Yeah, it's a lot of distraction and a lot of destruction, and now they're trying to pick up True Hunter as well.
Yeah, Hunter gets caught by the taunt, but Rensha comes in with the dive just to provide a little bit more safety. Hunter will be able to get away. That ricochet there from Misfortune, putting in quite a bit of damage, but here is the Ocean Drake A good turn around here. Hunter does have Smite available, does not have the ultimate available, though. So that will be very scary. Might not be able to dive in. Has to try to get a steal. Cannot do so. Third dragon going over to Movistar Riders. But here comes the fight. Nyx will dive in and pick up one onto Godfreya's. It's going to be the focus there on to Rain next, who gets a massive Gnar and the stun. But the kill will go over towards Nyx with the double. Now diving in, gets a big stun onto the AD carry. The triple kill, though, comes in for the Misfortune, but will end up falling to the Ashe. Stratos Panda now continuing to put out damage. Looking for a triple of her own. Araya will be able to just skirt away from this fight. Hunter, though, looking for the dive, tried to follow up, could not do so, but it will be a 4-for-3 here on the side of Resolve. They lose the dragon, but they pick up the dragon fight, and they might be able to swing this back in their favor.
Yeah, that is exactly the kind of fight that they needed, and just look how close the gold has gone. Let's take a look at actually what happened in that fight and how it evolved into what it did. So we can see here that that Resolve are kind of teetering around the edge, and then immediately Hextech Ultimatum used and kind of just separates the fight as it stands. The Shockwave is used, but they managed to dodge it both with Zhonya's and Flash, and now they are in a perfect situation to keep on going. But in comes Ashe. They're all low. Ashe has Peel in the form of Hecarim, and the fact that they're focused on the low health targets and not her, and now she can just do Ashe things. She can walk at them while attacking and slowing them and kiting them and doing those things that Ashe just loves to do and is built to do. Fantastic situational awareness, fantastic time to come in, and a really, really good way to get yourselves back into this game.
Yeah, the scary part, though, you gave over a triple to the Misfortune, who is now who has the full second item completed. The Lord Dominic's regards just help whittle down a little bit more against True Hunter and even Rensha here later on into the game. Gotta be very careful of that. Does help out that Stratos Panda was able to pick up a few kills there and get some gold into her pocket in order to provide some more damage on this Ashe. But it will still be very, very scary. We're now even after that fight, and there is still standing gold available for reserve in the two outer turrets that are still standing. That turret looks like it's going to fall very soon here for Movistar Riders. A stiff wind will knock it over and throw even more gold into their pockets and try to keep this gold lead on their side.
Yeah.
They're looking to actually move towards this top lane.
I was just about to say, if they've got it so far pushed on mid, they need to move to the more high priority areas such as top so that they can take top and then immediately rotate over to mid and then square it away. This is actually really smart stuff because, yeah, the minions are going to take it anyway most of the time. So you want to put the pressure elsewhere so that that either pushes in itself or you can just kind of drive by, pick it up as the game goes later.
This is a split-pushing top laner's nightmare.
Yeah.
The fact that you don't have vision over the rest of the map, you don't have vision over the rest of the opposing team, so you can't exactly go in safely, feel safe, and push in. Now, we know with the all-seeing observer eye that, yes, Nyx was safe there for the time being, could have walked in, put a little bit more damage down, but with the rotation coming down from Irina, does mean that Nyx is going to have to pull off of that split push in the bottom lane for the time being. But it also means that Movistar Riders can't exactly push in onto the Baron buff as they would have liked to have done so. But good vision came in. The Ashe Arrow comes in to try to stun up Godfreya's, but no follow-up from the rest of the team. A little bit of miscommunication looked like. As the Ashe Arrow did land, they just did not follow up with the damage.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to fight that without Orianna present is all. Hecarim was also a little bit out of position as well, and when you don't have Hecarim or Orianna, who are two of your biggest team fight champions in your comp, the Ashe Arrow is kind of there to try and maybe pick off a kill, but unfortunately it didn't land on anyone who was killable. So I can understand not going in there, and I think it's very smart. When you make a semi questionable engage like that, it is often just better to just not go on it and try and get as much damage as you can off of it from a safe distance, because if you go in on that engage and it's not perfect, you run the risk of all dying and then throwing. So it's good self-awareness there.
And Stratos Panda will have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow available in about 30 to 45 seconds, so it's not necessarily a massive cooldown, but it should come up just in time for the dragon fight, as dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. Don't necessarily need it for the dragon itself, but They do have good position here over the Dragon Pit, and everybody is there, including Nyx, because you need to stop this Ocean Soul from going on the side of Movistar Riders. That could mean the beginning and the end of the game here, because you don't have enough sustained damage to really make sure that the extra sustain that you're going to get from the Ocean Drake will be prevented. Riot's going to land a decent drowsy. It's only going to be one person, but the Braum will come in to try to stop the bullet time from over the top. There goes the Chaos Storm from Ethereum to continue to whittle away the backline of Resolve Blue. Riot did have to go golden, so that Zhonya's is not available. Stratos Panda also threw out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but just nothing happening here. But the side of Resolve Blue are very low here. Ultimate is available for Hunter. She looks like she's going to go over the top. Won't be able to get the dragon. It will be secured. Will be able to get away, but there is the Ocean Soul secured for Movistar Riders.
Okay, so I believe that Resolve there should see that as a win, and the fact that Hecarim didn't die. That was absolutely insane movement just to keep the momentum going forward after missing the Drake Smite and just running on straight through. Because I was almost 100% that Hecarim was gonna get completely destroyed there. And if we just see what happened here, let's take a look at that fight in a little bit of closer detail. So we've got Hecarim coming in, doing the smite, but unfortunately just missing it by about 200, and now the entire team is focused on Hecarim, but he is just too fast and they don't have any CC that they can immediately throw out. Lilia tried to hit him with the golf ball, but unfortunately Drive just hooked a little bit too far to the left and ended up running into the wall behind him instead.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. She didn't have the sleep available either. I'm just trying to look for that little bit of extra damage.
Okay,
but
yeah.
Here's the issue now. Movistar Riders with the Ocean Soul, they're just going to be able to heal up pretty much anything that Resolve throw at them in a poke situation. Resolve need to find a heavy engage and really need to find a massive team fight. Hunter might be caught in a rough position, but they're looking to go for this fight. They are going for the engage, but Hunter is going to be the focus. Should end up falling here, just barely. Will end up doing so. Araya is going to fall in the back lane. That's going to be Nyx with the shutdown. There's a massive knockup from Godfrey. Is going to find two, and that is all she wrote for this fight. Ace will come in. Baron will come in from Movistar Riders.
I do just have to say it is never a smart move to do math on stream, but 5 does not equal 4, my friend. Ash did not die in that fight. But it's still an absolutely massive fight. It's 4 for absolutely nothing here. As you can see, fantastic Hecarim ult, but just getting absolutely bursted. You Hecarim ult into the middle of the fire, unfortunately. The Braum ult was also fantastic, giving a perfect segue into the Hextech ultimatum, which then set up for the Galio ult. It was absolutely all over the place there for Resolve, and Movistars just completely shredded it, and that is exactly where they need to be. They took Baron while we were looking at the replay, completely uncontested. Yeah, the only thing that could have gone better is if they got the Ashe as well, but she was very smart in the positioning to just not be anywhere near the danger zone there.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Two things you shouldn't do on cast. One of them is try to do math. And, that is.
I can't even say NA math. I can't even say EU math. I can say NA math. That's good. It's all banter. Don't worry. We suck here too.
I know. But I will say NA math is definitely weaker anyway in general. So I'm not even upset.
No comment there. Unfortunately, I'm not trying to start any drama. Get called out by the American folk on Twitter. Suddenly, I'm just not allowed to cast in the Americas. But yeah, no, it's
Nyx actually tried to go for that stun against the wall. He got stunned up by the Gnar ultimate, and there is Irina coming back in. Chaos Storm thrown down as well. She will be alive, but here is a 4v3. This could be good here for Resolve Blue. Teleport will come in from Irina to try to turn this fight, but the shutdown will go over to Hunter on the back end of that fight. Red Shot will end up falling as Araya will secure that one. 1-for-1 in a 4v3. You need every little bit that you can get from Resolve Blue, and that's not a bad trade, not a bad pickup there.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Resolve Blue.
Yeah, it's more than just a 1v1, because if you look at it as more than just the numbers in that fight, it was the support, which is probably one of the most least valuable roles, versus the AD carry, which is probably one of the most. So that's actually very, very worth it, especially when an even trade is worth it if you're behind. because you're actively stopping an increase in advantage. And also keep in mind, that wasn't just a 4v3, that was a 4v3 with the 3 having Ocean Soul, which basically gives them an extra health bar, so it was pretty much a 4v4 there. So that's actually very, very nice for them.
Yeah, this is where it gets scary here if you're Resolve Blue. This continual poke with the Baron buff, healing up every little bit that you try to throw out, makes it just very difficult. Nyx having to back away as Araya just deadly with those bowling balls, rolling strike after strike onto Nyx. The turret will end up falling thanks to the Baron buff. They will have it here for about another few seconds, so they could try to continue to push in and take down this bottom turret. The Elder Drake will spawn in about a minute, and this is really good for Movistar Riders to help secure this game victory. They can easily turn back around, but they're actually going to go for the fight. Big 4-man, the 3-man Shockwave as well. They found the fight that they needed. Did Resolve Blue. Godfrios will end up falling as well, and just as soon as I think that Movistar Riders can secure it, Hunter says, no, that's not it. We're not done with this game, and they find a 4-person play to find for, and Arena could be the 5th one to fall, should be the 5th one to fall. It's an ace coming in for Resolve Blue. They're not out of this game just yet.
I am absolutely astounded. That was beautiful. That was textbook. That was perfect. That was extraordinary. Let's take another look at this, because I just need to comprehend it probably. They're all grouped up in this corridor, small area of space, perfect shockwave positioning, and also just really good setup from the Hecarim there as well, allowing them to chase Brom, holding the ultimate for when people are starting to run away with the straggle, just kind of straggling on the end of that fight in order to pick up the Gnar. Hecarim going in and then being like, oh no, they've put down the gravity trap, I guess they're getting out, and Camille saying, screw gravity, running straight in and picking up that last remaining kill on the Gnar. Absolutely insane. Incredible stuff there. And now Resolve, I think, are squarely back in this game.
They've got to find a good, decent position. The Onslaught will be available for Hunter as well, so they could look for another big wombo combo fight. They desperately need it if they want this Elder Dragon buff. Elder Dragon will be started up here by Movistar Riders. They are going to go look for the fight, but it's not going to be as big of a shockwave or a ultimate from Hunter. Hunter will end up backing away. The shockwave's still available, but will end up getting caught there by the sleep. Will be available to stay alive, but Hunter with just over 100 HP and no ultimate available. Gonna be very difficult to try to take down this Baron buff, or at least steal the Elder Drake, excuse me. Escape looking for a decent shockwave, hanging around in the brush. Might be able to find one there. Keep an eye on the ball. It gets pulled back to Escape. No shockwave available just yet. But that's a shutdown going over to the next. They get the trade over onto the Gnar. Here's the shockwave. It's stopped. It gets canceled by the death of Escape. Hunter trying to go over the wall. Will not be able to smite secure. And that could be the end of the game. Just as we thought, Resolve Blue could turn things back around. Unfortunate timings on ultimates means that Movistar Riders are able to secure the Elder buff and should be able to secure the game.
You know what? I'm going to challenge that. I don't think it was unfortunate timings. I think that was calculated. I think they went for that in the way that they did because they knew that the ultimates weren't there. That was absolutely fantastic stuff there from Movistars to recognize that opportunity and go in. And honestly, what a time to do it. Elder Drake is probably the most important objective in the game. That's why it spawns such a late timer. And it was a fantastic play overall that will secure Movistar Blue their place in the grand final versus Super Galaxy Racers.
Yeah, that was such a close game there near the end. That massive ace picked up was key to extending the game out just a little bit further. But when I'm talking unfortunate timings, I'm talking the Hecarim ultimate was not able to catch every member that they needed to in order to really turn the fight around like they did just a few minutes before.
Very, very good stuff.
Unfortunate there for the side of Resolve Blue. They looked good. They played very well. Unfortunately, just not able to pull it out at the very end. Like you said, David and Goliath matchup here, so to speak, as Movistar Riders will move on to face on Galaxy Racer in the finals.
Galaxy Racer are looking absolutely dominant right now. They are, as I said yesterday, it still continues on, absolutely speedrunning the tournament bracket. these girls now have the opportunity to be the ones to take down Super Galaxy Racers, and what an accolade that would be. It's a best of 5. It's an attrition-based. Format. It is definitely something that is more of a marathon than a sprint. So maybe they will have the endurance and the temperament from this game, from this series that they've just been in, to actually take this from Super Galaxy Racers. I am excited for the possibility. I love a good underdog story, and I would love to see a really nice, close, good series of League of Legends coming up.
It should be a very, very good series. We are going to take ourselves a bit of a break to get ready for that best of 5 grand final, so don't go anywhere.
Please
the grand
understand.
finals of the Huntress Trials will be here. It will be Galaxy Racer taking on Movistar Riders Blue. You're not going to want to miss this. Stay tuned. We'll be back with the grand finals in just a bit.
Cutting the power lines, we're done talking about it. A spark turns into fire, and we're not sorry about it. If you're not sleeping tight, you know we're onto something. You hear the streets are crying, oceans Oh, I can hear my own heart breaking. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? You said she was just a friend, and I remember thinking the worst at first, but
You give me this energy. It is like you set me free. Chasing highs to stay alive. But if I'm with you, I'll survive. So hold me close into the night, 'cause I need you to stay. You take me to paradise, that's why it's hard to wait. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Life is hard the way it is, but with you it's easier. Follow me into the night, without you I'm falling deeper. Stay a bit longer, yeah, I just need you to, I just need you to. Stay a bit longer, I just need you to. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for
Protect me from you, my thief. It's getting later and it's harder to leave. I'm trying to heal, I'm trying to mend. Someone please come to my defense. Or will you sweeten upon your return? Silly baby, will I ever learn? I come down for you from heaven above. Take me back, I can't get enough. Send a signal First, you disarm me. Second chances will not be free. And third, you better find your prayer. If you reach for me, I won't be there. I won't be
There's a party downtown, someone said that you're coming by. Let me know when you're here, meet me up for a smoke outside. I regret what I said, didn't mean it. Yeah, believe me, I guess I take it back. There's a party downtown, someone said that you're coming by. I know that summer was a big mistake. I just hope that we're still okay. You always pick me up and let me down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in what we want. And I always pick you up and let you down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in what we want, to what we want. There's a party downtown, we are drunk and the music's loud. I forget that we're done, that you're back with your girlfriend now. For a minute, I'm back where we started. In that hallway, we couldn't keep our hands away from each other. Did you ever tell her? I have to sleep in the bed I made. I don't sleep much at all these days. 'Cause you always pick me up and let me down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in what we want. And I always pick you up and let you down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in what we want, to what we want.
Take off your halo, you're beautiful. I don't care if it tears me apart. We couldn't let go from the get-go. I think we're past trying to hide who we are. Baby, I don't mind you calling. I'm still awake in my bed. Say the things you shouldn't be saying. I don't want you to act like you still have that halo. Halo, got the halo. Like you still have that halo. Halo, you should let it go. Don't stop. I love it when you touch my skin. No, it's bad, it's bad. I don't care if the walls are caving in right now. I need you to kill off my lonely nights. Otherwise, I'll just be dead inside. I can't keep pretending you don't exist. Hate the lies, you know I can't resist, yeah. Baby, I don't mind you calling. I'm still awake in my bed. Say the things you shouldn't be saying. I don't want you to act like you still have that halo. Halo, got the halo. Like you still have that halo. Halo, you should let it go. Sing me to sleep, I need you watching. Don't wanna dream, just lay to darkness. Sing me to sleep, I need you watching. Don't wanna dream, just lay to darkness. Don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Yeah, his baby said that they don't got a future. Future like it burns. So give him something worse to kill his head with. Make him forget somehow. Might be that another day she would have wished he stayed, but they're done. Sorry, this won't be enough this time. Yeah, he's calling all his friends to get some action and distract him right now. He's fine, got Lucy on the line, let's get this started. Where's the party tonight? I feel good, nothing weighs me down. I can't believe my luck right now. Red eyes while he said, don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart. It needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Ooh, who needs a job to pay the rent? He's busy. Gotta feel free sometimes, right? What doesn't make you will only make you stronger if you believe what they say. Might be that another day she would have wished he stayed, but they're done. Red eyes while he said, don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart. It needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Just make it go away. Can't take another day. Yeah, his baby said that they don't got a future. Future like that. It hurts, so giving something worse to pass the time. Don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone? Don't you wanna have fun?
that something, baby, that I can go without, just like a poison in me. You're all that I'm about. Loving the highs, don't mind the lows. It's getting out of my control. I want that something, baby, 'cause I can go without. Mama used to tell me love ain't right if it ain't easy, but I'm in too deep to walk away from you. Papa used to tell me love should never drive you crazy, but I lose my mind if you don't get his suit. I'm addicted to your love, to your love, your love. I'm never gonna get enough. I'm a sucker for your love, for your love, your love. I'm never gonna get enough. You can end it, say it's over, but I'm never going sober. I'm addicted to your love, to your love, your love. I'm never gonna get enough of your love. I want your love. I need your love. 'Cause I'm never gonna get enough. Can't say I'm hurting, baby, but I don't feel too good. It's like I'm burning lately when you're not in my blood. Loving the highs, don't mind the lows. It's getting out of my control. I need your loving, baby. It's all I'm thinking of. Mama used to tell me love ain't right if it ain't easy, but I'm in too deep to walk away from you. Papa used to tell me love should never drive you crazy, but I lose my mind if you don't get his suit. I'm addicted to your love, to your love, your love. I'm never gonna get enough. I'm a sucker for your love, for your love, your love. I'm never gonna get enough. You can end it, say it's over, but I'm never going sober. I'm addicted to your love, to your love, your love. I'm never gonna get enough of your love. I want your love. I need your love. 'Cause I'm never gonna get enough of your love. I want your love. I need your love. 'Cause I'm never gonna get enough. Mama used to tell me love ain't right if it ain't easy, but I'm in too deep to walk away from you. Papa used to tell me love should never drive you crazy, but I lose my mind if you don't get his suit. I'm addicted to your love, to your love, your love. I'm never gonna get enough. I'm a sucker for your love, for your love, your love. I'm never gonna get enough. You can end it, say it's over, but I'm never going sober. I'm addicted to your love, to your love, your love. I'm never gonna get enough of your love. I want your love. I need your love. 'Cause I'm never gonna get enough of your love. I want your love. I need your love. 'Cause I'm never gonna get enough. No, no, no.
If you let me hear you say my name, my name. If you let me hear you, babe. 'Cause I wonder if you feel the same, same. Or just tell me if you feel the same. You don't need to hesitate, oh babe. No, it's never too late. I think we're soulmates. Let's find a way to start again. Oh yeah.
unscrewed. Ooh, I can hear my own heart breaking. Hear my heart break to you. Hear the sound of my heart breaking over you. Oh, I can hear my own heart breaking to you. Hear the sound of my heart breaking.
Here we are. Thank you for sticking with us through that break. It is time for the grand finals of the Huntress trials. It's Joker and Shooped here for this best of 5 matchup. It is going to be a blast. It is going to be a banger of a series as it's Galaxy Racer taking on Movie Star Riders Blue as we finally take a look at the final bracket, how it stands.
Oh yeah, and honestly, what a journey it's been. You know, these past 2 days, we've seen some really, really good League of Legends. We've seen a lot of skill, a lot of thrills, and honestly, not that many spills. I haven't been privy to too many misplays here or there, so that's always a good sign, right? But yeah, we just came off the back of the Movie Star Riders versus Resolve game, which was absolutely fantastic. 2-1 to Movie Star Riders in a absolutely dominant display during that last game. It was really back and forth, and honestly, I thought it could have gone either way.
Yeah, it really could have. There were, especially in game number 3, there were definitely situations where it could have very well have gone one way or the other. And it was really interesting to see how they played out the last half of that game, especially after the massive team fight victory that that Resolve Blue had, and then turning it into the Drake fight that ended up going to Movie Star Riders. It just was so back and forth, and I'm honestly hoping to see a very similar finals here. You know, as Galaxy Racer, they 2-0'd Confused, they 2-0'd Absolved. They're looking like definitely the team to beat, but if anybody can take them to the limit, very well could be Movie Star Riders, as they showed that they have the talent and they have the capabilities to get to that point here in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think this is, you know, there's a lot of purpose behind both teams here. You know, obviously Movie Star, if we just go to their roster very quickly, they have come from the bottom side of the bracket. And they are now in grand finals, and this is a huge opportunity for these girls to show the entire world what they're made of. If they can take games, and if even they can take the series off of Super Galaxy Racers, that is a huge accolade. This right here is an opportunity. And just speaking of Galaxy, we'll put them on the screen right now. As seen before, we have Sana, the BM goddess, the top lane destroyer that we saw on day 1. Karina in jungle, Tifa from Final Fantasy. Wait, no, sorry, production saying that she's not from Final Fantasy, but she's just called Tifa, but she's on mid lane. Giddy and Kiana on the bot lane combo as well. These are the team to beat, ladies and gentlemen, and those of us who know better, these are the team to beat. How do you think this one's gonna go, Joker?
Honestly, as much as I would love to absolutely see, you know, a massive showing here from the side of Movie Star Riders, and I think they may be able to squeak out a game, just the dominance that Galaxy Racers showed yesterday in the matchup that we did see them, and the dismantling that they did of Confused, and not only that, but then taking down Absolved as well. I do think it's going to be Galaxy Racer. I think it could be a 3-1 series. I think that Movie Star Riders have the talent to be able to take a game and make a couple of games closer, but Galaxy Racer, they just look so strong, and they look very good in everything that they do. Their drafts are really solid, and they know how to play macro around the map, and it's very tough to deal with them. We do actually have the pro draft finished up, which means that we'll be getting into the client draft here and in just a few moments. Everybody's so quick and so ready to get into this matchup here.
All right, so let's take a look at what they decided to... Oh, nice dab, yeah. Nice, good
that
stuff.
was more of a cough, but you know, if I'm dabbing, I'm doing it this way because of the tattoo.
Okay, that's actually sick. I was just trying to like, I was trying to be like, oh, they coughed. I gotta cover, but no, you just absolutely blew me out of the water with that one. Yeah. I can't even say anything about that. You had the tattoo and everything. I'm floored.
it was a happy circumstance when I ended up getting this tattoo. It's a Joker's mask from Persona 5. But just getting it there was a happy circumstance. And if I ever want to dab, it's just the perfect way to do it.
That's
so we'll
so
see.
good.
We'll see
That's
how
so
either
good.
team.
How
yeah,
have
we'll
you
see
got
if
the dabbing meta on lock? What?
I just happened to luck into it. We are into the draft, and we'll see if either one of the teams can dab on each other. I am excited already, as yes, we do see. Again, Pro Draft is finished, so we're not getting them in actual order. We're getting them in
I can already
the top mid jungle order.
Yeah.
But what I'm excited about is going to be this top lane matchup: Riven versus my man Yorick.
Yeah.
Yorick getting some buffs and getting some needed changes here means that he is an absolute menace in the split push in the top lane. But Riven is going to be a very strong matchup into him, especially pre-6. It can be very, very scary for anyone to deal with. And if anybody can take down this Yorick early on, make it difficult for Rain to get the split push going, it's gonna be Sana. We've seen the mechanical outplays that she can make, and Riven is the mechanical goddess of champions.
Yeah, no, for real. Putting Sana, who is already someone that we've seen just outskill and outplay every single time she's been on this top lane, on someone who has such a high skill ceiling as Riven, I am super excited to see what they can pull off here. And Yorick is kind of known for being very survivable and being kind of difficult to kill, similar to like the kind of Ornn thing, except much more focused on pushing and control in the team fights. It's gonna be rough. I don't think that I think that Riven probably wins the lane, but not through kills, through farm advantage. So I'd love to be able to see Sana basically go absolutely crazy this game and just run away with it. I think that Riven is definitely a flashy champion with which you can do that kind of thing, and it's a perfect game for it. And also, if they need the early snowball, they have Hecarim, perfect, just really good jungler to get like out of the gate, and can make things happen very early on in the game and make them happen to an even bigger degree as soon as he unlocks that ultimate for his 6 ganks. I do also want to bring up as well the Scion support. That's actually so good with the Senna route. You root them with Senna, and then you charge up the Scion Slam, and then you leave no stone unbroken.
Yeah, and especially with the set was banned away there in the last rotation, so they could have gone with the Senna set, which we've seen before, with a Tahm Kench banned away and a Senna first pick. Typically, if you're gonna go with that fasting Senna, you go with the tank, and it's Senna Scion, like you said, very, very good duo there in the bottom lane. You land the root, you land the Scion knockup. Could be disaster in the bottom lane for this Varus Lulu combo. And something that I will mention that as excited I am for York there, he got buffed on his E and then immediately got nerfed on the E as well. Did get the bug fixes in onto the ultimate though, to where the Maiden of the Mist doesn't get targeted immediately by the turret, and that's where the strength lies. Now,
the dive potential.
Yeah, his E will still be fairly strong if you can build up the Graves, and if you can build up the ghouls and allow them to continue to do damage over time. That's when the E gets stays stronger. In the last patch before it got nerfed, it was just an immediate 200% damage on the burst from the ghouls, and that was, we had 4, they could quite literally do an easy close to 400 damage just off of one ability. So taking that down just a little bit. Wasn't nerfed as hard as a lot of people think that he was. Still did get a little bit of touches, but it could still be that very split push scary champion.
I have to be honest with you here, Joker. I have to be honest with you.
Okay.
I don't think I've played a single game of New Yorick.
I
was a dedicated old Yorick player. Like back when he had the resurrection ult. Like the old Yorick. Which ability is the E again?
So the new Yorick, his E allows him to throw out the mist, and if he hits
the little section. I always think it looks like one of those buttons on a Guitar Hero controller.
Yeah.
It's a little kind of like segment.
Yeah, and
It's not
it'll-
quite a square, not quite a rectangle.
Right, and when
Yeah.
he tags an enemy champion with it, it resurrects any graves within a small area within a small amount of time. But it
And
also
all the ghouls come and run at
Yep.
them.
the ghouls will
Ah,
proc
I see,
at
I see.
the ghouls will proc the target. So that is where a lot of the lane presence pre-6 comes from, is Yorick building up those ghouls, and instead of hard shoving the lane like he can do with them, throws them at the champions to try to whittle them down over time. So will be interesting to see how the changes to that ability and to the damage done by the ghouls will affect Yorick in the 1v1 matchup, but still can be a very, very strong split push style of champion. And
Yes,
the rest
yes,
of the
of
team
course.
will work well in a 4-1 split push composition as well, making sure that Yorick has the side lane to his advantage. I personally have won so many games where our team was close to 5,000 gold behind, just based on split push Yorick alone, dragging the opposing team around the map. And so I want to see
Would you
if
have,
Movistar Riders can do that.
Would you have possibly been playing the Yorick in this instance?
Yes, yes, I had been
So,
playing
so,
the
so,
Yorick.
so you're flexing about your Yorick wins on
A,
stream.
a little bit.
Okay, Joker. I just wanted to make you
It's-
realize what you were doing.
You know,
You don't sneak past me with the flexes.
You just give me the opportunity to flex my play a little bit as the players will
if I can
flex their
talk,
play.
if I can talk about Zerath, right?
Yeah.
But one thing I will say though is I feel like I cursed Zerath in this tournament because Zerath did not win a single game that we have seen streamed so far. So hopefully you haven't just done the same with Yorick.
I'm hoping so as well. There is a thing called the caster curse for
There
a
is
reason.
indeed. There is indeed.
But that usually happens when you're inside of the game. So I'm going to not
you
talk
just
about
don't-
Yorick.
yeah.
Just not going to talk about him
Smart.
during the game. And that may mean that Movistar Riders can pick up the victory as we do load up onto the Rift. Again, very excited to see this matchup happen. The Riven is a very strong pick into the Yorick, but the Yorick can get quite ahead in the mid to late game with that split push, and we'll have to see how the rest of the teams will play around that as we do, again, get the standard 5-point stance. A little bit of vision is put down, and Tifa with a bit of a poke early on as Ithrin is just kind of dancing.
Yeah, it's interesting because there hasn't really been too much of a shift. We saw a late bot invade from blue side on the last game, but that was really the only non-standard 5-point opener that we've seen so far. It's kind of nice, but as we see here, they are kind of all forming around this red side. This blue side red buff, but I don't think anything's going to come of it.
Yeah, they're gonna just try to get vision and try to see where Karina is gonna go here on the Hecarim, and just make sure that the lanes can play safe around that vision and knowledge, and knowing that, yeah, it looks like Karina is not starting on the bottom side. The fake leash will come in, even though it seemed like Gidi and Kiana did know that the ward was there. So good start there from Movistar Riders to at least get a little bit of information and try to make Arias clear just a little bit safer.
Yeah. No, definitely good stuff. You know, they didn't know if they had vision, so they might as well show there so that they know they can't get it for free, even if they're not actually there, because you just want to make it safe. You know, you want to make it so that the doubt isn't there.
Yeah, and making
Silent,
sure
yeah.
that
Ooh.
this bottom lane will be able to farm freely. This will be scary because, again, as Senna as a more supportive role or playing the fasting Senna, Senna, chunking out the damage there a little bit. That's going to be one of the issues that Rain is going to run into. But Senna will be able to provide a lot more damage in these extended pokes and trades than Kiana will, and we'll be able to do it for less mana.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind. That's a scary thing about that Senna, the fasting Senna, the Senna support.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also just want to say, Godfrelos here on the Scion, they're gonna be making. I'm not being funny. Scion has such good farm securing potential because of this big burst right here with the knock-up. Like you just get farm with that because the damage is so high. So this Scion is gonna have some serious moolah on him. One thing that I will say though is I noticed he started Doran's Shield and Biscuits, which leads me to believe that he's going for more of a tanky build, which I understand. But I really wanted to see Lethality Scion. I really wanted to see Lethality Scion into this bot lane. It would have been so good versus the Varus, who just cannot do anything to get you to like get you away from him.
I think Lethality Scion is okay in solo queue, or if you have another tank or two on your side.
Yeah.
But when, like this, hold on, Araya is going to interrupt me here as they're going to make the early gank, and the first blood's going to come in for Araya, and the kill is going to continue to come in. Kiana will secure the trade with the Ignite, and that actually is going to beat Nenris, who's going to fall, getting a little bit too greedy, trying to get Gidi. Gidi is going to try to turn around with the snipe arrow, won't pick it up, but that will be Karina picking up the double kill. The turn around trade goes in favor of Galaxy Racer.
I cannot believe that Giddy, they were getting greedy for Giddy, you know, like, oh my goodness, let's take a look at this, because Giddy was living on an absolute prayer right there. So Kiana gets hit by the roots, and unfortunately that's curtains. Scion is in there immediately with the slow, the heal and the flash doesn't matter because of the Dream Dust. Immediately the watch out Eep is put onto Giddy, and the Dream Dust runs out. Hecarim is there. Hecarim is ready, running behind and going back in to guarantee the kill. And then Horse goes nay. He just runs in. He starts pressing Q. He starts pressing W. And look at that. Double kill. And now Hecarim is super far ahead. He's level 5. He's close to level 6. And level 6, early, on a Hecarim, is something to be terrified about. That was a really good kill for MRSB, for movie stars. But you need to kind of recognize when you can't get a kill, and that was so rough, right? Like, I don't blame them at all. Giddy was dead to rights. Like,
yeah, it was very, very close. And here's going to be an issue, though. Coming back in is Karina onto the top side. We'll be able to trap in to the sheet, to the walls, but Santa is still right there, putting out enough damage early on to make it very, very tough. No flash for Rain in that, trying to keep that around, but hey, there is the return gank, and that is the mobility that the Hecarim can bring, coming right from bottom to top. Now, Araya made her way into this bottom lane, looking for another gank onto Gidi and Kiana. Both do not have flash, do not have any kind of summoners.
Yeah,
so
she knows that they used them. And she knows that they used them in the last fight. She could also just go for the Krugs as well, because they do give a lot of gold now, ever since the jungle changes of old. Yeah, she could also just be setting up for this dive. They're taking a little bit of tower damage here, but unfortunately...
Godfreya's taking a lot of tower damage
as
well.
And
Kiana's going to secure
nowhere
it.
to be found.
Yeah, with the autos. Meanwhile, here comes Karina trying to find the Hecarim.
Oh my god!
Comes in and throws Araya over the wall, but Kiana goes the wrong way. Araya gonna be able to get a little bit of deep vision and should be able to either get a recall or get an execute coming through. Can Kiana find Araya? Araya knows that she's probably dead here. Tries to get the trade kill onto Kiana. Not going to happen. It's going to be given over to Tifa. And Galaxy Racer are off to the races here with the 2K gold lead 6 minutes in.
Yeah, they're absolutely going crazy here. 6 minutes, 2K gold already up. What more do I gotta say? Was it Hecarim?
Hold on.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, speaking of Hecarim, here comes Karina once again knocking back
So good with that.
Shockwave is gonna keep herself alive for the time being and pull back Karina. Will be able to stay alive.
That's a flash of almost a kill. Hecarim used nothing there. Hecarim literally just used his E.
Devastating Charge was the only thing that was used. We do have a replay there of that bottom lane play where Kiana did pick up the kill and got Frios.
Yeah, if we see here, we can see that Araya is kind of just there, you know, looking to maybe set something up, but because she's too occupied taking the Krugs, she's like, oh no, just don't do it yet, I can't really do anything, and yet they still managed to. I'm not sure who hit that blast cone. I don't think Hecarim would, because why would Hecarim want to disengage, right? Unless it was a misclick. I feel like Lilia did that, and I was really impressed by it, but unfortunately she still died, so extended BM.
It might have actually been Karina, would have been the wise play as, hold on, Karina again going in onto the mid lane, taking a lot of turret shots, will just barely be able to stay alive as the counterplay in the top lane was trying to come in. No kills happening there. Santa does teleport right back to the top lane to continue to try to push in. Maiden of the Mist was used by Rain to try to help push down that top lane a little bit, so we'll not have the Maiden available for that bit of split push or turret taking damage. Tifa getting a little bit of trying to clear out that ward to get a better, or clear out the rest of the minions to get a good recall in. Wisely enough, the bottom lane of Movistar Riders do not stick around and potentially get caught by Gidi and Kiana. Gidi does have level 6, so can use the Change of Corruption if she wants to try to find a kill.
Yeah, this is a really nice setup that they've got there on on Galaxy Racers right now, I just want to say, look at the vision that has been put there by Riven. She can actually see the jungler doing the red and has now popped the Scryer's orb just so that just to basically put fear into Lilia to make her back away and be very cautious with this red, which is now going to allow them to do this Rift Health. The only problem is they didn't see the vision ward that was there, so now it might be a little bit compromised, but then again, take a look at the map really quick. No one's around to stop them. It's just Lilia, and Lilia's not going to go in there alone. That's absolutely suicidal. So this is basically a free Rift Herald. I like that a lot.
It's well done from Galaxy to recognize the reset coming in from Irina, and at that point, you know, Araya cannot really contest. This lane is shoved in onto Rain as well as the top side, so like you said, absolutely free Rift Herald here, picked up from Galaxy Racer in a great noticing of the macro play around the map, noticing where the lane opponents are, where the lane states are, allowing them to take that for free.
Yeah, they are just so good at reading the tempo of the game, and this is the difference between, I hate to say this is the difference. Oh, hang on, 1 second.
Yeah, the onslaught comes in, and there goes Irina, gets just stuck in place. Tifa will pick up that kill. Meanwhile, here's the play in the bottom lane. Teleport will come in from Tifa as well to try to turn this into a 3v2. Using the charge away, Godfrey's will stay alive for the time being.
Yeah,
Nenris try to put in some more damage. Catches Tifa with the root, but nothing doing there.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to kill Sion the tank engine when he's got that ult ready, but he didn't choose the Chug Life. The Chug Life chose him.
Okay, so I do like the attempt there from Rain. This is one of the issues here of picking the Yorick into the Riven, is the fact that she can escape your cage fairly easily, so you really have to be careful when you try to go for these 1v1s. He's a decent pick, but with the mobility, it's a little bit more difficult. As Araya will actually go and land the sleep here onto Tifa. The Eve will put out a lot of damage, but Nenris just does not have enough to follow up just at the moment. And here comes Karina looking for the counter gate. Should be able to find it. Dashes in onto Araya. But there goes the Dawning Shadow. Dawning the death of Tifa. Picking up that kill in the 1v1. And they should be able to continue to push in onto this bottom lane turret for the time being, but it looks like they're just going to reset and back off after picking up that kill.
Yeah, that's a really nice kill to pick up too. It's a shutdown on mid. You're getting the mid, which gives the Orianna space. That's actually really good and is exactly what they need. And I guess it's true what they say. It is always darkest before the dawn.
Yeah, and it was an absolutely dark moment there for Tifa as she did end up falling. And yeah, let's take a look at the replay and you know, see exactly what broke down there in that fight.
I've got to wonder why they were standing still just to get hit by the bowling ball right there. And this is the thing, you say there's a lot of damage coming in there, but a lot of it's Senna. Lilia didn't actually do anything there, and if you look at her items, she is very far behind on that. Luckily, Linda was there to actually pick it up and then get the root into the Dawning Shadow, which I did not just now learn the name of. And yeah, really, really cool stuff there. It's very, very good
Here's where it gets scary. They're looking for this top lane dive, and Easy does it. Yeah, lots of damage. The issue here a lot of people have with Yorick is they will go with like the plated steel caps, or they'll go with the armor build, but he does do magic percent damage thanks to the passive on the ultimate. When he tags somebody and the maiden hits them as well in a very short amount of time, deals percent max HP damage.
Yeah, and do correct me on this, but he has a swing reset, right? He's got an auto attack modifier?
Yes, he's got an auto attack reset as well.
So yeah, exactly. So the sheen on him now into Divine Sunderer is actually huge, because it's going to make his burst trade potential absolutely massive. He's going to be an absolute monster at destroying towers because of the bonus damage, and if Riven gets within range of him, he can literally just bonk her on the head with a shovel and then just go about his day. And if she continues to fight him, well, then he can commit Maiden, he can commit the ghouls, he can, you know, actually take a long, sustained fight if he wants to.
Karina, though, tried to take a fight here in the bottom lane, finds a bit of damage, will be able to get away. One of the things here is there's actually some contention between Yorick mains. Another good buddy of mine named Ravishing Ravish he's another caster in a top lane main, loves to play the Yorick. we had these debates back and forth on whether or not Divine Sunderer or Trinity Force are the play for Yorick. We see the Divine Sunderer here, but looks like going for the fight. Meanwhile, hold on, we're going to see a fight in the bottom lane as the top lane turret does end up falling. Rift Herald trying to put in some damage, and that is going to be Nenris, who's going to fall to the Chaos Storm, and Godfrios has to back away. They will get the trade of turrets, but the first turret will go over to Movistar's Riders, as Rain did pick that up with the help of Araya.
Yeah, it sucks to not get the first tower, even though you've committed Rift Herald to it, but the kill does kind of make up for that a little bit. One thing I will say, though, is that they did commit 4 champions to that dive, and while it worked, you can see now on the map, Oriana is getting a pretty decent push on as well. She got 2 plates during that whole shebang. Let's take a look at the replay here, see exactly how that went down. Okay, so as you can see here, Rift Herald going straight in, using the root on the Herald, means that Hecarim can go in relatively free, and Sion is kind of just not really paid attention to there, as the main focus is the Senna, who's out of position and basically has nowhere to go. Really good recognition there, but Kiana now in a lot of trouble. 3 champions, the flash was there, but unfortunately wasn't enough to get her out, and there's a shutdown and an extra soul onto the AD carry of Movistar's Blue.
Yeah, and that's not exactly where you want to be. I don't even know if Kiana should have dedicated the flash there, knowing that 3 champions were around.
It was a Hail Mary for sure.
Yeah, and that's gotta be, you gotta be a little bit more careful here. Now, looks like Araya is actually gonna help defend this top turret. Sana is struggling, even though she did pick up the 1v1 kill, is still struggling a little bit to try to find any kind of this damage in the top lane. And meanwhile, Godfrios now looking a little bit tanky and should have a decent time against the Riven. And knowing that it's the support Sion, gotta know that the AD carry is around somewhere and gonna force Santa to back off wisely from that top lane play. And they're starting to shift around the map a little bit and try to put, they're gonna actually put the Victor against the Yorick. And I don't know if that's gonna be the best idea, because Victor immobile, you get caught in that cage, it could spell doom here. Speaking of doom, Karina's gonna get rooted up and might end up falling. Will be able to at least dash in and stop the knockup so that she can get away with her life. Oriana ball right over the top, but there's a chance that Corrupts is gonna try to turn this fight. Will only get the root down onto 1. Tifa will follow up, gets rooted, and forces another flash away. So summoners burned on both sides. Everyone's still alive.
Yeah, those tendrils of corruption that Varus releases, they are not quite enough to secure a team fight there, and now it looks to be a little bit of a poke war on this mid lane.
Yeah, Kiana taking quite a bit of damage, as Araya was as well. The upgraded beam there from the Victor going to be putting in a lot of work this early on, and this is where Yorick thrives.
Yeah,
Solo lane split push, has the Sheen item finished up, also has the Maiden procced, and with the changes here, the recent patch, the Maiden does not get targeted by the turret, so this turret will end up falling.
Yeah, I do gotta say as well, he has picked up, sometimes in a game with a lot of healing and a game with a lot of health potentially, execution is calling. It's your choice to pick it up, you know?
Yeah, it is actually interesting, because a lot of times when you want to go for something that provides that healing reduction, sometimes you'll go for the actual, you'll go for the Bramble Vest and just sit on that for a while, as you're not always going to be able to put out the physical damage required to proc the healing reduction. However, it feels like Rain feels more confident in her ability to get in onto the fights and to proc it consistently onto whoever she needs to. So, interesting choice. We'll see.
I like it. I like the aggression. It's confident. It's confident, and it is it's a statement more than anything else. Where I don't need you to hit me, I'll hit you myself. Anyway, whoa! What an engage!
Here comes the fight. Karina gonna land a nice 3-man ultimate. Trying to dissect this fight, does so cleanly. Godfrios will be able to get out alive, but Santa gonna try to dive in onto the backline after the teleport. Can't land the stun just yet. Everyone's staying alive from Movistar Riders and being able to escape that fight after a couple ultimates were used, but that does mean Galaxy Racer can pick up this Ocean Drake for free.
Yeah, and I think that's fine actually because of the position that they're in, but hang on, they might just be coming around to try and get something as they come back. But yeah, no, I think they're actually backing away. That's completely fine. I actually like how beautiful that disengage was, because the moment that fight started, they recognized they weren't getting that Drake, and there was no point. Oh my god, but a shockwave picking up Giddy!
Yeah, the shockwave on a Giddy will burn the heal, will burn the flash as well. Chains of Corruption will at least keep the fight in place for the time being. Will spread onto so many members, but it's only Karina there to follow up, and Karina will end up falling.
Karina! The bonus kill. That is absolutely... Okay, getting Giddy there was absolutely... you know, that was a fantastic kill opportunity. But getting, you know, that was Kiana's first... Not Kiana, sorry. That was Mitigated Smile's first death. That was the bounty. That was absolutely huge. Let's take a look at the replay here. See exactly how that managed to come to pass. Giddy getting picked up by an absolute wonder of a shockwave, and then Senna obviously following up with that Halloween Darkness. Medicated Smile there, suffering from Save Your Friend syndrome apparently, uses everything in order to get her down so that she can pick up that wonderful, juicy bounty gold.
And that was unfortunate. Great play there from the side of Nenris to be able to pick that up. Last we checked here, we just got update from our production here just about a minute ago.
Yeah.
Senna is sitting on about 62 stacks, so we're looking now probably 65 to 70, which is a really big breakpoint here.
Yeah.
Hitting that 80 stack breakpoint is going to be massive for Nenris, and especially playing the fasting Senna, being able to get those stacks much faster. Just means that she's going to be outranging everybody, putting out way more damage than you really want her to if you're the side of Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, and you know, she's also managed to pick up this Kraken Slayer as well. She's absolutely going ballistic on Senna. Like, it's a really good timing, especially at 19 minutes to be able to hit that breakpoint. As you were saying, it just means that she's got all this, you know, eventually on Senna, you can outrange the tower if the game goes long enough, and she's already around about halfway there, like just beneath it. So, you know, if the game goes another 20 minutes, you know, you kind of put a hard enrage timer on the game.
And that's going to be something that Galaxy Racer need to be prepared for. You don't want this Senna to continue to get these free stacks and free farm and outrange your team. You have a fairly low range team outside of the Varus who can't poke from range with the Q. But when you're getting outranged just by the basic auto attacks of a Senna, it's going to be very difficult to be able to siege in and to do anything. It means you'll have to try to engage these fights and try to find a way to victory, as Chains of Corruption, they're just going to miss. It's one of the harder skill shots to land.
Yeah, it's because of the slow
speed.
travel time, right? Yeah. Like the projectile isn't as fast as, say, like a Caitlyn Q or something like that. It's got a bit of a wind up to it, and the projectiles don't exactly move at the speed of sound.
No, and that's where it gets a little bit sketchy. I will say that Giddy has finished up his second item there.
Yeah, the
so
Phantom
we'll have,
Dancer.
The Phantom Dancer, thank you. So we'll have a bit more damage and a bit more range, or at least auto attack speed to be able to pick up the extra bit of gold.
Yeah, it gives a nice bit of survivability as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Does not provide the shield anymore, but does.
Oh, it doesn't provide the shield anymore?
Right, does
I'm
provide
very
ghosting.
silly. Please ignore me. Thank you.
It does provide the ghosting on multiple auto attacks, though, which means that you can avoid minions a little bit faster and give yourself bonus movement speed.
Yeah, that's actually quite good. Well, movement speed is survivability in a weird way, right? You dodge things with movement speed. I'm right. I'm still right. Promise.
Yeah, a little bit. You're still there. You're about 75% there.
Okay, cool.
I'll give you
take
partial credit for it.
I'll take it. Good enough. Moving on to the mid lane, though, we've got 3 champions on the side of Galaxy Racer.
That was 74 stacks for Nenris on the Senna. So getting ever so closer to that 80 stack break point, like we mentioned, but still might take another minute or so to do so. Meanwhile, Karina gonna get caught there by the bowling ball, as the dragon will be spawning here in just about 30 seconds. So they're really gonna be looking to try to get some kind of team fight, but now it's gonna be scary because this Scion is very tanky. That's gonna be a cleanse burned out, but that's gonna be a kill for Karina, who is able to dive in, and here comes more damage. Tifa gonna be able to pick up the kill onto Godfrios, as Karina goes to sleep, still should be able to wake up and not have too much of an issue. But with 2 kills picked up by Galaxy Racer, they are going to be able to get this soul. There is nothing that Araya is going to be able to do. They're going to have to rely on the split push coming in from Rain in order to do anything in this game.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, the game was looking kind of wonky, like all over the place. Not really sure who was ahead in terms of Galaxy Racer or movie stars on this in this game. But I tell you what, Galaxy Racer, they know how to pick their fights, don't they? That's that's definitely the fight you want to win, the one that gets you the Ocean Soul. Really, really nice stuff.
This is an issue though. Santa can't get the 1v1, and there is the problem. After a certain point in the game, Yorick just gets too tanky and has too much damage for the Riven to deal with, and they did not put Riven far enough ahead early on to make that 1v1 matter.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. Wow, that was Yorick just absolutely took it to town.
That's what I was saying is this Yorick.
Yeah.
Later this game goes, the more dangerous this Yorick is going to be. Has the Tiamat as well. A nice little flex option here. Tiamat is not typically standard on a Yorick build, but when you're going for this pure split push side lane build, you go Tiamat to get the extra clear and to allow you to continue to push in faster. Not going to get a lot of kill participation is Rain, but when it matters, you're going to see that the objective damage, the turret damage, will be massive for this Yorick to try to win this split push game.
Yeah, and I gotta say that synergizes well with the Senna as well, because Senna is absolutely fantastic at taking buildings, being an AD carry like that, so it'll be really, really, like, maybe you leave, like, Yorick and Senna alive after a team fight or something, and suddenly they actually can take a serious amount of objectives, because, you know, usually if it was anyone else, maybe they would only get a tower, maybe half a tower, but these guys could probably take it all the way to inhib.
If you leave them alone, they do have the option. Santa looking for the flank, but will get spotted out by that control ward, so they do try to turn the fight, but that is immediately going to be a dead Senna. Teleport will come in from Tifa to try to secure, but will end up falling, as Karina secures a triple kill there onto the Lilia, and that will be the Baron picked up for Galaxy. It's going to be Rain still split pushing, but the Baron will get picked up here as we take a look at this fight again.
Just look at Medicated Smile here. Immediately smite on the Senna, into the auto attack, into everything else that they need to in order to get her dead. They realize that she's a problem and just absolutely demolish her before she can even partake in the fights. That is the sign of a good jungler, and especially of a good Hecarim here. I really don't think that, you know, while the split push Yorick build is good and it's obviously doing what it's supposed to, they can't take these fights 4v5.
Now they've got to be more careful there, as the Yorick will there fall in the 2v1. But the issue is that they are getting engaged on, and they're playing a little bit far forward when the Yorick is trying to get some work done in a side lane. Teleport will come in here from Santa to try to turn this fight and continue to use the Baron buff to their full effectiveness. Godfrios is going to fall. Santa will find the kill onto the Orianna as well. And Yorick is still dead for another 20 seconds or so. They could continue to try to look for this ace. Might not get it, but they should be able to get this turret down in the top lane. Santa going to continue to put out damage. Will get killed off, though, by Nenris, who's trying to turn things back around. Shades of Corruption are going to miss.
Yeah, another
but it
whiff
doesn't
on the
matter
tendrils.
because Galaxy Racer, they're just pushing in every turret they can.
Yeah, this macro play doesn't just exist in the laning phase, ladies and gentlemen. No, 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 no. The macro play from Galaxy Racer is absolutely insane. Even when they are pushing down the base, they are doing it optimally. They are reading the lay of the land and making sure that everyone is using their space to the best of their ability. Really, really nice stuff there, especially on a fight that seemed so on a whim, so uncalculated, so sporadic.
It seems like Galaxy Racer, they realize now that they have to force fights and force engages, otherwise they're just going to lose everything to this Yorick split push. So force that 5v4 fight and force Movistar to do something about it, and they really haven't been able to do much about it at this point in time. Their 4-stack is not as effective as they need it to be this far into the game to allow the Yorick to stay alive in the side lane and to continue to push. There's still the opportunity that Movistar can't play through Rain, but you've got to be able to get the vision to not get outflanked and get outnumbered in a 5v4 fight.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. Like, what is there to say here? They are very much not winning these. Like, it's not even coming close to a close fight in the 4v5 scenario. So the split push Yorick now no longer works. And here's the thing: is Hecarim can actually go and split push himself, because they're like, you know what? We don't even need 5 champions. We can just push with 4 and then have someone else do what they're doing on the opposite lane. And now, all of a sudden, they've got to split even further. It's like a...
Chains of Corruption lead to Araya dying, then Santa goes in, flash knockup, will be able to help secure another kill. Godfrios cannot get away. Santa finds her 6th kill of this game. The inhibitor will fall, and that very well could be the game, as Rain is left standing here with Nenris, but they can't do anything. One Nexus turret falls, second Nexus turret falls. Game 1 of the Grand Finals will go to Galaxy Racer here in just under 30 minutes, as they finally secure the last kill to pad the KDAs.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's the sign of a good team. You take an advantage, you get an advantage, and you immediately run with it as far and as hard as you can. They want to fight. They managed to get the early dragon control, and eventually they got Soul, and then just absolutely ran away with the game. The Yorick split push build was giving them trouble, so they focused as hard as they could on 5 in order to outscale the other 4 champions who weren't Yorick, and then by the time that they'd done that, they were far enough ahead to the point where the Yorick just didn't even matter. Really, really good analysis, really, really good on-the-fly thinking, and honestly, deserved win. Very deserved win for Galaxy Racer there.
It's what we expect from Galaxy Racer, from what we saw yesterday in their match. This style of play and playing on the fly, realizing what they need to do to pull out the victory, what their win conditions are. Well done to Galaxy Racer in game number 1. We're going to a break here before game number 2. Can Movistar Rider come back and take it to a 1-1 series so far, or will we get put onto match point after game 2 from Galaxy Racer? We'll find out here. Stay tuned to the Grand Finals of Huntress Trials. We'll be back in just a moment.
Cutting the power lines, we're done talking about it. A spark turns into fire, and we're not sorry about it. If you're not sleeping tight, you know we're onto something. You hear the streets are crying, ocean turns into fighting. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead. Warning's been spread wide, you can't do none to stop it. Posing is bound to fight, but you're only causing riots. Words move from mouth to mouth. Justice is also troubling, all the way from north to south. It's been a long time coming. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead.
nice to stay alive. But if I'm with you, I'll survive. So hold me close into the night, 'cause I need you to stay. You take me to paradise, that's why it's hard to wait. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Life is hard the way it is, but with you it's easier. Follow me into the night, without you I'm falling deeper. Stay a bit longer, yeah, I just need you to, I just need you to. Stay a bit longer, I just need you to. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for
Welcome back, guys, gals, non-binary pals, here for game number 2 of the grand finals here between Movie Star Writers and Galaxy Racer for the Huntress Trials. It's Joker and Shooped here once again with the action here. We are getting ready to load up into client select here for game number 2 as the pro draft is done. We can try to take a look back a little bit at game number 1 and just kind of think of what these teams need to do. The split push Yorick, while I loved the effort personally, it just did not end up working out. Not necessarily because of the Yorick, but because of the fact that the 4v5 just did not work out in favor of Movie Star Riders.
Oh yeah, and it's just that situation. Split push Yorick itself was not the problem, it was more the environment. It was, it just wasn't its time, it wasn't the place for it. And that's just all that is. There's nothing wrong with split push Yorick, I promise. I promise. Joker,
really?
Please. Okay, I said it. I said it, Joker.
Really?
Put the gun down now?
If you can... If you can play it right, there's not a whole lot wrong with it. Unfortunately, it's not that Rain played it wrong. It's just that Galaxy Racer realized that that was going to be the win condition, and you play to counter the win position. You play for the 5v4 fights, and you force those fights instead of letting the Yorick just kind of do whatever he damn well pleases on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
We are waiting on one other player to get themselves into the client select here for game number 2. So we still got a few more moments. And I want to see if, even though we have the pro drafts here in front of us, I still want to see if Movie Star Riders are going to go back towards that split push style of play, if they're going to try to find a bit more of a team fight oriented composition, as that is what, helped them secure games 2 and 3 of their semifinal matchup, or if they're going to try to go back to not necessarily what didn't work there in game number 1 and see if they can still try to catch Galaxy Racer off guard.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one regardless. I think the draft, one thing that we have seen in draft from Galaxy Racer is that they do a lot individually. Like they have these comfort champions that they pick sometimes, but honestly it feels like they can play whatever they feel like half the time. We will be seeing from this draft, not going to spoil anything for you guys obviously, but it's a lot more of a signature team from Galaxy Racer this time. Some of the things we have seen before, one of which, very excited to let you know, Darius first banned from Movistar Riders Blue, and that's not just that's not just what you guys are seeing because of it being the pro draft or anything like that. They actually banned Darius first in the draft as well.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
Well, Darius, again, did get buffs to his passive, which allows him to deal more damage with the passive bleed to jungle monsters, so he's starting to become that kind of flex jungle pick. Could have seen it across amateur here in North America as the Proving Grounds tournament has been happening recently.
Yes,
so
that's right, yeah.
I have seen some jungle Darius come in. Hasn't been fully effective, hasn't really worked out, but the option is still there.
Yeah, the experimental, precisely. It's experimental, the tools are there, it'll be interesting regardless. Now this, ladies, gentlemen, and those of us who knows better, this is what I was talking about. Sana's set immediately hit the ground running with an absolutely dominant performance in the quarterfinals. This set went 11-0, I'm pretty sure. 11-0-3 they ended the game at, right?
Yeah, it was a massive pick, and this was a counter pick. This was last pick set into the Shen. So Galaxy Racer, saved their last pick there. The Ari was a blind pick into the Ziggs in the second rotation. Did not decide to go with something like an Orianna or anything like that. Orianna was left open, at least in the first couple of rotations here. As we go through the final bans, you'll see that the Orianna was still alive and available. So could have gone for something a little bit more safe, but Tifa wanting to play a little bit more on the edge and try to pull something out with that with the Ari. The Kayn as well locked in here for Karina. We saw it banned away a lot yesterday, and now then it finally came through in game number 3, and Karina did put on a great performance on the Kayn.
Yeah,
we might see that again here
for
Galaxy
Senna
Racing
this time. Picking that one through. That was actually one of the Senna and then Yana's pick here, which is the drum roll. Tom Kench. Senna Tom Kench. I was thinking, oh god, if they take forever for this on purpose, I gotta do this for another 12 seconds. But yeah, Giddy and Kiana on the Senna Tom Kench here, which was also a classic pick from them in the last games we saw from them as well. This bot lane is actually, we thought it might have been a meme pick or something, but honestly, it seems to be something they're very comfortable on.
It's a strong duo pairing, but now you've got to go up against the bottom lane of the Tristana Karma for Movistar Riders, as they did have that Tristana as the first pick, flex pick, decided to put it into the bottom lane as they did see the Senna Tom Kench in that first rotation when they got the Ziggs coming through in the second pick, the first pick of the second half. So gonna have to go up against a very poke heavy duo lane. It's gonna be a little bit scary for Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of scary, but at the same time, I think that they are. I think they have confidence in all of these champions. We've seen the dominance that has been provided by Sana's set. We've seen this Ari picked before into Xerath, which honestly is a pretty, I would say, is a pretty good matchup for Xerath. We've seen the Tom Kench Senna go absolutely crazy, and we know we know that the Kayn in jungle is absolutely ridiculous as well. So all 5 of these champions that have been picked, that's 5 by the way, are all champions that they are very confident in. And honestly, if I'm playing my main and I know that everyone else on my team has got their mains through the draft, except for maybe Kiana, I know that she's like a Lulu lover, as they say. They don't say that, I just said that. But if you want to use that as part of your branding, Kiana, feel free. It's still very useful for them on the Tahm Kench. So this will be interesting. This will be a good game, I think.
It's a very...
I think Movie Star Riders might just be a little bit out of their depth with this draft, I have to say.
They might be. It's a very confident, comfortable draft here for Galaxy Racer. Now, that's not to say that Galaxy won draft. These are very, very even drafts here. Movie Star Riders, they do have a bit of dive potential coming in. Karma Shields on top of a Volibear with the Shen ultimate as well. Ziggs can throw some bombs and throw the Hextech Minefield as well, just to continue to get that AoE damage and the dive potential coming in. There are a lot of ways for Movie Star Riders to try to find the isolated members here of Galaxy Racer, but there are a couple tanks that Set can throw right back into the face of Movie Star Rider if they are not careful. The engage can get countered fairly quickly, but it does mean that Santa has to be very, very defensive, and so does the rest of the team, before you could throw down the ultimate and throw those tanks back into the face of their own team.
Yeah, I'm looking at Volibear and I'm looking at Shen and I'm thinking that's a lot of bonus health. You want to stack bonus health on Volibear because he has bonus, his shield, his E, when he calls down the lightning bolt, it is a % max health shield, so stacking health on him is something which you do. Also, he is a tank, so, what you do. And Shen also has % max health scaling. You want... It's actually a very good set game for that reason, because you have 2 health stacking tanks. Now, obviously you do build other resistances as well. You don't just buy health, but it'll be very rare that you don't have a lot of bonus health on these 2 champions. And if you specifically try and build against that, then you are really hurting your capabilities as a champion. So I think the Set last pick here is... It's kind of despair, honestly, now that I think about it. Like, they last picked the Set, and it's kind of one of those moments in draft where you go, oh, the Set.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, a million calculations run through your mind of, oh god, what are we going to do about this? And they're all terrifying.
Yeah, and it's especially Santa's set. Santa, we saw, we've talked about it. Santa has a very, very aggressive set, getting level 1, level 2 kills 1v1 yesterday. Might see that again, especially against the Shen. Now, Shen does have some pretty good early fight up capabilities, so could try to take the 1v1 trades, but, Santa, with the Haymaker, with the shield and the true damage, just might be able to turn those around. It's really going to be how this top half of the map plays out. The bottom lane 2v2 is going to pretty much just be a wash. Yes, Movie Star Riders should be able to get the push thanks to the Karma and Tristana, but Senna, Tahm Kench, they should stay safe, stay fine. They can farm on the turret and be fine. Once Volley hits 6, that's when you can look for the dives from Movie Star Riders. But that is
definitely.
That's a little bit further on into the game, and by that point, Galaxy Racer can at least can back off, try to play a little bit safer, should be able to stay safe from those dives.
Yeah, well, Joker, you know why Volibear's so good at diving, don't you?
I think I know, but why don't you refresh my memory just in case?
Well, it's because of his ultimate. It's got a certain effect on it. Do you know what it is?
I think I know what that effect is. Wasn't it like an old item back in the day?
It was. It was an old item. I believe it was. I believe it was Leviathan. No, I'm kidding. It's on record. It disables turrets.
Yeah, and that is a massive play here to be able to take down the turrets and to be able to stop them in these dives as we do get ourselves loaded up onto the Rift, and we're going to see some level 1 shenanigans potentially coming out of Galaxy Racer. They are stacked as 5, and they might just be looking... They do find Rain there in the top on the top side of the map, and they're not going to look in, and they're not going to continue to push in as 5. Unfortunate, but they get a little bit of vision. They do get a little bit of knowledge and information.
Yeah, no, it's sorry, just messaging production about some important stuff there. Just yeah, no, not too much happening from that 5-stack there, but definitely setting themselves up. If anyone was showing at that regular 5-point position that we had set up before. Oh, hang on, the game has been paused. We're running into some technical difficulties, and we'll, unfortunately, instead of the incredibly hype and amazing League of Legends game play, you'll have to be stuck seeing our beautiful and amazing faces. Can we get the transition? Yes, we can. That's a pretty good transition, and I gotta say, I know my transitions pretty well.
Yeah,
that's a transgender joke.
It's a wonderful joke.
It's a good one, yeah. They say it's hard to be humorous about LGBT issues without being offensive, but honestly, I just gave you one for free. You can use that. I believe in you.
It's the joke in comedy, or the way that comedy works, is if you punch down, that's when it's not funny. If you're punching at yourself or you're punching up, that's when it can be pretty funny. So. That's where a lot of those humor lies. There's a lot of LGBT related jokes that are pretty darn good, and that is definitely one of them. So thank you for gracing us with that.
Not a problem. It's it's my pleasure to always open the eyes of the people to that kind of thing. And just like that, perfect segue back into the game. We had our little LGBTA, that's LGBT announcement, by the way. And now we're back straight into the game. They are setting up for their buffs. And, well, yeah, seems to be a standard red-blue topside start for both of these junglers.
Which honestly surprises me, as this bottom lane is, outside of some poke here and there in the push, not going to be a massive influential play here in the game. So I am actually surprised that we're not seeing bottom lane starts or bottom half starts to get to the top side and try to influence the solo lane, the set and the Shen, try to turn that around. As there's actually a big stun landed with the Facebreaker. Santa putting in a lot of damage, but Rain actually being able to trade in when Shen does pull the Q in. If you can land it through an enemy, you do get quite a bit of percent HP bonus. And now Kiana getting a bit of a trade damage there in onto Nenris, who has to be careful on this Tristana. Does not have the rocket jump available here at level 1, so it will be scary. But we'll have level 2, we'll have the rocket jump available, we'll be safe here into those trades from now on.
Yeah, and that's a very important thing to kind of recognize on the Tristana matchup, is you need to have that rocket jump ready, and you only ever pop it when you absolutely can. Sana here getting a little bit of a trade in and a really nice haymaker, and all of a sudden Hell the Best is looking really, really low. Oh, but it's a trade into the taunt! No! Oh my goodness! The taunt was so good, but unfortunately when you taunt a champion in League of Legends, you force them to attack you, and that one forced auto attack was enough to kill the Shen there. That was a tragedy.
Yeah, the taunt spelling the doom there for Rain, as we did see a little bit of a trade here. The bottom lane is still going on. Kiana getting ignited down. The ignite will burn away, but here comes Karina. Looking for Godfrey as the flash in. Will be able to secure that kill, and now the turn on to Kiana won't be enough. The double kill going to the Kayn, and that is brutal for the side of Movistar Riders. You get 2 onto the jungler. Santa picked up a solo kill as well. And this just all started to fall downhill so early on. Yeah,
we've got replays coming up for you guys. Let's just take a look at this first blood again. Look at this trade. Really good stuff from Sana to get the knockback. Fantastic haymaker. It's looking fantastic. Conqueror procs and everything. But suddenly the max health damage and the shield causes the flash. The flash comes in and the taunt, bop, right on the head. A little bit of a love tap to Shen. Just absolutely takes him out and gives Set the first blood.
Yeah, and I know a lot of Shen players will actually forego the teleport in order to play with Ignite for the 1v1 trades. That could have
in the
very
early game,
well
they don't
been.
expect it. Yeah. They do not expect how much damage Shen can do with his Q, because it was a lot of damage there. Like that flash was a whoa, where did my health go flash, not a I'm gonna bait them flash. You know.
Yeah. And that could very well have been a trade 1-for-1. But unfortunately, not going to be able to happen here, as Rain did end up falling. Now here comes another gank onto the top side. The taunt will at least help out and keep Rain alive for the time being. A roam up from Giddy as well, as they were looking to really turn this game right around or try to continue the snowball. We saw what they can do when you give Santa a lead on a champion like Set yesterday. They're trying to do it again here today and try to really get themselves onto match point very quickly in this best of 5.
Every single champion that gets fed here. Oh, hang on a second. Set might just be getting more fed. Oh, okay. Hits the creeps instead. Oh no, the squadron.
This dive is gonna come
Emote!
Rain knows that nowhere Rain can go. Killing spree here for Karina as she picks up and secures that kill. Plates will go over as well. Meanwhile, Kiana having fun farming away in the bottom half of the map, being just fine, not getting dove here, as Araya is actually looking for the dragon, might be able to turn it back around. Kiana will have the vision with that control ward, knows that she's probably going to end up dying. Should have backed away from that turret maybe just a bit sooner. Flash away.
Flash, though.
Yeah, flash away will keep her
fine. She's
alive.
healthy.
Here comes Tifa to rotate around, does have level 6. Araya does not have 6, so cannot shut down that turret just yet. They're still looking for this. Kiana
this is
playing,
such a nice
playing
bait.
aggressive, knowing that she's there, knowing that she has support. 1 kill picked up here for Tifa, dashing around. Will be able to pick up the double kill as Kiana stays alive with the gray health. And it is all tilting in favor of Galaxy Racer. Movistar Riders just unable to really catch up and play the game that they want to at this point.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, Joker, and I'll tell you why. Look at this replay very quickly. This right here was what we call a incredibly exquisite baiting procedure in the business of baiting, that is. Immediately falling incredibly low and using that shield in order to make them think they can guarantee this kill. Ari comes in swiftly and with efficiency in order to get those kills and secure it. They are now at a kill a minute almost.
Yeah, but they are going to be able to turn this back around. The shutdown will go over to Nenris, who is able to secure that one. That's massive.
Precisely. Yeah,
the
and
shutdown from Karina going over to the AD carry is huge.
Yeah, exactly. And the bonus armor and magic res which they would have picked up for that Drake Wolverine replay is not going to help her from staying very much in staying alive in that engagement.
No, it is not, unfortunately, and that's not exactly where you want the shutdown to go either, onto the Tristana to get that gold and continue to try to hard carry or at least be a shining light here for the side of Movistar Riders. They still have an uphill battle to climb, as already Nedris losing quite a bit of damage here. That shield will help out Gidi. Gidi continuing to try to put in damage. The root will not land, but they're going to chase down. And why not? They have the ability to do so. Ignite goes in onto Godfria's. Teleport will come in onto the backside, though, from Irina, who's going to try to turn this back around. Godfria staying alive for the moment, but Kiana's going to secure the kill onto the AD carry. Now they're turning onto Gidi, who picks up the kill onto Godfria's, turning this 2v3 around Kiana, keeping her AD carry alive for the time being, stunning up the Ziggs. Ziggs will get rooted up and finally find a trade kill, but Irina will end up falling eventually. Who's going to secure the kill? Will it be the support or Tifa? Tifa looking to try to get it herself. She will be able to. Killing spree, and somehow in the middle of it all, Galaxy Racer turn around that fight. They lose one in the top lane, but they do pick up the first turret. Santa is now caught into that 2v1 onto the top half of the map, though. Should be able to stay alive, might end up falling here during the replay as we take a look at this top lane play.
Okay, so we've got Medicated Smile just kind of coming in and just like sitting there, almost baiting in a way. One really has to wonder, but yeah, they're able to get on and then immediately jump the wall with that Kayn passive, with that Kayn E. But Valdemar was ready, committed the ultimate, and just let it happen. It did create space for the first turret to go down though, so maybe it was worth it.
Yeah, that turret was picked up there by Santa, who did eventually fall as we went into that replay. But, you know, I think if you're Galaxy Racer, you're okay with giving up a kill. There was no more, no bounties on the head of Karina, so that death was okay. Buster shot used here by Nenris to push away Kiana, but here comes Karina looking for the dive kill. No minion wave to help support, so we'll just have to back away. Root actually landing in here onto Irina, taking a lot of damage as Gidi does not have the Dawning Shadow to try to secure the kill, but so much done to Irina. Irina will have to back off of this mid wave.
And this is the problem with playing as Ziggs here, is that you got a lot of burst damage and you can do a lot of things, especially one of the best things you're good at here is you're good against rotating mid laners because you're able to push the towers harder than anyone else because of your Hexplosives Expert passive that gives you the bonus damage to turrets, and also your Demolition Bomb on the W that allows you to execute towers in its radius. The problem with that, and it's a big problem, however, is if the mid lane, if the enemy mid lane rotates and you can't take advantage of that because either A, you're too far behind, or B, you're being forced to rotate as well. It's a really nice concept, but also Ziggs into Ahri. All of your abilities are skill shots. They're ground target skill shots, yes. They're ground target skill shots, yes, but the problem with that is Ahri is slippery.
Yeah,
It's very slippery.
Slippery, but so is this Kane diving in onto the backline. Teleport will come in as well from Santa to try to turn this fight. Gets stunned up real quick. The Shen TP, the Shen ultimate, not enough. Will end up falling before the ultimate can come through. And now backing off the double kill for Santa. And that's going to be a kill picked up for Gidi as well, who is able to survive. Now Tifa chasing down Irina. Might be able to pick this up. The charm will land before it gets knocked away by the satchel charge, but here comes Rain on the teleport a little bit too late. Would have liked to have seen Rain stay to the top side of the map, try to push that lane back out. Bunch of kills picked up again for Galaxy Racer as they continue to put the pedal to the metal and try to secure game number 2 here very quickly.
Yeah, and as you can see here, fantastic route onto the Karma, just absolutely shredding her with those auto attacks. And while this is happening, you know, Medicated Smile coming in on the backline, the teleport from Set is there too. It's just too much, you know, Sen trying to get down there with the Stand United, but it's just not good enough. It's not enough shielding for the damage that they can put out. And that's 3 kills for relatively free. They only really used the teleport there.
Yeah, and already Karina does have the Shadow Assassin Kane evolution or change, so we'll be able to continue to burst out. This is another one of those games where Shadow Assassin is not a terrible call here. Hold on. Dashing in, though, getting a big stun is Santa, going back on the killing spree, taking down Godfrios now. Trying to turn it back as Nenris putting down the damage onto Kiana, but here comes the rest of Galaxy Racer. 5 members in here onto the bottom lane. Charm lands on Araya. Araya will end up falling. The root will secure that one. Pulled back is Nenris. Nenris will fall, picked up by Tifa, and as soon as they turn everything around, they will dive back onto the bottom lane and pick up this dragon. Some turrets and plates will be answered in the mid and top lane, but second turret actually should fall to Galaxy Racer here, as here comes Kiana moving in with the jungler trying to pick up the kill onto Irina, who will end up flashing over the wall to safety, but there is Gidi putting out so much damage. Godfrios goes low. Irina trying to put in the damage. Here comes the Kane picking up one, and there goes the second. Kiana picks up the kill onto the Ziggs. They are just diving with impunity at this point.
Yeah, so I want to make a very clean observation there. They did have a really free Drake there, but what I like is that they recognize it was Cloud Drake, and it's not actually that important at this stage in the game. Cloud Drake early does kind of suck, and they instead wanted to try and get a push on the tower, especially while it still had plates available, so that they could get the more time-sensitive objective, which is really nice focus on what really matters in the moment. And now we've got a fight in the moment.
Oh, Volley gets slowed up, will end up going unstoppable to prevent being rooted, and that is the ultimate use from Rain as well to try to turn this fight. Tifa is still split pushing in the side lane. Ziggs will secure that tower with the satchel charge passive, so they do at least pick up a turret, and Nenra's going to continue to try to poke out some damage. They can push in on this, but here comes Santa with a big ultimate. The shutdown, though, will go over to Nenris, who has to back away from the fight, but Gidi will end up trading out one. The slows onto Ethereum. Double kill here picked up by Gidi. Here comes Tifa on the flank, and it is all over. Gidi picks up a triple kill. They will be able to push down this mid lane, and a little bit of an overstep from Movistar Riders cost them dearly.
Oh no, that was absolutely horrendous, and from such a good push too. So as you can see here, guys, here's what went wrong. Set went straight in and managed to get a really good ult off that, even though she died, managed to get their team exactly where they wanted to be, which is running at the enemy, giving Ari the perfect opportunity to jump in. They knew, even though they knew that Ari was coming because they had a control ward, they were powerless to stop her from flashing, using her ultimate, getting a charm and an Everfrost in order to pick that up. And now, they are able to open up this mid lane. They have, the enemy team needed the Rift Herald in order to take their mid turret. And now they've just done it for free because they got 4 kills in the team fight. Shen probably feeling some really bad survivor's guilt over all of this, I've got to be honest.
It's a little bit rough here for Rain, not really being able to be impactful across the map. Usually you want to pick that Shen to try to split push and then use the Stand United to help your team in the team fights, and they're just pulling out so many team fights that it's very difficult for Rain to be able to continue to get in on the fights. Having to stay with the team is not where Shen wants to be.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a very, very rough position here for Rain so far in this game.
Oh yeah, and they're pulling out team fights left, right, and center. It's like, it seems like every single time I'm done with my analysis of the last team fight, I'm handing over to you to follow up the next one. It's just non-stop drama with these guys. And Shen hates this because Shen always needs to be somewhere. You know, and Stand United cooldown isn't that short, even at max level. And this is a level 1 Stand United. I'm pretty sure the cooldown's something like, what, 3 minutes? Close to that?
About two, and it's usually around like 2.5 minutes. So
precisely, but that's such a long period of time. In that time, they could have had 2 or maybe even 3 different engages. And keep in mind, last time he used that Stand United, the champion that he ulted died before the Shen could actually teleport to it, so it was a complete waste anyway. It's really not feeling like a good Shen game here, and now they're going to set up for the second Herald and possibly use it to take down mid, but they will get a tier 2 tower with it because, well, all the tier 1s are gone. They've already pushed them 17 minutes and all 3 tier 1s are down.
Oh, the Stride Breaker and then the Face Breaker will actually stop the Shen taunt. Santa forces the flash away. I'd like to try from Rain to use the taunt and dash away, but the Face Breaker pulled right back in and stunned up just to make sure that there was nowhere that Shen could go. And now we're going to see the siege happening here on the top side, and Santa continuing to threaten out this Shen, and we've seen this happen before with Santa on this set. Just so dominant in the top lane. This turret will end up falling. No Rift Herald needed. Here comes the fight though. Movistar's trying to turn it around as the kill will get picked up here, and now they're trying to kite away. Araya is trying to stay alive, but will end up falling. Double kill goes over to Tifa, and now the charm lands onto the Shen. It will get picked up by Gidi, and that is gonna be all she wrote. And the Rift Herald is still available, I believe. No, Rift Herald was dropped. Will end up falling as the bottom lane turret will end up going down. There is Rift Herald being dropped in onto this inhibitor turret. And this is going to be an open inhibitor at 18 minutes in. It's very scary.
This is, well, they're going to get the second charge. It's gone.
Yeah, that inhibitor's
gone. That inhibitor's gone, and they can, I'm not being funny, they're also pushing in a bot lane too. This is evil. This is evil. This is not fair. This is just, it's absolutely soul-destroying for MSR. And here, you've got the charm immediately, you cannot play. You've got hit by the E, and then you basically are already dead at that point. And then Volibear, the heart, the spirit on this Volibear, ulting in and trying to get something done there, I've got to commend it. But honestly, at this point in the game, it's kind of, you're not going to get out of it alive, and you're probably not going to kill anyone with it. It's kind of a futile attempt, It's like, it's making my heart break slightly, because you can see that Movistar runners are. You can see that they're trying, right? You can see that they've got their hearts in it, but I don't know. It's just such a difficult. Every single person on the enemy team is positive. That's never a good sign.
At the very least, they are not just rolling over and giving up. They're continuing to try to find fights wherever they can, and that, like you said, got to be commended. And you've got to understand that you've still got to try. You can't just give up the fight. Santa will flash over, find the ultimate onto Araya, who will ult away, but gets caught out by Karina once again, who picks up the kill with her own ultimate, and this could very well be it. I was about to say that usually picking up an inhibitor pre-20, not a fantastic idea, because you allow the team that has lost the inhibitor to freely farm in their own base and try to get the XP lead back up, and you can't get anything in that lane. However, at this point, Galaxy Racer, they don't really care. They're going to have 2 inhibitors. They might have 3 here before 21 minutes. This game is falling apart very, very quickly for Movistar Riders. They need to make a play happen. They need to get really lucky and find something if they want to stay in this.
This is the thing, is what play do you make with this comp? You don't have the playmakers. I really don't think that there is anything that they can do, even in a perfect situation here. Like, it's just so rough. They don't have any hard lockdown. They don't have any burst damage. They don't have any wombo to combo in order to make this work. You know, they're all stacked right now. You'd never see this against a big team fight ultimate, which they just don't have. I genuinely do believe that they got severely outdrafted in this game. Not in a sense of composition alone, but also just in the sense of you've put Galaxy Racers on their best heroes. And, like look at this. Kane just went into the fountain and is still alive.
Yeah,
Kane,
they're just
Shadow Assassin Kane.
They're just diving with impunity. The Nexus turrets will fall. Game 2 is going to go over to Galaxy Racer eventually. The shutdown will actually go over to Nenris, but it's just not enough. I do want to point out that that is a lethality Senna that was built in this game, but it doesn't necessarily matter. Double kill picked up here. Ace, or the Nexus, will explode. Galaxy Racer put themselves onto match point here in game number 2 on a severely dominating game.
Right? Like, what do you even say about that? They lost. They lost. MSR lost and GXR won. It was absolutely insane. And about the Lethality Center, I just want to say, fantastic choice. I honestly think Lethality Center was the right play here. A lot of the time it's a meme, it's a solo queue thing, it's not really something you do, but in a game where you are snowballing so hard and you have more momentum than the Juggernaut, you might as well just pick it. You might as well just go for it, because you are doing more damage. You are piercing their armor. They're trying to build armor against your physical damage, so you might as well just keep going. And the armor scaling won't actually matter because you're so far ahead and you're ending the game so early. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it was actually the right play there. I think standard center build wouldn't have been as effective in this situation.
I think, I mean, I agree with you, but, you know, also with just how that game rode out, I think Senate could have built just about anything, and the team still would have won.
I don't know why they didn't go full AP. I do not know why they didn't go full AP. Where was the Lichbane? Where was the Nash's report?
Yeah, right, exactly. I think any way you would have gone, you would have ended up picking up that victory. Well, we'll see here if Movistar Riders can continue to force out this series and stay in the match, or will Galaxy Racer secure a 3-0 and become our first Huntress Trials champions? We'll be back in just a few minutes here with game number 3 to see what's going to happen. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss this.
Honestly, I don't know why they didn't build Golden Spatula.
Cutting the power lines, we're done talking about it. A spark turns into fire, and we're not sorry about it. If you're not sleeping tight, you know we're onto something. You hear the streets are crying.
she was just a friend. And I remember thinking the worst at first, but you made me think it was in my head. Yeah, you just said that I was crazy. I thought that I was crazy. I can't sleep alone. 'Cause if I do, I'll think of you. The nights are so long. Wondering if you miss me too. I'm losing myself in the city sounds for a while. I'm survive. So hold me close into the night, 'cause I need you to stay. You take me to paradise, that's why it's hard to wait. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Life is hard the way it is, but with you it's easier. Follow me into the night, without you I'm falling deeper. Stay a bit longer, yeah, I just need you to, I just need you to. Stay a bit longer, I just need you to. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for
Protect me from you, my thief. It's getting later and it's harder to leave. I'm trying to heal, I'm trying to mend. Someone please come to my defense. Or will you sweeten upon your return?
And welcome back, guys, gals, non-binary pals here. We're setting up for Game 3 of the Grand Finals of the Huntress Trials. Currently, Galaxy Racer have a 2-0 advantage over Movistar Riders. We'll need to see if Movistar Riders can turn the tables and kind of untilt themselves, reset their mental to really give us a series. Or otherwise, Galaxy Racer is just going to walk away with a 3-0 Grand Finals here. Shoot, I'm not sure what Movistar Riders can do to get themselves back into this series.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it were me, I would just get up, I would go outside, take a few deep breaths, think about what went wrong, and then just remove it from my mind, you know? At the end of the day, You can only do the best that you can. And that last game was absolutely brutal. That was a savage blow, but also a harsh lesson. It's one of those things where there is no such thing as a bad loss. It's a lesson that you learn, and that maybe this lesson is a difficult one to teach people how to deal with this kind of with this kind of harassment on an emotional level.
You could think of it as a draft lesson, so to speak.
Yeah, for sure.
We talked about that draft. They left open quite a lot, and we'll see if they can correct their issues here in game number 3 in the draft. Starting off here, the Volibear ban actually coming in from Galaxy Racer, which is interesting to see. The Volibear didn't have much of an issue here on the side of Galaxy Racer, but maybe they just don't want to see it. They don't want to play against it. We are going to continue to see the Darius and Kane banned away as well. Yeah. And the Seraphine,
you are against Galaxy Racer. You do not ban Kane because you think you can counter it. Look what happens. Right, like the next game, you ban the Kane. That was not something you want to let through.
You cannot let her get the Kane at all. Now, Galaxy Racer, they look like going with a bit of a lane swap potentially. We saw this coming out of them yesterday, but it was the bottom lane swapping around, Gidi and Kiana swapping. Now we're going to see Karina potentially in the mid lane with Tifa going into the jungle. Either that or they just put themselves, they got themselves in the wrong order. We'll see exactly what that's going to be. Yeah, it looks like they just kind of got in the wrong order, as Tifa will actually take the Twisted Fate into the mid lane against the Ahri matchup, and Karina will pilot the Hecarim once again.
Yeah, the possibility of TF jungle there was actually quite funny, not gonna lie. But
I was hoping we'd see that on hit Twisted Fate again, going back to season 8 with Unicorns of Love, or was it season 7, taking down TSM at IEM. With the on-hit Twisted Fate. I was hoping we'd see that again. That was a fun way to play Twisted Fate in the jungle, especially with the point-and-click auto-attack CC. Not going to see it in the jungle this game. We do have Tifa on that support, on that mid lane.
Well, you can't spell Tifa without TF. But
true.
one thing I do want to make I want to make apparent to everyone is that Hecarim has been a consistent problem and a consistent solid pick from Galaxy Racer. And while they've banned the Darius and the Kane, they banned the Varus instead of the Hecarim or the Senna, which are both known problems here. I feel like a very clean, if you will, ban list here is if you're adamant that you do not want to fight the Darius, you go Darius, Kane, and either Hecarim or Senna. I would personally go for the Hecarim because honestly I think Karina's Hecarim is terrifying, and not just because she's from Shadow Isles. It's the macro that she's able to pull off, the shot calling, the plays, all these kinds of things that just kind of conglomerate into this big ball of victory, glory, and crushing defeat for the enemies. It's not something you want to let through. But if we look at the team comps here, we've got Sana on a brand new champion that we've never seen before, released just today. Pantheon, literally never picked before ever in the history of League of Legends. So that'll be very interesting.
Okay, so we got the got a last second 20-second swap coming in. They are going for it.
This is not Heka mid. It's not happening.
I will have to get confirmation here, but that
Karina just said in chat, I'm mid.
That is my goodness, they baited us with the fake out of the misplaced potential. We will see the Twisted Fate jungle, and we will see the Heka mid coming out. Galaxy Racer having a little bit of fun here in game number 3, looking to really flex their muscles on Movistar Riders. I think if you're Movistar Riders, you take that as a this is an affront, and you really need to come in and shut down game number 3, and don't let them get this advantage.
I'm amazed you can form sentences. What?
Don't forget, I'm from NA, and I have seen this cheese happen multiple times before.
The thing is, in NA, you expect it because the players are. I'm actually not going to finish that sentence, but anyway, I really didn't expect it coming from Galaxy Racer. I'll say that much. This is Wow.
You
I just
have
can't-
seen the cheese. I was born into it. I was molded by it. This is
You Americans can't even make real cheese.
no, we cannot. That is true. That is true. But we can make some interesting draft decisions here in North America, and Galaxy Racer are. It's like they're trying to play to my heart or play to me as the American caster here and play with that weird setup. It's been a while since I've seen Hecarim mid. It was prevalent near the end of last season. And was even picked up in season 9, I believe, near the end. So it's not like Hecarim mid hasn't been seen, but this is coming into season 11, we've not seen Hecarim mid. He's been rampaging through the jungle, and now we get the Twisted Fate in the jungle, Hecarim in the mid lane against the Ahri. That's not going to be the greatest of matchups for the Hecarim. I'm honestly really interested to see how they're going to play this game out and what exactly is going to happen. It doesn't really change much in how Galaxy Racer want to play these fights, because obviously you're still going to be looking for the Hecarim to dive over the top, Twisted Fate to follow up with the Destiny Gate, get some CC, get the gold cards onto the carries of Movistar Riders. But it's the laning phase and the gank potential coming in from the Twisted Fate that's going to be what we have to look at, what we have to pay attention to in the early game.
Okay, so here's my thoughts, right? Here's my thoughts, okay? The strat is, okay, if you're Twisted Fate, you have really good, and you're playing mid, and you've got Hecarim jungle, right? Flip the roles real quick. If you're playing Twisted Fate and you've got a Hecarim jungle, you can set up for the Hecarim ganks really nice with the gold card, right? So you can just, set it up and, Twisted Fate, Hecarim, that's a really good lane to set up ganks and guarantee kills, right? Mm-hmm. So if Hecarim is in mid and TF ganks Hecarim, he can set up his own ganks, which TF can then follow up. It's like a reverse gank, a knag, if you will. And that's the strat right there. It's like a high level reverse psychology, in between the lines kind of play. I see it. I do. I'm trying to clock myself into Galaxy Racer's brainwaves, and honestly, I feel like it's rapidly dropping my IQ. So much so that I can understand these plays.
One of the things I think we're not even touching on, because of just how shocking we might have seen this draft, is the Pantheon into the Malphite. Pantheon might win this early game, but Malphite has so many options to go just full armor tank and completely ignore the damage dealers of Galaxy Racer. This is going to be interesting for Movistar Riders to play around. And they have this tank that could basically be unkillable if it gets to the point where Rain will just have 2 or 3 armor items and just can shrug off anything Galaxy Racer throw at them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream, right? That's the situation in which they win, or one of the situations in which they win. It's entirely possible, but yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. We'll have to see how it goes.
Okay, so we got baited by Galaxy Racer. I thought that they were after my heart, deciding they're going to switch it back around, and it's going to be Karina in the jungle. So
come
all of that
on.
analysis, all of that breakdown we did is basically for naught. I thought that they were going to try to, to make me happy with that Twisted Fate jungle. And it's just like Tifa and Karina just don't want me to have nice things. It's, it's unfortunate. I get it.
I don't want to cast this game anymore.
I
don't want to cast this game anymore. I feel like a kid who's been told they're going to Disneyland and then wakes up at the dentist. This is awful.
That is the
This is
worst.
absolutely awful.
That is one of the cutest Tristana skins, by the way. Absolutely love it.
Oh, which one is that?
I believe it's the pajama. It's the pajama.
I
one.
like the elf one. I think that one's very, very cute. Ernest Elf Tristana, I think, is the one.
That is.
It's a little out of season, but I do think it's a very nice one. But yes, no, all of Tristana's skins are cute, except for was it Gorilla?
That one, I do like that one too. It's,
I don't like the guns.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
You're American, you know. We have different we have different
Okay,
tastes.
That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
We'll kind of go over that here,
Yeah.
that generality for the moment.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Let's just run past it.
I do like this as it looks like Rain is just going to run past Santa. Santa deciding not to stay for that gank, or at least try to get a stun and get some damage in. Realizing that Araya probably started top set as well would not have been a great play to go in 1v2. Even if you try to get some chip damage. Gidi going to get that shield there thanks to the Guardian from Kiana. And I'll at least avoid a bit of damage. But basic starts here from both sides. Now we are going to see the red buff starts from both sides. Does mean that Araya can make a gank into the bottom lane if necessary, or at least be there for any kind of counter gank potentially, and they're looking to play towards this top side here, are Galaxy Racers. Tifa's taking quite a bit of damage from this Ahri, but here comes the Hecarim, is right there. The gold card is available. Flash from Arena will not help. The gold card stun comes in. First blood is going to go over to Karina. As soon as I say looking towards the top side, they actually go straight to the mid, and Karina will pick up that first blood.
Yeah, just really good stuff there overall. Very nice use of Flash, both and obviously Ghost as well from the Hecarim and the TF. Really, really nice stuff. Just guaranteeing a kill on Ahri and getting TF ahead is really, 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 really good, because TF needs the. If you get an advantage in this lane, you kind of can't. If you can dodge charms, right? If you can dodge charms and get stuns, you just kind of destroy Ahri. It's rough. It's not very nice. So Hecarim getting an early advantage there on that mid lane is, I think, absolutely just wonderful. And this early before she gets dashes, Ahri can't really do anything about it.
Yep. And now without the flash, we'll be summoner down, and will be a little bit difficult, easier to gank here if Karina did want to look for that return gank. But here they go, diving onto Kiana actually, as Nenris will get rooted up for the time being, and staying alive as Kiana will be able to dodge that bowling ball for the moment. Grey health will keep Kiana alive. Gidi continuing to put in the damage, but here comes Nenris once again. Will get rooted up though, and Kiana swallows up Gidi, will end up still falling, and the kill for the Tahm Kench goes over to Araya in that 3v2. Gidi and Kiana turning right back to try to pick up the kills, and not realizing that Nenris can turn back around and pick up the kill on her own.
Yeah, I gotta tell you right now, on the side of movie star writers, this bot lane, Lina and Nenris are actually sick. Like, they're very, very good at their roles here. Like, the Tristana is a really nice pick, and the Lulu is a really nice pick as well, and they play it so well. Just look at this positioning here. They are able to try and turn around, immediately commit the jump back in, knowing that she can actually make something happen here, even if Kiana gets the swallow up, the gobble up spit out off as well. And just on mid lane, in case anyone, if you look to your right, you'll see on mid lane Ahri dying again to a 3-man gank.
Yeah, that was Gidi with the roam up, did get an assist off of that, and then Tifa as well getting the second assist, and continuing to put this Hecarim ahead. Karina, we've seen what she can do when she has the Hecarim with a lead. 2 kills here, a few CS up as well. Just is looking very, very good now. Nenris is going to get spotted out by that ward. They were looking to try to play aggressive as Gidi once again making the support roams instead of the typical support roams, roaming up as the Senna. Now Senna is going to go in and stop the Eep away from Araya with that stun. Gidi is right there to try to turn things around, looking for that root, cannot land it just yet, but will continue to put in the damage. Araya is looking very, very low now, about half HP. And meanwhile, we see a teleport into the bottom lane from the Twist of Fate. We'll end up picking up that 1 kill, and we'll dodge away. We'll try to get a replay of that as soon as we can. But hey, Galaxy Racer continuing to make plays across the map.
Yeah, so this seems to be your average kind of TF gank, typical stuff. You TP in, you've got the gold card ready. Oh, no, doesn't have the gold card ready, doesn't need to. Immediately just gets the stun off and bursts it down to half HP. And then in comes Hecarim, and boom. That's textbook stuff. Almost manages to get the AD carry as well, but Tristana's a little bit more slippery.
And Nenris did have the flash available, was able to get out And we see now the first Destiny Gate coming in. They could be looking for Araya. They're actually going to turn towards the mid lane and get the stun onto Irina. Nowhere to go. No flash up and no ultimate available either. Means that it's just going to be a dead Ahri. And now Galaxy Racer. It looked like they took a little bit of a little bit of a little bit of offense to that bottom lane gank, and they're really starting to flex around the map with the globals that they have available.
Yeah, they really are, and they do have a lot of global presence here. They've got Tom Kench, which obviously can TP them wherever they'd like. They've got the global center ultimate. They also have the TF TP. Hecarim might as well be global just with how fast he can move along the map, and Pantheon as well has a very long-range ultimate that they can do for this kind of thing as well. It's just really good stuff. Like they've got such a mobile, threatening team from anywhere on the map, it can feel like, and they've got the early game aggression down to a T in order to make this composition work as well. This right here is what you need to be doing when you run this comp, and the level 6 Hecarim right now may actually look at doing the Drake. I really don't think that there's anything that Lilia can do to stop them at this point. But
Araya, you see here, actually had recalled and is now moving out through the base, but the rest of Galaxy Racer, the bot lane did have priority, yes, but Tifa did not in the mid lane. They did not feel comfortable enough trying to take that dragon. I don't blame them, even though they probably could have or tried to force a fight.
That's the thing. I feel like Heka can solo it, right? Like, look, she's doing it now.
Yeah, should be able to solo this with relative ease. Is going for that tank
I
build
guess they
as well.
didn't. I guess they didn't know about the where the Lilia was.
Though, Araya going to step up and try to stop or slow down this dragon take. It will be leashed just a little bit. Tifa is right there to help out just in case. Has the gold card popped and ready. Here comes Arena. The flash gold card in though onto Arena as the dragon is secured. Arena will fall. That's another kill, but that's a 4-man sleep coming in, but it won't be enough. It will not turn this fight. Kiana staying alive with that gray health, with the shield. That is going to be a dead Nenris, and now they turn on to Araya, who has to back away. The flash in from Kiana to get the slow. Double kill coming in from Karina. 5-0-2 on this Hecarim, running the early game. And now they're looking to try to take down Godfrios, who is caught in a very, very bad position. Teleport did try to come in. It will be stopped there, but that's actually the kill for Rain in the stop to teleport. Irina teleported back in to try to help stop the fight, but hey, all in all, it's I believe it was 4 for 1 or 3 for 1 here. Is Irina just mistiming the charm.
You hate to see it. Well, let's take a look at this team fight again. The Drake was immediately taken, and look at this right now. 4-person nap time. They are all asleep, but they just can't do anything with the CC. They don't have anything that can actually utilize the big stun. The damage doesn't all break at once. It ends up popping from the front to the back, and really, while it was a fantastic sleep, they don't really have anything to do with it. The Tristana was running for her life. The Malphite just wasn't there,
Hold on, we found Araya, who has to flash away over the wall, but that is a very fast Hecarim, and here comes the gate as well from
so
Tifa.
Speedy. Oh,
and
necessary.
Call her the sniper. Gidi picks that one up with the Dawning Shadow. And they might actually be able to look towards the top side, as we will get a replay on the 1v1 and the top side and see exactly what happened. Looks like the teleport... Yeah, no, it's just going to be the straight knock-up and combination coming in from Rain.
Good flash.
And then the flash away.
Oh, that was good stuff. That was very, very well played from the top lane of Movie Star Racers. Really nice stuff. And now, yeah, but this is the thing is, they get a nice top lane kill, and that's really good. But what can they really do? What can they can't really use this advantage, if you can even call it that, because the rest of the game is so heavily controlled by Galaxy Racers.
Yeah, there's not a lot that they can do, as Gidi will help roam up and secure another plate here for herself and for Santa, as Kiana still in this 1v2, still just fine, as the Tom Kench will be able to heal back up thanks to the gray health passive. As you see, yeah, just healing up like it's not an issue, but continuing to be shoved in. Nenris wants to try to get this turret down as quick as possible to get out of this lane get into the mid lane and try to roam around, help out her team as much as possible. But it's going to be a little bit difficult. Araya coming down to the bottom side, looking for a potential dive. The pings are coming in. Yeety is here to help out. That bowling ball is going to miss. The heal will come in. The root will land onto Araya, but the shield from Godfrios keeps her alive for the moment. Two-man sleep will keep this fight going as Kiana gets blasted away, but will not be able to fall. Here comes Santa on the ultimate. Godfrios is going to end up falling. No. Will have the ultimate to keep her alive for the moment, but the fear coming in from Karina helps secure the kill under turret, and immediately Santa just right back to the top lane.
I can't even... it was really nice what they were going for on bottom lane, but they just had this, like I said, this global composition where they can just be wherever they need to be at whatever time they want. Like, just look at this right here. It's looking like a really good engage here with 3 champions, all of which doing well. The root comes in and all of a sudden it starts to go a little bit haywire. Pantheon immediately after this ult here. Just
hold on.
Never mind.
Sorry to interrupt. We have a fight coming in. The teleport coming in. The big shutdown onto the tank. That's exactly what you need if you're Movistar Riders. As Tifa now caught in a really rough position. We'll get the shield from the Dawning Shadow to stay alive for the moment. Zanya's keeping Araya healthy as much as possible, but that is Rain continuing to take the damage, but tank everything up as possible. This is going to be a turn around. It's a 3v4, and they are forcing back Movistar Riders. Rain may end up falling, will end up falling as Gidi secures that kill. So much damage already coming in from the Senna. There goes the Destiny Gate into the backline. Gold card will help try to take down Godfrios. Matifa try to put damage in, cannot pick up a kill, but there is the trade on to the Tristana from Kiana. Lashes out the tongue, picks up that kill. Turret is actually going to help take down Kiana in a little bit of an over-aggressive. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Karina just doing Karina things will force Irina to flash away. A little bit of a scatter dive there. No, Karina, don't do this.
This
don't
isn't
bully
fair.
out this
That's
Ari
not,
like
this,
that.
This isn't wholesome. This is bullying. This is so rough. Look, they're still playing aggressive on bottom lane, and you know, Senna's just baiting them at this point. She doesn't need to run away. She's on full health and they're on nothing. Godfrilos could get knocked over by a poke. Ari's here. Can they actually make anything happen with this? The charm is missed. Yes, they will, because Senna doesn't have that much mobility, but my goodness, it says a lot. I thought they might not even be able to get the Senna there. Let's take a look at this replay. Malphite immediately coming in, getting a fat shutdown, which is absolutely amazing. And now Giddy running off, but kind of keeping herself outside of the fight. 3-man root doesn't get as much as she could because of the stopwatch being used by Lilia, and now they're kind of just in this situation where they don't want to be because Senna is just absolutely poking them down with that glacial augment. Look at Malphite here. Watch. He is so slow over and over again until he gets in range of the TF. He gets stunned, he gets killed, he gets picked up, and now Kiana with these fantastic cues on this Tahm Kench is just there. Tifa getting so greedy, trying to find some stuff for the highlight reel, but Kiana still there, able to pick up the kill. Great stuff.
Meanwhile, getting right back into the game, another fight happening. Rooted down, stunned down. That is a big CC chain onto the Malphite. Gidi will secure that kill in the mid lane as Movistar Riders are continuing to try to fight. Galaxy Racer just about at a kill a minute.
Yeah.
This is a crazy action-filled game.
This is a bloodbath. This is a bloodbath.
They don't know how to stop. They don't want to stop. They're going to continue to try to fight because that seems like it's their best option to stay in this game. The sleep will not prevent Santa from doing anything as Santa used the blast cone over the wall. But there goes Movistar Riders looking like they should be able to secure their first turn of the game as Kiana tried to come in, maybe just to try to threaten them away, but I
mean, one good cue, right? One good lick would have taken him out like that. You know, you get that slow on the RE, and it's kind of curtains.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt. Hold on, I don't mean to interrupt here. As the root will land and the charm will land on Kiana, who just uses the shield, stays alive. Okay, that is. I'm pretty sure that is Prowler's Claw Senna.
No.
That is some absolutely dark tech. Like, that is... That is dark tech because
You're so
69 souls on the Senna already.
nice.
Will be able to get in and use that and pick up yet another.
That's
that is
70.
Prowler's Claw Senna.
Prowler's Claw Senna. That's dark tech. That is so correct.
I get the repositioning plus the bonus damage as hold on, Karina. Little bit greedy, does not have the flash, does have the ultimate available, will have to use it over the wall to get away, but a little bit greedy there.
We'll see
from
who needs flash when flash has a 300-second cooldown and doesn't move you anywhere near as far as your ultimate does when your ultimate is only on a 90-second cooldown. It's a no-brainer. And Ghost makes you go fast, makes you go zoom.
And also gives you bonus AD as well with the Hecarim
True.
passive. Now the double root
True.
actually coming in. They could look to turn this Giddy, looking to try to get that Prowler's Claw into use, but actually will be forced out of the fight. Kiana will swallow her up to keep her alive for the time being. Here comes Nenris to try to turn things around. Shutdown will come through, but will get deleted during the rocket jump to get away. 1-for-1 so far. Here comes Santa. Double kill, though, going over to Kiana on that tank as Karina continuing to push this fight. Unstoppable force used to break away and back off of the rest of the fight.
That is a sign right there. If you ever use unstoppable force as an escape mechanism, that is it's something. It's a telltale sign of a game that may not be going as you wanted.
Yeah, not exactly going in Movistar's favor. We do have a replay that we could take a look at throughout this fight.
Right here. So that's Root, again, was absolutely fantastic. 2 champions locked down. Polymorph, really nice from the Lulu. And this Lulu ult right here. Lulu ulting into the Zhonya's as well was absolutely fantastic from Leah there and pretty much saved her in that fight. Managed to get the Senna on the Trist as well. That's really good shutdown gold. That's fantastic. But in comes Hecarim and Pantheon, and now all of a sudden everything has kind of gone face up, right? Like it's just all crashed on the floor and you're like, oh, I gotta clean this up now.
Another pickup here. Hold on, as Santa is being focused on by 3 members of Movistar. Nowhere you can go. Another shutdown picked up here onto the Tristana, and it is going to be on Nenris to really carry this game. Gini now does have the Serpent's Fang as her second item, so we'll be able to whittle away at the shields.
Serpent's Fang, that's the shield breaker, right?
Yes, it is the shield breaker item, which I do like in this situation.
Yeah, me too. I think that's so smart. Yeah,
not only does it help against the passive shield of the Malphite, Lulu's shield's coming in, and we'll just continue to break those shields.
That's such a that is such. This Senna is absolutely. It's oh no! Out of the jump! Did you see that interaction? Riot, please!
Out of the jump, and
Riot,
it's Karina
please.
again picking up the kill. That's a 4-person knock-up there. So, Kiana will take Giddy in, and the Dawning Shadow will still come through, but keeping Giddy alive for the time being, as Araya is going to be focused down. 2-person sleep will at least keep Araya awake for the time being, and the shutdown will go over to Araya, taking down the Tom Kenchus. Here comes Santa with the double, with the triple, with the ultimate. Might want to try to dive the turret for the Quadra, but I don't think that this is the play that you need to make at this point in time. You're caught in the worst position. Santa going to sacrifice herself to keep the rest of the team alive, as the Rift Herald does come through and continuing to pop out damage. Tifa will have the gold card and the root to just allow the team to safety.
I'm sorry, that was absolutely insane. What was that Pantheon ultimate? That was absolutely crazy. She just paraded in, got a triple kill, and was like, yeah, you know what, kill me.
Hold on, Nenris, though, trying to dive in on Tifa. That is the sign of tilt here, unfortunately, for Movistar Riders. 80 carry trying to 1v3, not exactly the best of times. No smite here, don't need it here for Galaxy Racers as they secure the Dragon. But Giddy with low mana needs to back away, and so does Karina. That leaves Kiana all alone. 2-person knock up there from Rain is going to keep this fight going. Kiana tried to stay alive, buying so much time as this tanky Tom Kench will be able to stay alive just barely until the very end as Tifa had come in, and so does Santa. Santa with the double kill now, turning on to Rain. No cold card available just yet, but not needed as Giddy continuing to heal up the team. There's the kill for Karina, and there goes the Malphite, as Giddy will still end up falling, but it's a 4-for-2 fiesta as the Bear Dragon is picked up by Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, and let's just take a... Sorry, I lost my marbles when it came to this Pantheon Ultimate, so let's just take an actual good look here. So the channel comes in, immediately it's put down, takes out Lulu without even, without even batting an eyelid, and then the extra damage from the actual shockwave of Pantheon landing gets the second kill, immediately jumps and stuns onto the Lilia and takes her out as well. Just absolutely beautiful play. It just happened so fast that I didn't even see it coming. It was just all of a sudden there's a Pantheon, and 2 seconds later the screen says triple kill.
And I don't think Tifa saw that coming from Nenris, who's still using the rocket jump for the slows and trying to pick up kills. And again, as we just saw, 8,900 gold here on Nenris needs to be the carry for Movistar Riders. That's the way they get back into this game, but it's going to be very, very difficult against this composition of Galaxy Racer. They are so strong right now across every position. That's so difficult to deal with. They did pick up that pick, which was needed to at least try to stabilize some gold, get a shutdown, get some more gold into the pocket of Nenris. But that it's going to take quite a bit more for them to get back into this game.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's so difficult for them to get back in, and even with that fight on mid lane, it's like they got a really good kill, but they lost 4 champions for it. It feels like they just can't get a good deal.
Destiny Gate is going to come in. Here comes Pantheon Ultimate as well. They get a nice root and stun combination. There's the charge landing on Tagiti, but it does not matter as everybody's going to start falling. Nenris will fall, and so will Rain. The rest of the team try to back away, but the Hecarim does not care. He does not care for your retreat. He will take you down as Irina is going to get rooted up. Giti will end up securing that Prowler's Claw tech coming in to try to help secure the extra bit of damage as they are diving the base in between the inhibitor and the Nexus turrets, waiting for the minion wave to come in, and the rest of Movistar Riders overstepping just a little bit to try to pick up kills as Araya will fall. Inhibitor turret 1 will fall, so will the inhibitor, and they look like they're going to force this to a clean 3-game sweep.
Oh, hang on a second. There's a big unstoppable force. They managed to take 1 and stop this push. Tristana is now going absolutely, trying to go as crazy as she possibly can. But it seems like... Oh, no, the hard baits.
No. Yeah, Karina diving right back in, baiting in the rest of Movistar Riders. The Santa is dominating on this. Hold on. Yes, Santa continued to try to turn it out, but that's a shutdown going over here to Nenris. Nenris does not have flash as it was just used, but there goes Irina helping to secure that kill. A little bit of an overstay, and all of a sudden, Movistar Riders pick up 4 kills. Baron is wide open. They could try to take this and continue to stall this game out.
That was a triple reverse bait. Are you kidding me? That was crazy! That was so good! Tristana, something that wasn't really picked up there was Tristana was actually waiting for the Hecarim to turn and press the devastating charge because she had saved her Buster Shot for that moment. She actually Buster Shot the Hecarim away, meaning that he couldn't charge onto her and actually get her stunned, which allowed her to turn around. But right now, there's even more fighting happening. Joker!
Yeah, Giti putting out so much damage, helped out by the Baron. That's a double kill here for Giti. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the map, Dedicated Smile was taking down Irina. Triple kill for Giti as there goes Karina, continuing to put in damage, or continuing to delay this fight. Here comes Tifa as well. That's gonna be another kill here for Karina, looking to help just end this game. They don't need the Baron. Inhibitor has fallen. The rest of the team of Movistar Riders has fallen. The ace comes in for Santa. 12-4-3 on this Pantheon pick, and that is going to be the series. Congratulations to Galaxy Racer. They will be the champions of the Huntress Trials.
Yeah, the first ever champions as well. And now they do a little bit of a victory lap in the enemy team's fountain as they take down this Nexus. GG to all involved. Galaxy Racers, welcome to the top of the pinnacle. You are officially our first ever Huntress Trials champions.
And very well done as we do see the Galaxy Racer Champions graphic. Once again, a lot of fantastic art here. We definitely want to thank the artist who did bring in that art for us. And let me find her name once again. I will have it here. It is Nibble Bibble on Twitter. Thank you so much for the art, and Atrix as well for matching up the eye colors and hair colors, providing that little bit of extra personality. But once again, congratulations to Galaxy Racer. Clean 3-0 match, clean 3-0 series here. And outside of maybe some parts of game 1, it really did not look like anything was in doubt here for them to pick up that victory. Movistar Rider, they did a fantastic job. They put their effort in, but it just was not enough. Galaxy Racer, just way too strong.
Yeah, I would be proud of the first game for them. I think Movistar Racers actually did really well in that first game, and was actually quite... it was quite close. But honestly...
Let's take a look here, though, at the final bracket, how it stands for the first Huntress trials. We could take a look here throughout the entire bracket. Well-played matches from every team here, especially the teams that we did see on stream. But once again, Galaxy Racer taking it through all the way. Clean series, never dropping a game throughout the tournament.
They didn't drop a game, did they? They went 8-0.
2-0 Confused, 2-0 Absolved, and 3-0 Movistar Riders.
My bad, 7-0. I can't do math on stream.
This is, again, casting, trying to do
You'd
math.
Think I'd learn, right? You'd think I'd learn.
You know, it's not the easiest thing to do. It's not something that we typically should do on stream. Mm-hmm. But once again, congratulations to Galaxy Racer. They did a fantastic job.
Oh yeah, taking it in style.
Absolutely, but not only congratulations to Galaxy Racer, but all of the teams here putting on a great show, putting on some great efforts. And I honestly think that Resolve Blue versus Movistar Riders semifinals we saw earlier today was one of the best series I've seen. It was fun to watch Galaxy Racer, kind of run over everybody as they did. But that series was very, very close, very, very tough. It was a lot of fun to see. But, these grand finals, obviously, going to be a blast to watch. Galaxy Racer just controlling the map throughout every game. And it doesn't matter what you ban against Galaxy Racer at this point. They have they have multiple comfort champions, and they're just able to take it with style.
Yeah, I will say, I've said it again, I believe that in almost every situation, when you are a lesser skilled team, i.e., let's say you're you and your friends have a stack and you're thinking of maybe applying to a bunch of tournaments, like some tier 4 stuff, comfort over composition every time. But the thing is when you get good, when you start hitting diamond into master into grandmaster, you could. At that point of your skill in the game, you can be comfortable on so many different champions that they physically cannot ban out your mains, because you all have 3 champions, or maybe even 4 champions that you can each individually play to a level where it's natural and you barely even have to think about it. If you can just go into flow state immediately on picking in champ select, like some of these players can, it's just, it's curtains at that point. It's a different level of mindset. It's honestly just amazing to see, amazing to watch. You may think, oh well, it was a stomp, they didn't drop a single game, but let's be real here. When have you seen such perfect League of Legends played? And I don't mean perfect as in they didn't make any mistakes. I mean perfect as in they were able to make mistakes and play perfectly around them.
Yeah, and that's kind of the key here that Galaxy Racer were able to do. They multiple times were able to see what the win condition is of their opponents and play around it, play counter to it, and then also understand if they overstepped, they made a mistake, where they needed to back up, where they needed to correct them. And they did that every game of the series. The game 1 with the Yorick coming in, they realized, hey, the Yorick is going to be the key pivot point here for Movistar Riders. Let's just force a 5v4 team fight where Yorick isn't there, can't answer it. Boom, game 1 done. Game 2, they got their comfort picks and they got the assassins that they wanted
ridiculous.
to.
Yeah.
Jumping onto the back line, delete the carries. Boom, game 2 done. Game 3, once again, they get a good dive composition and they can dive onto the back line to lead the
They had
carries.
so much pressure. So much pressure from everywhere on the map. You had to constantly be worried if Hecarim was there. You had to constantly be worried if Pantheon had Ultimas in the vicinity. You had to constantly be worried about the TF ganks as well. And then if you made anything happen on a lane that wasn't bot lane, not only do you have Tom Kench who can bring Senna in from the map away, Senna also has that global presence with that, was it Dawning Shadow? Mm-hmm. Yeah, with that Dawning Shadow from the entire map away. It was honestly just such a good composition, and I don't even know how you'd counter it. I don't even know how you'd counter it. It was so good.
Yeah. There's not a lot you can do. One of the things you could think about, especially in like Shen games when you have the Stand United, is you don't let the globals come to you. You go to the globals.
Yeah, you put the pressure on, but how are you supposed to pressure something so aggressive?
Yeah.
It was violent. It shouldn't have been allowed to be shown on the internet.
It's very, very difficult, and unfortunately, Movistar Riders just were not able to really continue to step up. But that was, also on the back of Galaxy Racer just being super, super strong. It does sound like we're getting ourselves set up and ready for an interview here with one of the players of Movistar of
Giddy,
Galaxy
right?
Racers. Yeah, I believe we will have AD carry Giddy, who will be joining us for the interview.
I gotta say, I'm very excited to interview them. I guess you could say I'm giddy about it. Been sitting on that one since yesterday.
I've been hoping so. That's a good one. That's a good one. We've been waiting for this. We're just going to be another couple of seconds here as we finish out everything and make sure that Giddy is all set up, so we can not only get her on cam, but we can get her into the voice chat, and you'll be able to hear, and we can provide those questions. But we just about ready to step up and get that interview here. So let's see. Let's go ahead and bring Giddy in.
Yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, Giddy, hello. Thank you for joining us here. Welcome. Congratulations on the victory. There we go. Congratulations on the victory, Giddy.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you.
How's it
Thank
feel
you
to be
so
a
much.
champion?
Huh? What did you say?
How does it feel to be a champion? Our first ever champion.
Oh, well, we are kinda undefeated, So it's not something new for us, but it always feels good. Yeah, it always feels good.
Yeah.
So
humble as ever, I see.
Yeah. So what was the mindset going into the grand finals? Were you looking to try to make it that clean 3-0? Were you just going to try to have some fun, not reveal too many major strats, or were you actually going in with the intensity and willingness to win that hard?
Okay, so we wanted to go 3-0. But at the same time, we wanted to, show what we were capable of, you know what I mean? So, yeah, we can play clean, but we can also, just run you down. So, I think we kind of showed that, so, yeah.
Definitely. How did you feel having to play Senna just over and over? Or it seemed like you really didn't like it. Is that, do you play Senna often?
Oh, well, yeah, I'm kind of known for my Senna, actually, because I used to be
Really?
OTP last
very
season.
much.
Yeah, so it's not a problem for me.
I couldn't tell, honestly.
Oh, was I that bad? Really?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, no, well, you're definitely good at it, so yeah, you've got yourself figured out.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
I mean, huh? Yeah?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just stopped playing her, because of the meta right now, but I was kind of OTP, so I always enjoy playing her.
Yeah,
It is always nice to have that in a back pocket, especially when it comes back into prevalence in the meta. So, in game 1, with the Yorick that Movistar picked up, in game, it looked like you were starting to have some struggles with the split push. Was there that decision made where you could go, okay, we have to ignore the Yorick and force these fights, or what was the mindset knowing that you were playing against that very tough split push?
Okay, so, I mean, I think that Sana did a really good job because I think she died only once in split push, and she didn't let Yorick, take inhibitor or Nexus towers, and that's what usually happens when you're playing against Yorick, right? But I think that we got really ahead in the first game only by macro, and in that moment we knew that we were stronger in 4v4, so we were like, yeah, just ignore top lane. Even if they engage on us, we're gonna, stomp them. So it's whatever.
That's really good stuff. That's nice little bit of insight as to how your the inner workings just kind of work there. I've got a question for you, and that is Prowler's Senna.
Oh, well, I mean, I just wanted to try it, yeah.
Joker pulled it up on the cast, and I had to like kind of double take at the item build. I was like, is that really Prowler's Claw?
Yeah,
and then
but listen, I didn't know how the item worked, by the way. Like, honestly. No. I was just like, yeah, this I don't really want to go Eclipse, and also like Duskblade was kind of I don't know. And I saw that this item was the item that gave the biggest amount of lethality, right? So I was like,
sure.
yeah, let's try it. And then out of nowhere, I was like trying to Prowler minions in the red buff, and I was kind of spaced out, I didn't know what to do. But it was fun, I guess.
Can I just make this abundantly clear for not only my sanity, but the sanity of everyone at home? You built Prowler's Senna just because it gave the most lethality.
Don't buy Prowler's Senna. Just don't.
My goodness.
That's a good piece of advice, and that kind of actually will segue into my question here as we can start to wind things down here. What advice do you have for other female gamers, other marginalized gender gamers trying to get into a scene like this? Is there any advice that you have for anyone trying to step up to the position like you're in?
Okay, so yeah, I think I do. First of all, girls, like people who wants to, join the female scene, right? Nobody is gonna get into you. You have to work on yourself, right? And just start from what you are and what do you want to do. Because nobody is gonna, look for you. Do you know what I mean? I mean, also the female scene is still unstable, right? So it's you, the one who has to, just show what you're capable of. You know what I mean? So if you are really into this, you should always try, And also I hope that, more female players will start playing and stuff like that. And I will, and me and my team also. I mean, we are happy to be kind of a demonstration, if that's the word.
You're kind of like a you're an inspiring performance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
So no, I respect that. Wise words. Good kind of. That's a nice little ending note, I think there.
Before we wrap things up, is there anything else you want to say? Any shout outs that you want to make here?
Yeah. So there's a rap song, I wrote, for my team, and I wanted to make you listen.
As long as there's no swearing or anything we can't say on stream, I don't think there's any objections.
I think it's fine. So can I start?
Go for it.
The
floor is yours, Giddy.
Okay, so yo, it's Giddy here, the ADC of Galaxy Racer team. Yo, my teammates and I are the best. Nobody's gonna beat the queens of US. We are invincible. It's useless to complain about how you lose after you are space. Sana's punches are stronger than the rocks. Again, I said you don't have a response. Karina will steal all your jungle camps, and you are going to fall into her traps. Don't underestimate Tifa, man. She meows all the time, but she's running you out of breath. Kiana, well, I love that bee, but just be sure to leave Lulu free. Yeah, that is
wonderful. That is so. Yeah. Thank you for that, Giddy. That was
fire
fantastic.
In the booth. That was amazing.
That was so good.
When's it hitting Spotify? When can we stream it? That's amazing.
Yeah.
That was so good.
I hope you liked it, guys.
We absolutely thank you.
And here I thought all that drip was just for show. No, you actually played the part too. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. Thank you so much again for joining us, Gidi. Congratulations. Congratulate your team for us as well on a well done and well deserved victory. Thank you for joining us as well.
Thank you guys. Thank you as well. Bye. See you.
Farewell,
See you,
farewell.
Gidi. Thank you. And that will be it here for us at the Huntress Trials after a very, very fun and entertaining series and a fantastic beat there from Gidi. Once again, congratulations to Galaxy Racer for taking home the victory. Shoot, before I wrap things up, anything else you want to say?
Trans rights.
Absolutely.
So for real, thank you so much to Rick's GG and to everyone, to all of the players and all of the spectators. That means you as well. If you think I don't think I'm talking to you, I can't even say my words right, but it is me and you. Really, really good tournament. Had a lot of fun casting it. Honestly,
so did
fantastic
I. Yeah.
experience. This has been awesome.
It's been a blast. Thank you for everybody at Rick's GG for putting this on. I also want to shout out Atreyu and Atroyce, our observer and producer, respectively. We obviously couldn't have done this without those two making sure. And also, I'm sorry, that was Wilson on. Yeah, Wilson on the replays. Thank you, Voice of God, in my ear for letting me know. Wilson on the replays. Thank you so much as well, making sure that we can catch everything, even if we missed it off screen. But for Shoot, my name is Joker. Thank you all so much for joining us here for the Huntress Trials. Stay tuned to Rick's GG. We'll have many more tournaments, League of Legends, Valorant, and otherwise coming up in the future. Stay tuned to the Twitter for all of that information. But for everyone here at the Huntress Trials, thank you for joining us this weekend. We'll see you next time.
I can't afford to let you in. But we're bad, so what's the harm in one more sin? Take off your hate.